Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the 2026 AFAC Lessons Management Forum. What a great day it was yesterday for those of you that were here in person and online. A special welcome to our folk joining us online from around Australia, New Zealand, and in fact the world. A special hi to our different crews and teams around there joining us with watch parties. Just try and behave yourself today. There was a bit of loose behaviour yesterday amongst that crowd, I think. And if you're joining us for the first time, you missed our fantastic didgeridoo performance and acknowledgement of country yesterday, performed by Goma Conlon, and he welcomed us to the lands of the Yugara and Turrbal people where we are, and it was really quite moving, quite fantastic. We opened the day yesterday with a great welcoming from our Inspector General of Emergency Management for Queensland, Alistair Dawson. Hi Alistair, thanks for taking the time to join us again today. I know you're busy. We had then a wonderful keynote from Katerina Carroll APM. Katerina's the Deputy Coordinator General at NEMA Australia, and she really held us with her keynote. And we finished off the day with another great leader in Stefan Mitchie. Steph's the Deputy Chief Executive of NEMA New Zealand. So fantastic support from our leaders, and our presenters during the day really captured us, really riveting stuff. And the comments that I've had at our networking event last night and throughout yesterday and today have just been so positive about the presentation. So thank you to all our wonderful presenters. You smashed it. So hey, look, you may notice I've got an orange ribbon on today, and that was cleverly created by our AFAC master down the back, Charlotte, who runs a lot of our behind-the-scenes stuff. And that's all. It's called Wow Day today. We're Orange Wednesday, and it's held during National Volunteer Week. And it's a national day of appreciation for the thousands of State Emergency Service SES volunteers across Australia. And while we wear orange today to acknowledge our SES volunteers, we thank and acknowledge all volunteers here today, online and in person. But before we begin today's fantastic presentations, I briefly have to go over a few housekeeping reminders for both our in-person attendees here and those joining us online. First of all, the basics. Please make sure all phones and pages are switched to silent, and all the online participants check that you are muted while in the main presentation room. We will again be using the Q&A feature on the Slido app to take questions from all our participants, both here in the room and online. So you can post your questions using the Slido link and QR code, which is on the screen here behind me and in the back of your delegate handbooks, and you'll see it there online for the online participant. We'll be recording the forum and making all presentations, including the slides, available to participants after the event on our website. So don't panic if you miss something really cool here. You can check it out later. I know I've got so much to check out after yesterday. Don't forget to pop in and have a look at our poster display. It's both for the in-person people. We've got it in the room off to the side there, and our virtual delegates. During the breaks, we have a dedicated Q&A section on Slido for all your poster questions. And I'd also like to remind you to be respectful to each other and our presenters when posting your comments or questions. So just a reminder that toilets, for those in person, out through the doors that you came in, down to the end of the hall, turn right. There's a couple of wee breakout lounges there too for when we're having our refreshments during the day, and if you just want to get away from the hustle and bustle, they'll be open. And we're doing our refreshments today in the first room on the left and the second room on the left, and our dietary people will have a station all to themselves in the main hallway, and hopefully that'll run quite smoothly for us today. Just a couple of quick notes for our speakers. Each standard presentation is 20 minutes, and we did this really carefully because we wanted to pack as much as we could into the time available for our presenters, because we know what fabulous presentations there are. At the 5-minute mark, you'll see Blythe down the front here holding up a sign that says, hey, you've got 5 minutes to go. There'll be a red sign at 2 minutes. And then when your time's up, she will ring a bell, and that's your cue to wrap up and head off stage. We use this system to keep it fair for all our presenters. And in the event of someone being deaf, blind and waffling on, we've got the shepherd's crook hidden under the seat, and that'll come out and off the stage. And just a reminder that as the official acknowledgement of country was delivered yesterday, our speakers aren't required to give an acknowledgement of country, because this welcome extends across the entire event, and it means we can get that whole 20 minutes into your presentations. So as I said, yesterday we heard from Deputy Coordinator General Katerina Carroll APM about learning across borders, international insights and national opportunities. Today, we're lucky to hear from Queensland's own Dr. Alistair Stark, Associate Professor in Public Policy at the University of Queensland and the Director of the School of Political Sciences Graduate Centre. Now, Alistair specialises in the study of crisis and disaster management. He's the author of 4 books and has published over 30 articles on a variety of issues, including the role of parliaments during crisis, pre-crisis planning, crisis coordination, resilience, community participation and lesson learning. He was awarded the Laswell Prize for his work on the role of public inquiries in relation to post-crisis learning, and the Mayer Prize for his research into dam management during the Queensland floods. Alistair's current research projects include an Australian Research Council project examining institutional amnesia in the public services of Australia, New Zealand and the United Kingdom, and a Queensland-specific project exploring blockages to lessons learning in disaster management. You can read Alistair's full bio in the Delegate Handbook. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Alistair Stark.
When these things are read out, I'm always like, who is that guy? Doesn't sound like me at all. Thanks for the invitation, and thanks for that wonderful introduction, and good morning, everyone. I don't know how it goes with you guys, but the second session in the morning in academia is usually called the hangover session, but you guys look very fresh. I brought Berocca and paracetamol, but it doesn't look like you need it. Yes, my name's Alistair. I'm going to talk today about institutional amnesia, and I'm going to do 3 things. I'll introduce amnesia generally. That's the first step. And that introduction will come via a project that was just introduced, which has been examining institutional amnesia in the public sector agencies of Australia, New Zealand, and the United Kingdom. And that introduction will cover some of the causes and the effects of memory loss in public agencies. That's the first thing. The second thing is we'll drop then into lesson learning specifically and play around with this concept of amnesia in relation to what you guys are interested in, lesson learning specifically. And then the third thing is probably the most important aspect. That's the treatments for amnesia. So I want to spend some time throwing some solutions to institutional memory loss at you. And hopefully those solutions will not only stick with you a little bit, but also prompt some debate. Because we go into agencies with these solutions and we have discussions about their relevance. So that's the 3 things I'm going to do. And we'll begin with that general overview. I'm aiming to talk for maybe 25, 30, so we've got plenty of time for discussion. And I really want to avoid that bell being rung at me. So let's talk about institutional amnesia in a general sense. So we can start with a really simple definition, talking about a state in which policy actors, policy organisations no longer remember or record relevant lessons from the past. That's a nice, simple definition that I created a few years ago with a colleague at UQ. The reason that I've italicized the words remember or record is because we can think about both memory and its loss, amnesia, in two ways. And those two ways are really important as a starting point. The first way is to think about it in institutional terms. How do we record lessons institutionally in ways that create memory? You guys would have answers to that question. There are many ways. A simple one is to think about standard operating procedures. We take a lesson, it's based on the colour of history, the details of history, the narratives that we produce through our lesson learning, and we distill it down into a standard operating procedure that lets some of that history go, but keeps the essence of the lesson. And the idea is that that operating procedure holds memory. So we can talk about the antithesis of that when we lose a standard operating procedure, when it's ignored, or when it disintegrates organisationally. And that's just a way of thinking about memory and amnesia in institutional terms. And there are many examples. We can talk about knowledge management systems, we can talk about standard filing practices, we can talk about institutional mechanisms which are familiar to organisations, but when we lose them, when they degrade, or when no one knows about them, we can talk about institutional amnesia. And that's the most obvious dimension. And that's what I mean by record, failing to record. But there's other dimensions to amnesia. We have to think about cultural dimensions. And this is where remembering comes in. Remembering and recording are very different. How do we remember in our organisations? We can have the operating procedures, we can have the manuals, we can have the mechanisms. But how do organisations remember culturally? One of the key ways is through storytelling. All organisations are full of stories. Stories about creation, stories about moments in time, stories about adversity, stories about events. Events. That's what we care about. Stories about events are really important for holding on to memory. Because if you have an institutional dimension to your memory, it doesn't really matter if no one can tell a story about why it was created. If you have a standard operating procedure and no one knows why it exists, it's kind of pointless. Okay? So there's a cultural dimension. So if we have cultural memory in all our organisations, what does amnesia look from that perspective? It looks like stories that no longer remember the past correctly, or stories that are lost, stories that are dynamic. The history of crises, the history of events, the history of all crises, COVID, floods, they change in a dynamic way. And when they change, we lose memory of some things and we hold on to others. I was brought here to study the Queensland floods. That's how I got my job in UQ. The story of the Queensland floods when it was happening and the story of the Queensland floods now are very different. One of the things I've researched in a book I'll show in a second is SARS. In SARS pre-COVID, there was a story about that. Post-COVID is a very different story. So we change culturally as organisations, and that creates forms of amnesia. But there's other dimensions too. We can no longer think about single organisations. We talk about policy networks now. We talk about inter-organisational collaboration. And you guys work in a space where that's absolutely essential. As soon as we think in an inter-organisational way, we have to start thinking about memory across organisations. And what we see, if you work in government, is you are really bad in terms of amnesia. There's a lot of amnesiacs in the public sector. Institutions like mine, kind of boring, conservative, nothing much changes. We can hold memory slightly longer because people get tenured for life and hang around. Advocacy groups with a couple of messages that they lobby over whole careers, they've got memory too. So if you think about memory as an inter-organisational collaborative network, then you can think about amnesia in those terms too. And that's an interesting way to think about it because we can start thinking about external memory. Who's got memory that you can access? But when it's spread across a network, it becomes very vulnerable because as we know in networks, there's a collective action problem. Who's the champion of memory in a network? Where does it sit? So we can talk about systemic amnesia in those interorganisational terms. And finally, we can't ignore politics. I'm a political science person. We can't ignore politics. And of course, we don't need to think about electoral politics and how little memory ministers have. We know they have no, the minister is the goldfish of the memory world. We know this. But we can also think about small p politics as well. Every type of strategic change, every type of strategic reform requires a past to be forgotten so that you can move to a new future. And that means that amnesia is encouraged, not explicitly all the time, but implicitly. We have to leave that past behind. That was a problematic past. We've done some learning. Now we move to this future. This is what we want to remember now. And so there's a political dimension to amnesia because the politics of change demand things get left behind and new things are pursued. So this is probably my most academic slide. It's a good starting point to think about memory and also its antithesis. So effectively what I'm saying is amnesia is created when the institutions of our organisations are lost or they disintegrate, when our cultures no longer tell stories accurately, when our interorganisational networks don't hold memory appropriately, and when we pursue change excessively in ways which means we must forget. So, let's move on to some shameless plugging of my latest book. No such thing as a free breakfast. So, what I've done over the last 4 years is an international research project that's been looking at the causes and effects of amnesia in 3 countries. Now, we're not at Christmas yet, but this is a wonderful stocking filler. Your family will love you. Everyone loves an Oxford University Press book at Christmas. Nothing says I love you more. It's out this week. That's enough of the shameless plugging. Effectively, what I did with a team of people, Cambridge, UTAS, Melbourne, ANU, and myself leading, was looked at the central government agencies of Australia, New Zealand, and the UK. I'm not going to go into the methodology in a great amount of detail, but it was quite significant. We created a survey, we surveyed agencies across those 3 countries, and then we engaged in a lot of conversations. And the book is nicely split between those first 2 factors of amnesia, the institutional dimensions and the cultural dimensions. So it's split in half. The first part of the book deals with the institutions, and the second is about storytelling, cultures, and public agencies. And you can see the numbers and so on and so forth there. But what this book gives us is a nice insight into some of the causes of amnesia. I'll turn to them in a moment. The first ones are fairly familiar. You're all public sector people, so this should really be quite familiar, at least in terms of the headline. So what we do is we show a statistically significant relationship between these 3 factors and institutional amnesia. And this isn't a wow moment for the room. You know that when people leave, they take their memories with them. But in public sectors, we see these tides of turnover, more so than any other sector. And especially in these central government agencies, it's still the same at state level. We see tides of generalists swirling around, chasing soft managerial skills as a means to get promotion, to move up and be successful. What we very rarely see is experts. Experts are now somewhat of an oddity, which is an interesting thing to think about. So with tides of generalists, we get tides of amnesia. No one hangs around long enough to remember anything, and indeed remembering is counterproductive. And that's a real issue. So turnover, we know. People leave, they take their memories with them. Knowledge management just changing so rapidly. The amount of people who just can't find anything in SharePoint files. Where's this document, right? The number of emails, inboxes that are just silently hollow repositories of nothing with 1,000 emails on them. And that's the thin end of the knowledge management wedge, isn't it? When we talk about bigger systems and the ways in which they change and are rapidly changing with the advent of AI and so on. We've got real issues with knowledge management. And of course, machinery of government reforms. When I worked in government, I was reformed. I hold the record for a number of MOGs. 12 times in 1 year, I moved office. 12 structural reorganisations in London. And so every time we have a machinery of government change, we hit the reset button institutionally. We go back to the start, and we have to build again. So these are the three variables. They're statistically significant. Everyone talks about them. But underneath this, there are some interesting nuances, some interesting dimensions. So some other causes. The loss of the peculiar expert. And this was repeated again and again and again. I would imagine in this room there's quite a lot of expertise. And I don't want to insult anyone by saying you're peculiar. But in central government agencies, and again, we piloted this survey at state level, both in Queensland and Victoria, and got similar findings. Expertise is on the wane. It's not the prevalent norm within public servants' lives. Experts are constantly seen as quite strange. Why would you stay somewhere? Why would you have a mission? Why would you have a career in one place when you can move around, gain these soft skills, and move through an ecology that rewards you? That loss of expertise is a profound problem for amnesia, those tides of generalists. But we knew about those tides, but we didn't know how profound they were. And so to be an expert means to sacrifice a huge amount now. And that's a real cause of amnesia. What we also found was lots of public servants saying to us, we know that there's data out there and we can get to it, but we can't understand it. The way it's been recorded is either too shallow, it doesn't have enough depth, or it doesn't tell us what we really know happened. So why did the minister make that decision? We'll never know. Why do the minutes say this when we know these discussions took place, but we can't find any of that data? Why does the legislation have this component but not that component? This is a loss of meaning to data that can be gathered and held. So people can find the minutes, they can find the file, but it doesn't tell them what they need to know. It's the loss of meaning in stuff that can be retrieved that's creating amnesia in our public sector agencies. And then these locked vaults of data. This is a nice description of the problem. We see that there's repositories across public sector agencies that are bursting with data, but no one knows how to navigate through them. And this is the SharePoint point again. We know that the data is there. We can remember storing it. We just can't navigate a way to get to it. The frustration, the sheer frustration to know something is there, but you can't find it. And then, to go back to the previous point, you find it and it doesn't make sense to you. It's a sheer frustration and anger in a lot of our sample. So these are some of the causes. And of course, there's effects. So for the effects, the loss of relationships as well. Yeah. And that's caused primarily by machinery of government reforms, putting silos up when they should be pulling them down, severing contacts from each other, because of confidentiality protocols or security protocols, and really building walls where they should be taking them down. But also turnover does that as well. You're in a stakeholder-orientated position and people are constantly moving and turning over. You have to rebuild those relationships all the time. And that's, again, the hitting of the reset button causes amnesia. Here's a couple of quotes. The first one is the peculiar expert quote. This is a great example of it. Here's this public servant in the UK saying, you're just not incentivized to stay in a policy area and really become an expert. You get a slight personal kudos. People are grateful to you. They like a bit of expertise, but they don't really understand you. You stand out. You've worked in the same place forever. You're part of the storytelling. Do you know that such and such is an expert? How strange. Go and ask them. And experts have to take the burden of memory. If you're the person that's been there for 5, 10, 15 years, you have extra work to do because you're the go-to person. Well, go and ask Al. He's been here forever. Okay. And then you spend your time doing all this informal labour. And you're still seen as peculiar. The second one is the meaning point. We've got the data, we just can't make sense of it. And this is an APS official. We've lost the stories, the myths, the history that actually give us meaning. You're short-staffed, you're trying to keep the lights on, business as usual overwhelm you. There's no priority given to documenting the past, to the filing, to the knowledge management. As a consequence, you think you're trying to get from point A to point B, but actually what you're starting to realise is it's more like point A to point G, and you're somewhere stuck at C.5 with no idea where you're going. And so this loss of meaning coming through, even though data can be found and used, is really profound. So those are some of the causes. Here's some of the effects. And again, some of these will be familiar and some perhaps not. This is the single biggest one that we're going to come on to in a second for lesson learning. The recycling of ideas. Cycling through the same ideas as if they're novel. Okay, so in general policy terms, if you're a service delivery agency, for instance, you go mainstreaming. Let's mainstream delivery, and then you go targeted. We'll target delivery. And you guys call it the hokey cokey or the hokey pokey, like one leg in, one leg out. That's what you do. Centralize, decentralize, right? Mainstream, target. This cycle of ideas, as people learn something, believe it's novel, do it again, do it again. But also the repetition of history in terms of finding information and how you seek it out. This can sometimes be positive. Memory loss can be positive. We all know the people who are we call them professors in my place, the people who have been here for 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. And as soon as you have a good idea, they go, oh no, we did that in 1972, and that didn't work. Well, that's a problem. That is a problem, because it's not 1972 anymore. The parameters of the decision have changed. The environment's changed. So maybe returning to that decision now is a good thing. So if you can get a loss of memory and get back to those decisions, they can succeed. And we saw lots of examples of that. But the history repeating one is profound. I'll move through the rest quite quickly. The other one's procedural straitjackets. You don't understand why the standard operating procedure exists. You kind of know it must be important, so you'll just do it. We'll just do it. The manual says do it, so do it. Why? Don't know. Okay. So now you've not got the capacity to adapt. We know what resilience and crisis management requires. It requires adaptation. You have to be spontaneous. You have to be moving. You have to be agile. You know all the words. But if you don't understand why the procedures exist, then you can't be. You've got procedural straitjackets. And that's really profound for risk management. Really profound, because you need to have that adaptation when risks emerge. It's also profound for sense making as well. The loss of the why rationale was profound. Again, why does this legislation exist? Why was it created? Why are we structured in this way? Why was this decision taken? That's a loss of identity. Who are we as an organisation? If we don't know our history and we don't know the immediate history of the decisions that created our world, we lose the why rationale. And that's a big problem as well. That's a big problem. And demotivation. If you can't find the data, can't explain the past, you don't know why you're doing the work you're doing, and it's costing you a huge amount of resources to continually attempt to do those things, people leave post. We had people who left post in our sample, just absolutely sick of it, to be restructured, to be continually reset, and to have these information-seeking inefficiencies in your face all the time. It did lead to people leaving posts. So those are some of the effects, and again, just a little bit of colour. And the first one is this idea that, that the processes just become processes. We don't know why those processes are in place in the first instance. We don't know why they're important, The process just becomes the process, and we forget that it's there. The short example I often give is equine influenza. So just before she retired, I interviewed an APS official who was responsible for putting in place biosecurity controls after the equine influenza epidemic. And she wanted to be reassured that those protocols were still in place. So she did a tour. She went around the facilities. She went and they were there. All the SOPs were there. The protocols were in place. No one could remember why. Not one person knew about the equine influenza epidemic. And so what she did was, before she retired, she worked an extra couple of weeks and rewrote the SOPs with a narrative at the front to explain why they existed. Right? The NZ official there he was the head of cybersecurity for the New Zealand government, frustrated at people following the manual, but following it without any awareness of why it exists. Right? You've shown me you can use the manual, but in doing so, you've also shown me if you get a weird result, if something bad happens and you need to do some sense-making about an emergent risk, you've shown me that you can't do that because you don't understand the history of the manual or the history of the procedure, and so you've got no adaptive capacity. So that's the book. You're all going to buy it for Christmas and have a wonderful read. Let me drop down. This is a bit, this is Al Stark's hubris tour. Let me drop down to my previous book. Sorry. This one's cheaper, I guess, because it's been out for so long. But in this book, I looked at lesson learning specifically. And actually, the fascination with amnesia came out of this book. This book says a few different things in relation to amnesia, and we'll just get into the guts of it in a second. So it was focused on inquiries. It looked at the SARS Commission, the Victorian Bushfire Royal Commission, a review called the Pitt Inquiry in the UK, and the New Zealand Canterbury Earthquake Royal Commission. It found in those 4 cases that there was substantive learning. So substantive lesson learning, substantive change, lots and lots of learning. But also, years afterwards, it also found that the lessons were no longer as active as they could be. They were no longer as alive as they could be. So the argument I proposed was that public inquiries, at least post-crisis inquiries, can be really effective lesson learners, that governments do learn, they do implement them. And that came with a bit of a critique of the general commentary that we see from the media that really takes inquiries and agencies to task and says, we never learn. And I pushed back on that and said, that's nonsense. But what we do see is institutional amnesia erasing the lessons and the gains that are made on the back of them. And that's why we see problematic repeats of history. So that was the fundamental message of the book. That's a really important one for this room, because the diagnosis of lesson learning failure that we all make continues to ignore memory and amnesia. Of course, it's acknowledged in lesson management frameworks, not strongly enough, we'll get to that in a second. But when we continually say it's learning that's failing, we're getting it wrong. We're getting it wrong. A lot of the times it's our ability to hold memory that's failing. So that has consequences, that simple argument. And for people who learn lessons, you'll see patterns in the problems that you face. So if you've done multiple lesson learning initiatives over a series of years or a series of different projects, and yet you still see the same problems remaining, your problem is probably not learning, it's going to be amnesia. But you're going to keep diagnosing it as a learning problem. And that's why we see patterns. So I have conversations with agents all the time, agencies and officials who say, we do good work, but these patterns continue to exist. And we can trace them across multiple reviews, multiple debriefs. That could then be a memory issue. And what we tend to do is kind of fall back on this is a lessons identified versus a lessons implemented problem. And that's a kind of a safe space to be. Everyone says that. Well, maybe we should challenge that. Maybe we should start thinking about memory and really getting serious about that end of the lessons management framework. And just on frameworks, almost every lesson management framework that I know will at least allude to memory. And it will say that we need to monitor and review in order to create some degree of memory. But in almost every one that I've looked at, the reality of the implementation of that management framework is one that doesn't give memory enough respect, doesn't apply resources to memory work, doesn't get to grips with amnesia in a meaningful way. We talk about monitoring and review, but we're not really serious about remembering and institutionalizing memory. So there are some lessons from the research, just very quickly. This is in the international space. So in the international space, there's a lot of work being done on memory. A lot of humanitarian actors deal with memory. Unitary was one of the first, fantastic book in 2002 that looks at international humanitarian responses and the lesson learning efforts which are ignored, and how we see international peacekeepers doing the same problematic routines because they can't hold memory. In this case, Terry, who's a practitioner, senior practitioner, responded to many international crises, is furious at the fact that humanitarian organisations continue to go into conflict zones only to have their resources taken by the people who commit genocide. And this is what we see all the time. Every international humanitarian response in a conflict zone leads to resources being taken from humanitarian actors, and that fuels the fire of conflict. And yet, because of the impulse to help, we see these problems. So, this idea of an amnesia creating problems in the international space is one that's been dealt with repeatedly. But I want to get on to you guys, because I've been given my warning, and I'm desperate to avoid the bell. These are some of the variables that affect policy organisations in relation to amnesia. The first one is the downward slope. This is a public health official from Ontario saying, as soon as your lesson is produced, you are fighting time, because the issue attention scale of the people who will champion it is already dropping. And that issue attention scale is because of innate features in your organisation that we've mentioned. So as soon as your lesson's out there, you're up against it. That's the first point. The second point is that the sequence of events that you're addressing is really important. If it's a one-off, you've got a real issue with memory. You're going to really struggle. Big, profound, one-off events weirdly tend to be forgotten. If you have a sequence, floods, fires, you're in a better space. Okay? However, what we also see is if you have a sequence of big events, you get knee-jerk politics. The roller coaster here, as Lord Smith's saying. We knee-jerk and we fund, and then the funding gets taken away, and that's really profound in a context of flood and drought. Up, down, up, down. So issue attention is crucial. Champions are crucial. I've spent my time talking to the House of Lords, the House of Commons, selling Australian implementation monitors to them. And they're finally starting to buy into it a little bit. I like monitors because of the memory work they can do. I think they're important in terms of memory, championing lessons across the longer term. But thinking about those inter-organisational actors is also important. After SARS, the nurses of Ontario advocated repeatedly over a 10-year period for the precautionary principle to drive NPI in response to disease control, because nurses died because doctors didn't want them wearing the masks. And so they were a form of external memory that made sure no one forgot about SARS. But we can also think about communities. Communities lose memory all the time. The cycle and the movement of populations means that we often don't have champions in our communities that can hold memory in a social sense. So there's lots of variables to think about. Here's some of the solutions. I'm not going to go through them in a huge amount of detail, but what we're asking for is public sector agencies to think about the ways in which they structure human resources, codes of conduct, employment agreements. Can we bridge the gap that's created by that excessive form of turnover? What we're asking for is people to think about the loss of meaning in their knowledge management processes. Is there ways to get that meaning into data? Can we think about institutionalizing historical data? Can we think about creating a culture of knowledge management amongst staff? The recalibration of incentives is the big one. Can you create an ecology in a public sector agency or a public sector that rewards expertise in a way that will bring memory? That's the one that no one likes. There's another section above here that I haven't included that we give to ministers, which is like, stop reforming things. We haven't covered that here. But these are simple ones. Registers of relationships, creating alumni networks with experts who have moved on, making available semi-retirement roles for memory holders. Simply allowing people to access their previous emails once they've moved post would be a remarkable thing for a public agency. It's such a simple thing. So there's lots of really low-hanging fruit that we can do in terms of solutions. It's not massive, but the appetite is not there. When we say to ministers, you could fix memory very easily, they say, we quite like generalists. We quite like that. We like having Lego pieces that we can plug and play. So this is some of the work for lesson learning itself. Getting the diagnosis right means recognizing when memory is a problem and not blaming lesson learning effort. Building learning cultures means bringing stories in to lesson learning in a much more profound way. Learning through social learning is absolutely crucial. Build communities of practice and see them as repositories of memory. If you're part of a community of practice, use it to hold memory. And that's, a cross-border memory. Get serious about monitoring and evaluation. Stop including it in your framework if you don't do it properly with an effort to hold memory. It's got to be about memory. I'm not a huge fan of the phrase closing the loop, because closing the loop means forgetting. I think we can finish the implementation process, but something has to keep rolling on. There has to be remembrance, right? Closing the loop, I understand why it's there. I know that we want to get things implemented, but then that's not a full stop. Can't be a full stop. And, my number one thing, can't we get serious about lesson learning repositories? We live in a world of AI, machine learning. There are whole universities devoted to learning now. Can't we build repositories that are dynamic, that can speak across agencies, that can do the translation work for us, and which can hold memory? I don't think that's rocket science. It just requires a collective effort from agencies to say, this is what we want from a repository. I'm yet to find a repository that I'm like, oh, okay, that works. It's a huge problem, and it's one that's easy to fix because the expertise is out there. So what I usually do is try and end with this little pithy phrase where I say, let's not forget about amnesia, and I walk off all smug and satisfied. I want to change it, actually, because when I was doing these slides, I thought, let's not forget about amnesia, but this room knows about amnesia. You are lesson learners. You know that lessons are forgotten. You know in the period between events, things fall away. You won't forget about amnesia. The challenge for you is, are you going to champion it? Are you going to actually care about it? Because every time we go into agencies, we take in our little A3 with all our solutions and people nod happily and say, you really got to the heart of the problem, and nothing changes. And it's because the trade-offs required to deal with memory loss are really significant. You have to give away some generalists. You have to build expertise. You have to commit resources to memory. And it seems to me that every time we ask somebody, is amnesia important? They say, hell yes. And then we say, are you going to do anything about it? And they go, oh, it's really hard. It's really hard. And that's the challenge. Overcoming this trade-off that's going to stop us recognising the problem. Unequivocally, ubiquitously, everyone says amnesia is an issue for us, but then there seems to be something stopping change. It's not in strategic documents. It's not part of the principles of any organisation. It features here and there in lesson management frameworks, and yet it's a profound problem. What I'm saying to you is it's almost as big as the lesson identification, lesson implementation failure. And you're all working so hard on that. That's your focus all the time. How can we get to this end point where we have outcomes from lesson learning? And you're not caring about the fact that even if you make it, you're still going to be ineffective. And that can't be good enough. Thank you very much for listening. I'll leave it there. To stay.
Thanks, Alistair. What an absolutely riveting presentation. I was looking around the room and the rapt expression of people and the frantic writing of notes. And
it might just be confusion over the accent, to be fair.
Look, just invite people, if they've got a question for Alistair, to pop it into the Slido app. And if we can't get to it here, we'll certainly get to it later. But look, I absolutely loved your analogy of knowledge that was lost in SharePoint files and inboxes. I think everybody in the room acknowledged that with their facial expressions and body language, and I think it's something that that we're all guilty of and frustrated with. But I think one thing that's been burning on people's minds here has been, you've given us a few real key causes and a few sort of solutions, but what would be one thing that you could highlight to lessons management practitioners and managers here in the room and online with us that would maximise the impact and reduce the incidence of amnesia in the things that they're putting out?
I mean, the fundamental one is the one that I ended with. It's not a mechanism or a process. It's a disposition. If you have patterns of problems, if you're seeing the same topics, the same focus every time you do a lesson learning effort, and you know that things are being implemented, then you just need to recognise that it's memory loss. That simple disposition is the one thing that I want people to take away. And then you can start to lean into your lessons management frameworks in a ways that starts to institutionalise the dynamics that are about memory.
And look, I know that you've given us some good examples of overcoming the memory challenges, but did your research identify timeframes? When should we be monitoring, reviewing, ensuring that memory loss doesn't set in? Was the timeframe trends?
Yeah, so we noticed that so there's deliberate forgetting and then there's unintentional forgetting. And so deliberate forgetting starts from the moment the lesson is published, and that's deliberate. And so that's instantaneous. And that crosses over with the kind of forces of inaction that we know. Don't shelve, but certainly shelving is not a phrase that I like. The easiest way to create an action is just to put things out to agencies that have no obligation to act. So if you want nothing to happen to certain reviews, just send them to local government actors who are far too busy and not particularly interested in actioning them, and they'll slowly wither. So that kind of amnesia starts almost immediately. What we notice is after 18 months to 2 years, that's when you see real turnover. So at central level particularly, 2 years now is quite a long stint for a public servant on the move. So 18 months, 2 years between events, you're going to have problems.
Look, that really resonates with me, and I'd like to thank you, Alistair. You've given us some really key things to think about, and I didn't realise how much institutional memory played into the work that we do. But I guess one thing just before we finish, now you've looked at across jurisdictions, and one of the things that we've highlighted, especially with some of the presentations yesterday, was the value of looking outside our borders to share lessons. Now, you've looked at the UK, you've looked at Australia, New Zealand, and further afield. Is there any one jurisdiction that was perhaps doing it a little better than others that we can look towards for some ideas?
Yeah, I do. I mean, it's gratuitous to say, but size does matter in this context. The scale of the government, the scale of the agencies, that's a real determinant of memory. So the bigger organisations tend to be, and the bigger jurisdictions tend to be bigger in terms of amnesiacs. The closer you get to a Prime Minister, a President, a First Minister, the more amnesiacs you get. When you deal with stakeholders, so line agencies that deal with stakeholders, they tend to have better memory as well. But the really telling examples of good memory are actually private sector organisations, high reliability organisations. That's where you get real memory. Those are great organisations to mimic generally in terms of what we would be interested in. But that's where I would go for great examples.
Well, look, unfortunately, that's all the time we have for questions, but thank you so much, Alistair. Alistair will be around today if you have any other questions for him. Try and seek him out during the breaks. And for those online, Alistair will be joining the online breakout room named Learning Lounge in today's morning tea break at 10:25 Brisbane time. So check the chat for time conversations. Ladies and gentlemen, Alistair Stark.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks, mate. That's absolutely brilliant. Wow, my head was spinning with that. I've got so much that I need to review and check up on. That was such a powerful presentation. The day rolls on and more fantastic presenters to come. Please join me in welcoming our next speakers for today, Erin Pelly from the Australian Red Cross and Dr. Claire Leopold from the University of Melbourne. Or is it just you, Erin? Oh, she's joining us online. Fantastic. Thanks.
I'll just wait a moment for Claire's joining us online and she's going to start. But I just wanted to start by saying it is always a hard gig going after the keynote speaker, but luckily it was on amnesia, so we've already forgotten. Wasn't my joke, by the way, that was Julian's, so I'll credit you for that. Hi, I'm Erin Pelly and Claire Leopold is on the screen today. I kind of like to think of her as the oracle, so, and we were wondering whether she would be a giant head on the screen, but we are very relieved that Claire is normal-sized for that giant brain of hers. We are talking about finishing well and how lessons drive strategy, strengthen practice and enable purposeful exits in recovery. So I'm going to throw to you, Claire. Thank you.
Thanks so much. My name's Claire. Thank you for the introduction. I'm a Senior Research Fellow at University of Melbourne, and I'm going to talk for just a little bit today about a national evaluation that we did of the Australian Red Cross 2019-2020 Bushfire Recovery Programme. So our team at University of Melbourne was commissioned to run this evaluation, and a really nice element of this was that it was running concurrent to the recovery program. So we were running this evaluation as the program was happening in order to provide real-time monitoring, updates with annual reports back to the Red Cross monthly meetings with the Red Cross. So this program ran 2020 to 2023, and the evaluation also ran across those years. We had 70 participants in interviews and focus groups, and this included community members who were part of the program, other service providers and other organizations that were also working with the Red Cross as part of this program, and Red Cross staff. I can't tell you about all of the findings because that would take too long for today, but I am going to focus on what we saw towards the end of the program and some of the recommendations from that final year of the program as they related to program exit and what we learned about there. And then after me, I'll hand back to Erin, and she'll talk about what Red Cross has been working on in terms of improving program exit planning even further since the time of this evaluation. Next slide, please. I also want to recognize this project comes from a much larger investigator group. So as part of this evaluation, we had a larger team at University of Melbourne. In particular, Phoebe Quinn and Professor Lisa Gibbs were a large part of this. We also had a local partner at Mogo Local Aboriginal Land Council. And we also had critical reference group within Australian Red Cross, which Erin was a big part of. So thank you to everyone that was part of this. Next slide, please. So just to give you a snapshot of some of the key findings and then what we saw in the final year, we saw that there were some big strengths to this program in the ways that it was delivering psychosocial support, enabling community participation in recovery, strengthening capability of local communities, as well as providing that real long-term presence and advocating for humanitarian and psychosocial needs in the long-term aftermath of disasters. Next point, please. Many participants, when we interviewed them in the final year, lots of people who were living in these local communities told us they felt the program would have a long-term lasting positive impact even after it ended. Next point, please. But we also did see some challenges in the final year, particularly around job insecurity and staff turnover that was happening in the program. And there was some uncertainty about exactly when it would end, and some concern that knowledge would be lost. So a Red Cross staff member told us in 2023, "I don't know where it stands from here on in and if we'll get any funding or come to an end." Next slide, please. Another point I just want to note quickly is that this program was running across really diverse communities across the whole, like there were 4 states and territories included in this program. Every community had a bit of a different recovery trajectory. They were all starting recovery from a different place. They were encountering different challenges in recovery. A strength of the program was that it could be modified to support community-led recovery across these different contexts. But this also meant that at the end of the program, we were seeing communities were in really different spaces. Some participants were telling us that they felt in their community, they were still struggling. They weren't sure if it was just the fires, but there had been one thing on top of another, and they still saw physical and mental health impacts and financial health impacts. Again, this was 3 years after the fires. At the same time, next point, please. Other people told us they felt like it was the right time for the program to end. This participant told us it does feel okay, you know, for me personally, and I think others have the feeling that it's good that the Red Cross can help the next group now. So in this final year, we were trying to balance what we were seeing across these different communities, the fact they were in different places in recovery at the end of the program, and then we put some recommendations to the Red Cross of things to consider going forwards. Next slide, please. Okay, so here's the recommendations that came out of that final year. The first recommendation was that in future programs, ensure that staff receive clear and definitive communications about the timing of program exit with sufficient time for them to manage exit work in communities, so at least 6 months before the program ends. Second one is to offer recovery officer contracts that are longer than 12 months at a time, to ensure that programs in First Nations communities are planned with longer-term funding, and to explore how to develop systems within the Red Cross to preserve knowledge that recovery officers have developed in communities so that knowledge loss is minimized when recovery officers either leave their role or when the program ends. Finally, we suggested considering additionally creating a process for transition to exit that can be implemented within 2 weeks of any program completing. That could include notification and linking within community to ensure there's clear understanding of ongoing responsibilities. I just want to emphasize one key point I hope everyone can take from this is that while these recommendations were initially developed for the Red Cross, I think they are something that they're relevant across the whole sector. Anyone who is working on recovery programs in this sector, I think these recommendations are relevant for us to consider in the context of recovery work more broadly. So these aren't just Red Cross issues we're talking about today. These are issues that we think are relevant to everyone. But I'll now hand over to Erin, who's going to talk a little bit more about what Red Cross has been doing and how they've been improving exit planning since this time. Thanks, Erin.
Thanks, Claire. And I keep trying to look at you on the screen, but I can see you down there. So thanks so much. I will jump to the next slide now. I think really the reason we decided to come and talk about this today is that exit planning and program cessation is something no one wants to talk about. It's not a comfortable thing. It is people's livelihoods, communities, as Claire mentioned. If people are at different states or if you're still seeing need, it's a really hard position, both for staff, both for communities and for managers to be in. That said, not talking about the hard thing doesn't make it go away. And I think by actually having open and transparent discussions around exit planning actually can help mitigate some of those risks of short-term funding cycles. We did some international literature review of exits around the world. It is not something that is very readily talked about or documented. I think because of the challenges so many different organisations have around amnesia. Yeah? Yes. Teacher's pet. And really what the evidence that we could find and the guidance that we were able to find from around the world talks about the 3 types of exits. And so that's the phase down, which is about planned reduction in services over time. So whether it's delivering something with less frequency, or if you're seeing less need, then, finishing that up. Phase over, so transferring to local services. So in the Red Cross's case, that is if there's activities that the community really value, that they want to continue, having those conversations early and ahead of time so that can be planned. That can be as simple as for the community morning tea, having a discussion that do they still want that to happen, and organising for someone to go pick up the key. So that was something we did in WA that worked really well, and the community still meet every Friday for their morning tea. So quite simple but effective, and I just think that's a good example. And then the phase out, which is the full service withdrawal and program exit. In terms of the principles, we built out this process through. It's around accountability and inclusion, ensuring people are involved and communities are involved in planning for exits, transparent communication, knowing what you know, knowing what you don't know, and being clear about whether decisions have or haven't been made yet. Continuous evaluation and learning, making sure that you're not repeating the same mistakes. Ethical closure, so around respecting, if you are open and transparent with your staff, it puts them in the best position to be open and transparent with communities and plan accordingly for the reality that they might be facing. Same, probably the one I want you to most think about is about predictability, and that is the findings, and both from the literature but also operational experience around when there's short-term contract extensions, 3 months, 2 weeks, that actually can create more challenges for both staff and communities than there's a decision that's going to, 30th of June, that's when we finish up. So in terms of the actual pragmatic stuff and the practical stuff we brought in, around exit is, while it should be embedded from the very get-go in programs, we all know that it's often retrofitted. So as early as possible. So whether that's embedding that into supervision practice and as part of regular, so you're normalising conversations about program length or end, communicating clearly about when that will happen, having input from community members about how they would like the program to finish, and if there are particular activities that they would like to continue, and then finding ways to do that. Thank you, because I can't see the time. Opportunities for feedback, asking questions, and ensuring that all your people are kept in the loop. So whether that's staff, but also volunteers, people in other programs who will remain either in the community or in the service after that particular part of the program has finished. So I guess this is the kind of main things that I wanted to just mention before the 2-minute mark, was really about making sure this is sort of the stuff that we actually provided for our people. So the principle-based guidance that I mentioned earlier, but also we've got conversation guides. We have letter templates about notifying local authorities, and also template letters for community groups so that they're kept in the loop. We've given them stakeholder mapping tools to the point of like, what is the activity, who's going to do this, what's the decision, so that people really feel like they can hold on to something in the ambiguity around how to best move forward with it. Ooh. I'm still having trouble with this clicker. So I think, really having all these documents there ready for people, and making sure that they are across them. So we've got webinars that I've given with our staff around what is expected of them. We've got checklists, we've got communications plans that they can access, and making sure that really everything you can think about, from where to return the keys and when to do that, to finishing your handover documentation and your reporting, it's all there so that people can choose what's relevant for them in their particular circumstances. But also, like, we all love an excuse for a party, so thank people, make sure that you're embedding that in to show appreciation. When people feel valued, they give it their all. And if you give them the opportunity to lead through that ambiguity, they tend to step up. So in terms of the looking after your people, we had drop-in sessions where people could come and ask questions about all the documents I just mentioned. EAP was available. We also have a specialist supervision service for aid professionals. We had the fabulous Dr. Kate Brady and Elizabeth McNaughton run some staff wellbeing sessions around leadership and leading through ambiguity, and people, just those having that bit of love, I think really helped people think about how they manage themselves and those around them in times of change, as well as our central recovery team and their line managers. Now, the resource I've put on the screen is this fabulous resource from the New Zealand Red Cross, so our friends across the ditch. And I thought there was some quotes, and I gave these to some of our staff around exit, and these are ones that I thought were really relevant for exit in particular. But that resource, it's a shameless plug, like, look it up, write all over it, it's excellent. But this is one thing that I thought I want to leave you with. So did I make a difference? Did I leave the city better than when I found it? If the answer is yes, then I can be satisfied. If the answer is no, that's a very sad thing to live with. And I think giving people the opportunity to leave things better than when they found them, they tend to do that. So thank you so much. And I think we might even have like 1 minute for questions.
Thanks, Erin. And Claire, absolutely fascinating presentation. And look, you know, it's those human factors and human costs that are often under-reported or under-realised in what we do. So many of us are involved in response and recovery, but the work that is done around supporting people, it's just massive and incredible. So thanks. I think what we'll do is we'll leave the questions to Slido in the interest of keeping to time. But just reminding, thank you, Erin and Claire, from everyone, thanks. But just a reminder for everyone that once each presentation comes to an end, we'll seek out our speakers to answer any of the remaining questions on Slido. And you can access any of the past Q&A sessions by clicking the top bubble and selecting which day and time slot you want to read. Now, please join me in welcoming our next speaker for today, the wonderful Alex Murray from the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. Cheers, Alex.
Check. Is that on? Good. Good morning, everyone. First time speaker, long time listener. First time I came to the Lessons Conference, I was very green about 8 years ago, prior to the bushfires. And since then, I've been able to help develop lessons management frameworks in New South Wales jurisdictions and have just moved across to the Commonwealth to help position them to be in a better place to learn lessons. And thanks, Alistair, for your morning talk. I should have had a question mark after closing the loop, I think, because that, in essence, is what I'm going to talk about today. First of all, just to set some context, what breaks down in practice and what I've found is that often lessons are left unresolved or the interest wanes on implementation. They're not as important and things become more of a priority and business areas or agency sections move on. Another issue I've found in the 8 years I've been working in lessons management is that the closure of a lesson, it's so binary. It's either lesson identified or lesson learned. And I find an issue in that, and potentially it's because of many of these issues that Alistair drew to earlier. Also, sometimes it's about money and resources and governments moving on, change of focus. Another one here is that the effort that remains tied to lessons without the clear closure pathway. So sometimes there's that one expert who's just dogged to finish it, even though priorities and resources might change direction, but some people might stay in a lesson and try and get it to the very end, even though circumstances and structural changes around them might have moved on. So into the presentation. My central challenge that I'm putting to you is that do we need to have this lesson learnt or not learnt? It's something that Courtney, if she's still in the room, from Queensland Police, put forward yesterday, and she said that they had started to put risk assessments on their mitigation options of their lessons or their actions to learn a lesson. And it's something that we've been doing to ensure that we get activation of our activities. Not all lessons need full risk elimination to justify finalisation. When I put that comment out, I might get a little bit of negative feedback, but I'm looking at it from a risk perspective that if the residual risk from an activity that's been implemented, if the residual issue is well within our tolerance levels, we can move on. We can change resources and use that as a pivot, call it adaptive management, call it refocusing. We're happy to wear that risk if it's low enough within our agency's risk tolerance. We are looking at risk-informed finalisation for decision points. So that means that there will be certain triggers that are created to be able to measure, monitor how well those activities are being implemented and whether it comes below our agency's tolerance for risk. Hope I've still got you in the room. Notably, I'm from a biosecurity agriculture background, so risk assessment, risk management affects all of our decisions with disease, pest incursion, etc. So the scientists and all of those, you didn't call them pesky, the scientists who have all the knowledge, they really like and understand risk assessment and understanding when decisions can move and pivot. Why this matters. In government especially, time and resources, they remain tied up in trying to finalise those lessons right to the nth degree. And sometimes the position of the agency has moved on. Again, that hierarchy of having priorities and aligning themselves to a different motivation in government, they move on. So sometimes we are needing to pivot. And tying up resources into lessons or having lessons sitting on the shelf, not even with activities applied to, it's a waste of time and our efforts. So we're trying to go beyond that with meaningful risk reduction through assessment. So I've just put up here in the picture, which I do love, the lessons handbook. Here it just does point out that the binary sort of learnt or non-learnt. It's when a behaviour change happens, and I'm fully supportive of that. Just I would like to recognise that in the context of some of our areas of work, when the priority changes and the risk is low enough, we just want to be able to have a mechanism to move on. Okay, and that's the last point there, reduced ability to redirect resources to high-risk priorities. So this is the stakes of the matter. We have a need for people, staff, expertise, money to go and move into a more important area of work at that time. It doesn't mean that that lesson isn't demeaning, what's the word, lesser important, it's just not as high priority at that time. Okay, this is a really simple tool. It came from Cormier, who's a fantastic scientist in Canada, and it was basically a graphic to show risk assessment. You can see over here, the only adjustment I've actually made is to call what is an identified level of risk. That's our lesson. So when you call a lesson a risk, an agency is able to very clearly demonstrate to management that they need to implement some measures, control measures, to be able to bring down that risk. And there are activities that we apply to a lesson to bring down that. And then we can measure what kind of effectiveness we're getting to bring down to a measured and stated tolerable level of risk that the agency has set. So that is preset. And if at the end of all your activities, you reduce your level of risk down to above or below the level, the tolerable level, you can make a decision whether you're ready to accept the remaining level of risk and change your focus. And you're able to use that as a pivot and apply adaptive management as far as moving on and moving your resources to different lessons. Another point that I hadn't raised in governance of lessons, that often in our agency, when I was at the jurisdiction level and now at Commonwealth, we force a lot of governance down onto a lesson so that findings are often task level, and we try and push those to business areas as much as possible to get finalised in areas of their BAU, their business as usual. And lessons tend to be larger, needing a cross business area or cross agency support resources to become a lesson. So this framework allows us to be able to nominate a high level of risk that might need extra resourcing and coordination, identify our measures for control, be able to measure the effectiveness of that reduced level of risk, and then be able to say at the end of it, when we're happy with the risk being tolerable, then we can clear that lesson. Now, the next point that I'm going to bring up is about the clearance of that lesson, and that we are introducing another term of the end state of lessons. So instead of being binary, as in learned or a lesson that we sustain, being positive, we're going to acknowledge some lessons, and that means that they have had a risk assessment performed on that residual risk left behind. And we acknowledge that, but we'll be moving that aside and putting our resources to other lessons that have got higher risk. So down the bottom here, I'm hoping that this kind of a risk table likelihood and risk is most people know it. And all that we need behind this is the indication of what that means to the individual agency or area of work. This is all bound, as we know, the framework for lessons management, it's got ISO 31000 structure behind it, and I'm just looking at putting the risk assessment at the end of our process. It allows us to have a transparent and measured, evidenced way of saying that we're clearing the lesson, we're acknowledging the lesson. And obviously, if due to circumstances, if risk assessment priorities change, then that lesson might be reintroduced onto the table to have activities reset. And it's all just on a priority basis. And a lot of this came out of the fact that many years ago I was concerned that our agricultural agency, we only had 6 or 7 lessons across 5 or 6 years. It was because we were really pushing down that areas of work took on tasks, and that lessons were just large bodies of work. And then I was looking around and found that other agencies, they had hundreds of lessons, but they were sitting, in files ready to be actioned when time, money, resources came available. And I just didn't think that was kosher. I thought if we're going to have lessons, we need to either deal with them, give them a risk level, the low, medium, high, and obviously then we've got a certain pot of money to resource towards those activities to bring that down to a lower risk that the agency is available to handle. So full implementation still leads to having a lesson learned. We're just here to create a bit of consistency and transparency and governance in clarity of governance. Doesn't lower the standard for a lesson to be considered learned. However, where full implementation and demonstrated change is able to happen, we obviously carry on with that. It's all just dependent on the finalisation of the risk assessment. Okay, why is this important? In the end, we're about just strengthening our governance position and executive assurance. We improve our prioritisation and our resource allocation, which is really important, especially when governments are, year to year looking fiscally tighter. It allows us to have a lot of adaptive management across our portfolio without reducing our need to implement changes, but it just allows us within the money and the means that we have and resources to be able to fight the fight and hit the highest priorities. Okay, so closing slide, which is just a little bit of a risk assessment one. So residual risk assessment embedded into our lessons framework. It's enabling us to have a bit more of a robust, transparent, risk-informed lesson finalisation stage. It reduces lesson stagnation and that arbitrary closure when project officers may not get the exact neat and tidy end. They just close it off because of the end of the year or the end of the financial quarter. And we're strengthening our organisational decision confidence based on the risk assessment. So in the end, we're refining our existing ADAR-backed lessons management framework by introducing the structured risk-informed decision point, and is going to apply across our full lessons portfolio. And it makes us more adaptive and, again, allows this robust risk-informed defensible progression for lesson closure. Sounds like an essay, doesn't it? But anyway, thank you very much for listening. And that's it.
Thanks so much, Alex. Absolutely awesome presentation. I love the fact that we're being challenged today by two of our speakers already to reconsider closing the loop and a couple of different aspects of that. Now, we've got some great questions for Alex to answer in Slido, and just remind folk that you can go into Slido for that Q&A, and we'll get our presenters to address those questions and any last comments that they've got. Speaking of which, Alistair Stark is going to be joining the online cohort shortly as the rest of us enjoy our break, but I think we'll find a cup of tea or something for you, mate. You won't miss out. So what's happening now? We're going to take a short break for morning tea. The next presentation will begin at 10:55 a.m. Brisbane time sharp, and please check the chat in the online presentation for virtual start times. A very big welcome back, everyone, to those of you joining us in person, and especially to those online around Australia, New Zealand, and in fact the world. Hope those watch parties are going okay online, not getting too out of hand yet, but we've got a great lineup ahead of us for the rest of the day, and I'd really like you to join me in welcoming our next speakers today. We heard from Inspector General Alistair Dawson from the IGEM in Queensland yesterday. He's coming back up, along with Simon Dorrington from the Queensland Reconstruction Authority. And a reminder that you can find the bios of all our amazing speakers on our website and in your handbooks. So, Alistair and Simon.
Thank you very much indeed, Des, and I'll just forward to the next slide. There we go. It works perfectly. Kia ora to those downline, and to everybody in the room. Welcome. It's a great day here in Queensland. We finally turned on the sun for you, Des, just to warm you up. I'm Alistair Dawson, and I'm fortunate to work as the Inspector General of Emergency Management in Queensland, with a very talented team that is part of the here today. Today's session is titled Bridging Strategy and Implementation, Lessons Management in Queensland's Disaster Recovery Sector, and we'll briefly explore how Queensland moves from strategy and intent, such as standards, frameworks and review recommendations, into practical improvement on the ground, particularly in recovery, which has a very long tail. I'll just pre-warn you on that one. For us, lessons management is more than capturing what happened. It's about embedding learnings into the governance that we have, the capability and the culture, so it leads to real-time outcomes for communities. That is a focus of our existence. This is a shared presentation. I'm very pleased to be joined by Simon here, Simon Dorrington from the Queensland Reconstruction Authority. And if you want to know more about services that both our agencies offer, I would suggest that you have a look at the QRA, the Queensland Reconstruction Authority website. Queensland, just put in that and you'll get it. And also IGEM Queensland, and you'll be able to see some of the reviews that have been written in the past and some of the recommendations, and that might be able to help with a bit of a strategy for forward. Simon's going to provide the Queensland Reconstruction Authority perspective on how lessons are applied across recovery and reconstruction, and how learning informs planning, investment, and delivery, and together will both offer an oversight and a delivery view of lessons management in Queensland. But at the start, I'd just like to acknowledge our First Nations community and acknowledge the people as the traditional owners and custodians of the land, and also pay our respects to the elders past, present, and to any First Nations people in the room here today. There you go. So this is an interesting slide. This is called the pyramid. It was touched on briefly yesterday by the Queensland Police Service lessons presentation. But this is from our perspective. As you can see, the front is the top of the pyramid, which engages immediately with what is actually happening on the ground. It consists of locally elected representatives, plus also communities and volunteers that are actually in that space. So when you look at this from our perspective, we look at that part of the Queensland disaster management arrangements. We do work with and closely with the Commonwealth, especially with NEMA, the Bureau of Meteorology, et al. The reason for that is where we have joins, there are weaknesses. So we need to strengthen those weaknesses and we need to be engaged with them. So that fourth level is a support from the Commonwealth into the state as it manages 1.7 million square kilometres, one international border, to mention but a couple of other things. So from a Queensland Reconstruction Authority point of view, exactly the same. Their focus is on prevention, preparedness and recovery, and that is more than a full-time job in this particular state. At the moment, 77 councils have disaster relief funding arrangements in place, including the One Town Authority. That is 100% of all local government areas in Queensland. So the Office of the IGEM provides impartial assurance and insights to continuously improve the Queensland disaster management arrangements, and again works very closely with key areas. Not just councils and districts and state government agencies, but as you can see with universities and other researchers. Really important. I showed this slide yesterday, and just very quickly, it supports a strong and confident disaster management sector through what we do. We also are responsible for the standard for disaster management in the state, and it considers what outcomes we need to try to achieve on behalf of the community. There are three things I talked about yesterday: protection of life, protection of the environment, and protection of property. And property is everything, if you think about it in that term. What we are not is we are not an audit office. We do not target individuals or organisations. Our job is to try to make things better for the community. You are the community, and I am the community. Simon is the community as well. So together we collaborate and identify and address gaps in disaster management knowledge and practice, and to advance that particular capability. To keep it really simple, you can scan that code, you can go and see the standard, but in essence, 7 shared responsibilities, 14 outcomes and 14 matching indicators. This is by how we assess and we actually look at disasters and how we actually went across the prevention, preparedness, response and recovery. So shared responsibility number 5 is in relation to operations, and this is also relevant to recovery. Other relevant outcomes are parts 9, 10 and 11, as they provide support needed for recovery. And shared responsibility 6 also is around collaboration and coordination, working together as one, inter-agency as opposed to multi-agency. So how do we monitor and evaluate recommendations that are made by the IGEM? We first of all do our reviews in consultation with community and also with government agencies, non-government agencies. That includes people like Red Cross, communities, and we seek research papers in some cases to support that. The MER program, as is commonly known, MER, Monitoring, Evaluation and Reporting, was established in 2020 to monitor, evaluate and report on all review recommendations accepted in full or in part by government. So if it's not accepted, we do not monitor and evaluate. So, our review recommendations focus on continuous improvement. Once those improvements are put into the arrangements, they then become subject to, obviously, future reviews and, if necessary, changed again, because, again, it can't stay static. I'm going to hand over to Simon, and I'm just going to sit down while he takes the floor.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Simon Dorrington and I'm the Manager of Recovery Funding within the Queensland Reconstruction Authority, and I would be described by Alistair as being peculiar because I have been there forever. So it started in 2011, I got there in September 2011 and I haven't left since because I love it. So it was really interesting observations, particularly thinking about some long-term staff members we've had over the years and the corporate knowledge that walks out the door and we just don't capture it. So it was a great talk. Thank you. So QRA's role. So QRA is the lead agency for disaster recovery and resilience in Queensland. Our job is to help communities recover from disasters and work towards together to make them stronger and more prepared for the future. At QRA, we're on a journey to improve how we work. Like many of you, we've got a range of processes in place for continuous improvement, but we're aiming to make our approach more structured and effective. The standard for disaster management outlined by the Inspector General just before is our guide for continuous improvement and lessons management at the QRA. Today I want to share how we're putting the standard into action. There you go. So this map shows how we think about QRA's approach to continuous improvement. In the next few minutes, I'll walk you through the different methods we currently have in place and share some real-life examples on how these methods have helped us adapt and improve. We're certainly not claiming this is the only way or the best way to do it, but what we've put in place on our role and our resources available. The slide maps out continuous improvement activities over the disaster management cycle. So QRA's role is mainly in recovery, and we divide recovery into short-term, medium-term and long-term phases. We also consider preparedness and prevention and also the actions we take during the response phase. As you can see, throughout the disaster management cycle, we strive to build resilience in our systems and processes. With a changing climate and an increase in severity and frequency of disaster events, the ability to build resilience where possible is vital to ensure communities are as prepared as possible and can bounce back following a disaster event. What we've learned over the years is that no single tool or process can do it all. Instead, it's like a web, a network of interconnected approaches that work together. So one of the key tools we use is our lessons management framework. It's based on the widely used OIL methodology, and we use surveys, debriefs and interviews to collect observations, which are then developed into insights and lessons identified. Everyone's very aware of the process. We introduced this framework only last year, so it's still relatively new, but following a mid-season review that we did on our disaster recovery coordination function within the QRA, conducted in February this year, we logged 124 observations and recorded 8 insights. On the map, you'll see that lessons management sits in the early recovery phase. We started here because it felt like a natural fit. Our staff are already familiar with after-action reviews, debriefs and sharing observations, and the disaster season provides a clear timeline for identifying and applying lessons. So far, this framework has been a game changer for us. It's helped us become more flexible and responsive in our day-to-day operations by identifying operational change that makes our recovery work more effective. 2 examples from this season relate to dealing with cascading and compounding events. First, we realised that activating funding for each individual disaster event created unnecessary hurdles for councils and agencies and slowed down recovery efforts. When multiple events hit the same area within a short period of time, it is very difficult to determine which event caused what damage. So we ended up merging 5 separate events into one event this year from an administrative point of view. We worked with NEMA to merge those events, and by treating them as one, we made it easier for local governments to manage their administrative paperwork and access funding for counter-disaster operations and reconstruction of essential public assets. And we're doing a big lessons learned on the emerging of events, because there are a lot of implications for state agencies and councils that we need to really understand, because this is the way it is going with climate change and the type of events we're seeing now. A second lesson that we learned was that some families were hit by severe disasters in the one season. Were hit by several, disasters in the one season. Under the current guidelines, residents can only claim personal hardship assistance once, even if they are affected multiple times. We sought approval for an exemption to allow multiple payments for families impacted by the multiple events. Community Recovery has now put oversight mechanisms in place to do this, to ensure that these claims are assessed fairly. Now we're working on expanding lessons management across all areas of QRA, not just in the disaster recovery coordination space, but areas like our IT and HR department. This means moving from an annual review process to a continuous learning cycle, where we're constantly capturing, analysing and applying insights from our daily work. Another way we drive continuous improvement is through our monitoring and evaluation function. QRA stood up an M&E capability in 2024 to focus on Category C and D packages that are funded under the disaster recovery funding arrangements. The goal is to assess whether these packages are making a real difference to communities post a disaster event and delivering value for money. On the map, you'll see that M&E is positioned in the medium to long-term recovery space. That's because we evaluate these packages when they are close to completion, usually about 3 years after a disaster event. This is to ensure sufficient data and stakeholder observations are available to make reliable findings. Even though QRA tracks and audits packages during implementation, and we're in regular contact with delivery agencies on what is and isn't working, our M&E program enables us to take a step back and see the bigger picture and whether the recovery outcomes have been met. I'll share 2 examples of how our M&E function has helped us to adapt and improve. The first is recognising that many of the packages that we develop contribute to mental health and psychosocial wellbeing, even when they are not categorised as a package that are dealing with those issues. We're looking at ways to make this impact more visible and measurable, noting that these outcomes may be building resilience across Queensland communities in a time when we are experiencing more compounding events. The second is how environmental and economic factors impact the likelihood of DRFA package success. For example, we know that it takes time to recruit new staff and that areas can remain inaccessible for months as floodwaters recede. This has taught us to build more flexibility into programs, for example, by ensuring the terms of reference are adaptable and timing is flexible, so programs can better respond to realities on the ground. The key challenges we are working on for M&E is how to make it forward-looking and how to make findings accessible. We're trialling the use of short briefs and also databases of finding alongside the comprehensive reports we already produce. The evaluation reports for Cat C recovery packages under the DRFA are uploaded on our website if you want to take a look at them, and they're also distributed to ADAR and put on their website as well. IGEM spoke about their evaluation of the implementation of review recommendations and how their monitoring and evaluation reporting program contributes to continuous improvement. QRA also has a mandate to conduct certain types of whole-of-government reviews that identify lessons and ways to improve. QRA's engagement looks different each year. Based on the type of disaster season we experience, not everything is published. This is an area where we would like to improve. We're much better at evaluating single programs of work of our own agency, whereas identifying lessons at the whole of government level is much more difficult. We have made some headway though, and one way is leading an end-of-season debrief for the State Recovery and Resilience Group in Queensland. As part of the debrief, lead agencies for each of the functional recovery and resilience groups share data and lessons across the 5 recovery areas of human and social, economic, environment, built and roads and transport, and this guides QRA's continuous improvement ahead for each new season. QRA is also responsible for preparing event-specific state recovery and resilience plans, led with the assistance for functional recovery groups that report annually on how their recovery efforts are progressing. These progress reports uploaded to the QRA website once approved are really valuable. They show us how agencies are adapting to new challenges and help us refine our approach to future recovery packages. In previous years, these reports have highlighted when funding needed to be reallocated as a result of unexpected recovery needs or when timelines needed to be extended due to operational needs. The SRRP progress reports also flag when programs aren't performing as expected, like when fewer people than anticipated are accessing grants or loans, and show us how agencies are responding to these issues so that they address actual recovery needs rather than predicted recovery needs. This whole of government viewpoint is really important for a more strategic or holistic understanding of recovery. We want to understand how all the different contributions from local initiatives to state level efforts are contributing to recovery and resilience. And there's just a few challenges ahead. This is the last slide here, but we're really trying to look at this more strategically rather than just process orientated. That's one of our big focuses that we're looking at over the next couple of years, and greater accessibility of tools and findings, because we're very immature in that space at the moment. That's something we can certainly improve on. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Simon and Alistair. It's a great presentation, and it's just wonderful how recovery has been highlighted so much more this year. And, we talked yesterday about the LEARNSA Recovery Lessons Management of Practice, and I really note that Alistair, in his keynote, highlighted the value of community of practices and how that's a great way to incorporate all this learning and keep things going. So, for those of you involved in the COPs, keep it up, and if you're not, seek one out. There's a few really good ones around. Look, it's my great pleasure now to welcome Kate Batola from the Mareeba Shire Council. Thanks, Kate.
Should have worn my heels. Let me move that down a bit. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining me both here and online. I too am peculiar in that I've worked at Mareeba Shire Council for over 13 years. I'm also new to the nerd herd, and it's my absolute privilege to be able to present to you a case study on a topic that I've been particularly passionate about. Before I begin, though, I'd like you to think about the last disaster your organisation responded to. Now think about the lessons learned review that followed. And be honest with yourself. How many of those lessons truly changed behaviour? How many were embedded into practice? And how many quietly sat in a document somewhere, probably on SharePoint? Because in our sector, we are very good at identifying the lessons, but we are far less effective at actually learning them. And the reason is simple. We are capturing them far too late. Now let me take you to Mareeba Shire, far north Queensland, about an hour west of Cairns. Community of just over 22,000 people with more than 60 nationalities. It's vibrant, it's connected, and it's spread across a massive landscape. It's also a place where resilience isn't theoretical, it's part of everyday life. When TC Jasper hit, we were prepared, or at least we thought we were. The cyclone itself wasn't the issue, it was what came after. The rain, relentless, prolonged, unforgiving. In an area that averages around 1 metre of rain annually, some locations recorded over 2.4 metres of rain in 48 hours. The impacts were significant. Over 900 emergency calls, 185 requests for assistance, more than 100 properties damaged, entire communities isolated, power out for up to 12 days. We conducted helicopter drops of food and fuel when the rain allowed us to. We even did a boat resupply to a nursing home. And behind every one of those numbers was a person trying to figure out what to do next. This wasn't just a weather event, it was prolonged disruption. During early recovery, we asked ourselves some key questions. How do we keep these stories from disappearing? How do we prevent lessons from being diluted over time? How do we transfer what people are learning now into preparedness? And we realised something really important. Recovery is a critical but underused learning window. Emotion is higher than it ever is in any preparedness campaign, and emotion is what drives learning. But despite knowing all this, we still fall into the same patterns. And like all disasters, we knew there would be lessons. But here's the problem. Traditionally, we wait. 6 months, 12 months, we write reports, and by then, the detail has faded, the emotion has gone, and the urgency disappears. So those lessons lose their impact before they even get a chance to create change. But in the middle of all of that, something important was happening. People were talking, not in meetings, not in reports, but in homes, on properties, in everyday conversations. They were saying things like, I thought I was prepared. I didn't expect the roads to go. I didn't realise how long we'd be cut off. And that's when we realised something important. These weren't just stories. They were lessons. And we had a choice. We could wait or we could act. What I'd like to do now is show you a short piece from Stories of Jasper. As you watch, I want you to notice one thing: what surprised them.
There is a serious weather emergency playing out. There are significant concerns across a range of communities across the far north.
Major flood warnings have been issued, with rivers set to break records set in 1977.
What can we do? We're just going to watch them drift by.
If anything goes wrong now with this boat, it's going to be hard to keep us all together.
SES actually got a call from Mona Mona saying we hadn't eaten for 2 days.
The resilience and the strength that has been shown by these people is truly amazing.
I had people here I've never seen before, especially Mariba, because it's a small community. They're all together, they're helping one each other.
Far North Queenslanders are renowned for resilience. There is no other place I would rather be.
You can feel the difference, can't you? That's not a report. That's reality. We focused on 4 principles: authentic voices, emotion-aware storytelling, rapid capture, and practical lessons. We captured what people experienced while it was still real. And what we found was this: the speed didn't weaken the message, it made it far stronger. Throughout this process, we kept coming back to a few simple questions. How do we stop these stories from disappearing? How do we prevent complacency before the next event? And most importantly, how do we take this lived experience and turn it into something that actually changes behaviour? Because that's the gap we're all trying to close. From these stories, clear patterns emerged: preparedness gaps, communication challenges, community resilience, and something more powerful. Stories cut through complacency, because stories create connection, and connection drives behaviour. We knew we were asking people to share very real experiences. We had to do that with great care. Consent, well-being, cultural sensitivity. These weren't optional, they were essential. This wasn't media, this was learning. Because we captured lessons early, we could act immediately. We integrated them into campaigns, into planning, into engagement, and they didn't just hear about preparedness, they felt it. So here's the takeaway. Timing matters. Authenticity matters. And this is the part we often miss. Because recovery isn't just a process, it's a window. A window where people are open, where stories are real, and where change is possible. The approach is simple, and it's replicable. Capture early, because recovery isn't just rebuilding, it's learning. In closing, don't wait. Don't wait for the report. Don't wait for the review. Don't wait for the moment to pass. Instead, ask, how do we capture this now? How do we learn while it still matters? Because the most powerful lessons aren't found in documents. They're found in people. Recovery is your learning window. Use it while it's open. Thank you.
Kate, I've got a question for you. Yeah. Look, you know, I personally found that incredibly powerful. Thank you. That was a really, really amazing presentation. And that lived experience is one of the most powerful things that we can see. So once again, thanks, Kate. Now, look, we've encouraged people to put questions in Slido, but one that has come through is, and I think we could get you to address now, is these stories. They're amazing, they're powerful. Are they available to share?
Yes, they are. You can access them off our website.
Which is
msc.qld.gov.au. You can reach out to me. You can find them on YouTube. I would also like to share that we're now coming up to nearly 3 years on from TC Jasper, and our area is still impacted. So we are now about to embark on another follow-up series, reaching out to the people that were involved in the initial one, but then broadening it out, because we want to make it perfectly clear that we don't lose this, we don't get the amnesia.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kate. Thanks, you smashed that. Wow. I tell you, yesterday when we opened, we talked about the challenge that the Lessons Management Forum Program Committee had choosing the abstracts for this program, because they were of such high quality. And, we really hoped that we'd got the mix right, the closeness between first and last abstract was only a handful of percentage points. And what we see recurring through now is this theme around, and I'll use Kate's term, timing matters, and it was really highlighted in Alistair's keynote. And I think, you know, I'm really pleased with the program. I hope you are, and we're getting these themes coming through, and it's resonating with you. It's certainly resonating with me. Look, continuing on, we've still got fantastic presentations ahead, and it's my real pleasure to welcome Jennifer Medbury from Edith Cowan University to the stage.
Okay, thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity. And Kate, that was amazing. That was a really good presentation, and it's given me some things to think about for mine as well. My name's Jennifer Medbury, or Jen. I have several elements to my career that are relevant for lessons management. I'm a current lecturer at Edith Cowan University. I teach intelligence and counterterrorism. So I teach my students how to do long-term strategic forecasting, find misinformation, create misinformation, but also looking at those key, complex, really fuzzy issues. So this semester I've got some of my students looking at water security, which is a very complex issue. I used to be an intelligence analyst with the Department of Defence and with the West Australian Police Force, and I've also been a Red Cross disaster volunteer. So I come at this from lots of different perspectives, and I found the presentations quite fascinating. But today I'm talking about my PhD research, which is ongoing and potentially never-ending. So the research is really looking at those barriers and enablers to lessons management. And the aim is to work out not only what the barriers are, but where they sit in an organisation to work out where do we deal with this. So it might be an issue that's relevant for upper management or lower management or all sorts of things. So going through the background of this, we've had a lot of very fascinating speakers talking about how disasters have become more frequent, more complex and compounding, and also occurring concurrently. So there's been a lot of reviews and not a lot of evidence of learning through this, although I am interested in the idea of institutional amnesia after this morning, that we have learned things and maybe we've forgotten them over time. But the research that I'm looking at is about how to look at some sort of standardised framework for not only the reviews, but also looking at organisations and agencies and going, what are your specific barriers to lessons management, and what is the significance of these barriers? And tracking these trends over time and tracking these recommendations, as Katarina mentioned yesterday, it's really difficult. So trying to get some sort of thematic analysis is really important. Now, the aim of this study is twofold. It's to identify barriers and enablers to lessons management that sit at or within certain levels or stratas within the organisations. But it's also about developing that standardised framework. Now, the research, and I have bounded the study to start off with to look at 3 organisations in particular: the West Australian Police Force, St John's Ambulance WA, and the Department of Fire and Emergency Services, or DFIS, because they are our primary emergency services agencies in Western Australia. But the aim is you'll be able to take this framework, once it's finished, to apply it across any organisation as well. Now, the initial phase 1 findings comes from the quite amazing body of knowledge that exists about this particular topic. And some of the enablers and barriers are exactly the same thing, but where an organisation places emphasis on it, it can either be a barrier or enabler. Organisational culture is a good example. It can either assist a lessons management program or present as a major barrier to lessons management. The other one I wanted to highlight is lessons management not being treated as a priority. And Briar's presentation on biosecurity yesterday, she talks about how continuous improvement needed to be an expectation or an embedded function. Optional programs create their own challenges. And one of the things that's been identified so far in this pilot study is that people choosing to engage or not understanding about the importance of lessons management or continuous improvement is a big barrier to the project. Now, I've used this particular framework as a way of understanding organisations because at their surface, it can be hard to compare organisations that are very different in terms of the levels, accountability. So it's not about person A reports to person B. Under this framework, which was developed by Elliot Jarks, it sort of creates an organisational layered structure, but it's really about the roles within them. So you've got the idea of role complexity, and it increases in complexity and that level of abstract nature as it goes. And I've adapted this a bit to the West Australian emergency services. I do want to acknowledge one of the main limitations in this framework, the time span of discretion. This is the perspective that each layer looks out over time. I would love to have layers in emergency services, especially in the West Australian context, that look out 20 years in the future. That doesn't really happen. So the time span of discretion is something that was more of I think of it as more aspirational. So when I focus on this, I'm really focusing on that role complexity, the role ambiguity, and how you can look at these different levels within the organisation. Now, the initial framework was developed based on the themes came from the phase 1 and also the pilot study findings. And the aim is that you'll be able to look at each stratum within your organisation and then go, which of these specific elements, are they a barrier or are they an enabler or a bit of both, and at what levels? I've also linked it into the emergency management cycle. So some of the themes that are quite relevant so far, one is the idea of common language. So we've identified that there's problems in terms of terminology, where people think we're talking about the same thing, but we're really not. Think of a definition in your mind at the moment of the word recovery. It's going to mean different things to different people, even within this room. Ones that we found in the research so far is people really don't understand the concept of a total fire ban. What can you actually do? Can I use my barbecue? Can I use a barbecue with a closed lid? Is a charcoal barbecue different from an open fire pit? Some of those things have come up, but also the idea of incident levels and emergency response levels. They differ enough that we're like, what are we really talking about? So that common language has been a key one. Now, in terms of the pilot study findings, what I'm looking to do is going, well, what are these areas and what are the particular levels? So when you talk about organisational culture, so far I've found that at the executive level, so I think those top level stratums, it's really about that risk-averse or controlling organisational culture that's been in some of the organisations I've been looking at. This is where they're worried about negative consequences, even if they haven't happened yet. Now, if you look at like a psychosocial approach to risk, we call that dread. The other way of thinking about it is, and I might need to adapt this for the Queensland audience, in WA we talk about they're worried about being on the front page of the West Australian. In Queensland, I'm told that's the Courier Mail. Is that right? Okay, excellent. Cool. I can't say I've read the newspaper in Queensland recently. But in terms of, even if it hasn't happened yet, there's the what if it happens? What if we're found to be not learning, but incompetent? That idea of turning what could be a continuous improvement process into something that could be career limiting. Or what if I have to go in front of the minister and explain this? So we don't embrace that learning culture. At the frontline level, in particular the frontline stratum 1, so the people doing all the things, and also that level 3, which is more about the specialist roles, there's this idea coming through the pilot study that you need a very strong personality in order to question leadership. It depends on who you are, your relationship but also how willing you are to do that speak truth to power, which is not always easy. When you're looking at intersector communication and public engagement, some of the things that people have talked about throughout these presentations over the last day and a half are really relevant. Like Kate's presentation about lived experiences is really relevant because we're finding that at that middle management level, that strata 4 level, it's where you're having problems with limited local knowledge integration and volunteer engagement. So at the lower levels, that frontline level, the importance of local knowledge and engaging with volunteers and getting information out from your local volunteers is really important. But the people writing the processes or people who are involved in deciding if lessons management is going to be a priority at that middle level, that's where it's a big sticking point. Now, the ones that I've highlighted in red are some of the enablers to lessons management. So we've talked about the idea of like the importance of senior management support. And as Alistair Dawson said yesterday, a learning system must be safe enough to fail. You've got the idea of having a dedicated implementation coordination group, so lessons being allocated to either a specific person or individual or team, however that works. But that senior management support, especially at that stratum 5, 6, 7 level, is incredibly important. There's also, you'll notice at the middle management level, there's a gap between major incident learning and incremental learning. We've noticed that when, and DFIS is particularly good at this, learning can come about from major reviews and they're allocated to a specific group and then possibly implemented. But learning that arises organically, it's hard to allocate that to someone. And that's where there's a bit of a problem here. So that middle management support for, yes, we're going to improve that. We're going to turn it from an insight into a lesson. We're going to try and get funding around it, put it on a work plan, becomes important. And also the priority placed on the lessons management. That can be at the frontline level. It's often that idea of how much time do you have to validate these lessons, to decide what to do about them, but also how do we put them into priority? And I was quite fascinated by the idea of them embedding risk into this as well. So basically what's going to happen next is it's going to be a wider study. These are the initial findings, some of which have been published, some of which are being written at the moment. But the thing I want to do next is really go through and assess the significance of some of these identified barriers and enablers. So you might identify across your organisation that at the higher levels, here are your barriers, here are your enablers. At the front line, they're different. But are there any that are more significant than others? So my next round of focus groups is really going to be focusing on that issue of which barriers and enablers are that tipping point or that centre of gravity, that kind of idea. So if you have any questions, I'd love to hear them on Slido, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak today.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jennifer Medbury, thank you very much. Now, I have to tell you, Jen confided in me a little earlier how nervous she was about getting up here in front of a steamed audience like this and online. But you know, listening to your presentation, Jen, I had to reflect that often it's a real challenge to build that bridge between research and operation practitioners and between academics and operational people. And I think you nailed it. You know, this was a great presentation and you covered that really well. So thank you. I hope you got as much out of it as I did. Now, we're speeding through the morning and we've got one more great presentation from a good mate and a great presenter. I'd like you to welcome Mark Langhorne, Superintendent from VicPol, Victoria Police, to join us up on stage. And mate.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. We've had some great presentations. Now I'm reflecting on Alistair's this morning as I'm about to go through this one and talk about amnesia. I wish I'd heard it earlier before I wrote this up. So, look, I want to explore something that we're all dealing with in practice, that probably despite strong lessons processes, we still see a lot of the same issues recurring. And more importantly, probably what's happening between identifying a lesson and actually seeing it change behaviour on the ground. So I guess if we're capturing lessons well, why do the same ones keep coming back? And there's some of the questions we've been talking about this morning. And I would probably suggest most of us in this room are very good at identifying lessons. But that repetition is telling us something, that insight's not the problem. Background of myself, I've led Victoria Police reviews and the critical incident debriefing function for 5 years. The information in this presentation comes from 11 years of a longitudinal research study in Victoria Police, and also our efforts in uplifting lessons management and organisational learning in the organisation. So within the research, we've been trying to understand the barriers that exist in translating lessons into observable and sustainable change. As I go through the presentation, I want you to sort of reflect on your own organisations and your own processes, and probably more importantly, just reflect on your own individual roles within that lessons management process. As I said, as practitioners, we're pretty good at this front end of collecting observations, analysing events, producing lessons identified. But the real test isn't whether we've identified the lesson, it's whether that lesson is resulting in changed behaviour or changed practice. And that's where we often see the gap. The lesson exists, but it's not translating in how people operate day to day. And I just want a key message from this, that to me that repetition's not failure, it's really diagnostic data that we need to delve into and explore a little bit more. We'd all be very familiar with this. Mr. Cuthbert had it up yesterday. This is our lessons management cycle that we operate in: collection, analysis, implementation, monitoring and review. And as I suggested, I think we're all very good at collecting and analysing data. The sticking point and the challenge tends to sit around that implementation phase. And that's the point where lessons stop being information and needs to become change, needs to become behaviour change. And I would suggest that that transition is significantly more complex in those earlier stages. Particularly in policing, there's many factors that come into that. Large hierarchies, dispersed policy ownership. There's often no single owner for addressing an issue. That's coupled with the complexity of the environment that we're operating in, scrutiny, oversight. So implementation can become a challenge. Oil makes this a little bit similar, a little bit more useful. I'll just put this on one slide. We often move from observation, insight to lesson identified and ultimately to lesson learned, but it's that last step that's often assumed rather than achieved. So we know that a lesson's not truly learned unless it results in changed behaviour or practice, and I really liked the presentation this morning that talks about acknowledged as well. And what we've found in reality is that many lessons don't consistently make this transition. So the question becomes, well, what happens in that space between identifying a lesson and actually seeing it lived in practice? So when we look at this operationally, the pattern becomes very clear. We see recurring themes in our observations and insights. For policing, it's things like use of force decisions, vehicle operations, interactions in custody. A real life example that we've got going at the moment is around, we've seen over a few years some deaths and serious injuries resulting from our interactions with e-scooters and people riding e-scooters, trying to stop them riding it, trying to enforce some road rules, or we're trying to arrest them escaping from a crime. And there's been recommendations around that. But what we're seeing in this example, we're seeing recurring breaches of our pursuit policy. We're seeing poor risk assessments. We're seeing a lack of supervisor visibility on the ground. We're seeing questionable decision making that keeps recurring. And often in our organisations, our response to a lesson is simple. We will probably do a policy update, a training change, or a communication reminding people what they should be doing in action. But in reality, we see the same issues repeating. We see limited change. They're not sustained. For example, with the e-scooter issue, we've reinforced our pursuit policy. We've created an online e-scooter hub, an information hub. We've put out safety communications, but they haven't resulted in the sustained change because we're still seeing the same issues. And I think that's the critical point. The organisation's identified the lesson, but it hasn't consistently embedded in practice. And I just want to look at this a little bit differently. Again, repetition, it's diagnostic data for us. It's not a failure to identify lessons, it's a failure to translate them into sustained behaviour. So this leads to a bit of a reframing. It's not the lessons that we're missing, we're very good at identifying them. It's, as I said, trying to get it into behavioural practice. It's really an implementation and adoption issue. So reflecting on our e-scooter problem, the environment continues to see a prolific adoption and use of e-scooters in society. It's a complex issue for us in policing. There's confusing legislation, regulations, but there's a cultural and societal acceptance of e-scooters. They're getting faster, stronger technology, but in policing there's a lack of an ability to actually stop them, interdict with them. So it's still a complex issue that we need to address. However, the evidence from our frontline police staff is they haven't adopted the changes to any sufficient scale because they're still seeing the problem. So it's an adoption issue. So what I think we find where lessons break down in practice, and we already know this, it's actually woven into the handbook and the framework of the Lessons Management Handbook. And what we actually see and what we've found in our research is that there's limited frontline engagement. So for example, with the e-scooter issue, it's a top-down approach. It's been a policy and a compliance approach trying to make change. We often see a lack of ownership in terms of that intervention. One example in Victoria Police we've got at the moment, we're trying to roll out body-worn cameras for detectives to wear. Detectives are wearing their suits like me. And that's featured in numerous reviews, a lot of recommendations. But in terms of ownership, it's a technology ownership versus a policy ownership, and then detectives operate under a different policy. So there's no real one owner to try and get traction in that. Often there's competing priorities. Sticking with that body-worn camera issue, our technology priorities are owned by a digital services area who have a different priority than the safety priority and those who are trying to capture evidence. So no one really wants to deal with the priority, and dare I say a resistance to change. We're still trying to get it to actually acknowledge that they need to wear body-worn cameras in practice. So that's a new way of operating for them. And often we find that there's weak follow-through. We heard a bit about leadership today, we've heard about recording, heard about governance and things like that. That's where lessons fall down. And all these barriers, they're all very valid. We're seeing them every day in practice. But I think we need to look at them differently. They're not just barriers to implementation, they're conditions that actually prevent adoption. So in other words, the system's producing the lesson, but the environment's not supporting it and not supporting people to use it. So it's an adoption problem. And what actually drives whether something is adopted or not. So what makes that lesson stick? From a frontline perspective, our operational staff and our people are making very, very quick decisions about whether to use an approach, an intervention or not. And those decisions, they're surprisingly consistent. And the people who have to do it are asking things like, does this actually help me? Does it fit how we or I really work? Can I use it under pressure? Can I test it before committing to it? And can I see that it works? So if the answer to those questions is yes, the lesson's far more likely to stick. If it's not, any well-intentioned lesson is going to struggle to gain traction. So people, what we find is don't adopt lessons just because they're true. Our research shows that the lessons that do stick have some observable characteristics. What we can see, those lessons that stick are either useful, they're workable, they're safe, they're visible, and they're meaningful. And that's to the front line. So this brings me to the point of how we design those interventions. This is an adoption piece, it's implementation. So if we know what drives adoption, we need to think about how we design those interventions differently, particularly in policing and emergency service, policing and fire, where we're in high-risk situations a lot. One of the first considerations I want to point out is designing for dignity. So in policing, most of it, and we need to acknowledge that most of our lessons are arising out of trauma, crisis situations, and the lessons process and the lessons management process is actually emotionally draining for people. And further, if a lesson's perceived as undermining professional judgment or correcting people without recognising the complexity of the environment they're working in, it'll often be resisted, even if it's technically correct. We also need to avoid designing for compliance, which is what we often revert to very quickly. We often respond to issues with more policy, more direction, more control. That doesn't necessarily translate into behaviour change. So compliance can ensure awareness, but it doesn't guarantee adoption. Those designs of the interventions should be inclusive. They need to be based on the lived experience of those that we want to use them or those that need to change. So therefore, co-creation is really important in terms of any intervention. And from our perspective, the dynamic environment, the operational reality is really important. So the people that we're asking to do something different are making decisions under time pressure, uncertainty and risk. So if the lesson doesn't fit that environment, it's simply not going to be used when it matters most. And finally, usability. So lessons need to be simple, they need to be adaptable, and they need to be aligned with how the work is actually being done, not just how it's described. So to me, what I'm saying here is the shift's pretty clear. We don't design lessons just to be implemented, we design them to be used. One example I've got with Victoria Police is recently we attend a lot of protests, we have them every week, but we had somewhere where our members had rocks and things thrown at them, and all of a sudden our union wanted helmets. There was a call for helmets, so very quickly Command decided we're going to have helmets. It was a very quick reactive, top-down, no consultation, no trial and testing of the helmets. However, there are issues around storage and carriage and how we're going to get them there, and we haven't tried them, and is there a reluctance to use them? It's an ongoing thing. We've been wearing them, but let's see if adoption sticks as that sort of decision. So if we bring all this together, this is what the full learning pathway actually looks like. Yeah, we start with observation, insights, lessons identified. As we've discussed, most of our effort typically sits in that space, but the critical transition here is between that lesson identified and that lesson learned, and that's what I would call an adoption layer. That's where the engagement occurs. It's where lessons are shaped with the people who are going to use them. It's where they can be tested and adapted, tried. It's where their value becomes visible. And it's where leadership reinforces their use. So I really like to point out that leadership support, we've heard it through a few presentations today, is fundamental to lessons management. If this adoption layer is weak or it's missing, the lessons remain identified but probably not learned. When it's stronger, the lessons may move beyond policy or documentation and become part of how people are going to work. I think that's the shift from knowing something to doing something consistently in practice. There's really five, this is what this is saying, there's 5 adoption principles. There's clear frontline value, clear operational value, it fits with the real work, there's simplicity at the point of action that's trying to be used, there's the ability to trial and adapt, and there's visible impact to those that we're asking to put these into practice. So the key message from this slide is adoption is designed, it just doesn't happen. You have to really think about it. So rather than describing that problem in Victoria Police, we've looked at how we could strengthen that adoption layer. We've designed the LIFT organisational learning framework, and this is where it comes in. And at its core, LIFT's about moving lessons beyond documentation, out of files, out of SharePoint, and into decision making and practice. LIFT is pretty much designed to address that gap, that implementation gap, by strengthening how lessons are taken up and used. And that's the important distinction. So if OIL gives us the stages of organisational learning, LIFT focuses on what actually enables that transition from identified to learned. So OIL tells us what should happen, LIFT makes it how it happens. So when you look at the elements of this framework, you can see they align with the points I've already spoken about today. Where lessons fail due to a lack of engagement, our LIFT framework here is emphasising gaining diverse perspectives, involving experts. Where lessons don't fit operationally, LIFT is supporting adaptation. It's locally shaping through leadership at every level. Where lessons aren't visible and reinforced to the organisation, LIFT is building in mechanisms, feedback, visibility and leadership support. And important, this is also aligning with the idea of that designing for dignity through that no-fault approach to capturing lessons. I guess because in policing and emergency services environments, people need to engage with the lessons as professionals making decisions under pressure, not just comply with it as a directive. So what LIFT really does is make that adoption layer visible, deliberate and designed. I guess that changes the conversation a little bit. Instead of asking ourselves, did we identify the lesson? What we start asking ourselves is, who owns this in practice? How will it show up in real decisions? Can people adapt it for their environment? Where will we see evidence that behaviour has changed? I guess because in the end, our environment, particularly in policing and emergency response, that learning, it's not tested in reports or policies, it's tested in dynamic, high-pressure, high-risk situations. And if the lesson doesn't translate there, then it really hasn't been learnt. So the LIFT framework deliberately strengthens the conditions that allow them to take hold and become part of everyday practice. So just to close, a lesson's only truly learnt when it has, and I added this before, an acceptable change in practice of behaviour. If lessons aren't sticking, it's not necessarily because they're wrong. It's not necessarily because we didn't identify them. But it's because we haven't designed them in a way that's going to allow people to adopt them in practice. So the shift, I think, for us is pretty simple. And for us in the room, it's important. Don't just focus on identifying lessons. Focus on how they'll actually be used in practice. My email address is down the bottom. More than happy to be contacted, share, engage, talk, assist anyone with their lessons management or organisational journey. We've been doing it for a little while in Victoria Police, and we do it regularly. The nature of our incidents, short, sharp, not long-term big disasters. So I'm learning a lot here today, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here and talk to everyone. Thanks, Des.
Superintendent Mark Langdon, thank you very much. We've got some great questions for you in the Slido, and it'd be great if you could hop on and answer those for us, mate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Look, you know, I've got a little bit out of every presentation today, but what I really liked about this one was the piece you did, Mark, on how we design lessons matters, you know, and I really resonated with that designing for dignity, because it's that human-centred design that lands and will hopefully help our lessons stick. So that was That was really cool. And the lift framework, I've written that down too. That's very cool indeed. Look, it's been a great morning. A lot of stuff packed in. Remember that these presentations and slides are available. It's all recorded, and as participants, you'll have access to those after the event. And I really encourage you to go back through and have a look. I know I will be. We'll now be taking a break for lunch. We're looking forward to coming back sharp at 12:55 p.m. Brisbane time for the presentation of our Lessons Management Award. So look, check the chat for conversation times, and for those of you joining us online, looking forward to seeing you back 12:55 sharp, and I'm really excited about the Lessons Management Award this year. See you after lunch. Welcome back everyone to the AFAC Lessons Management Forum 2026 here from sunny today Brisbane, which is fantastic to see. Look, this is one of the really special parts of the forum, and a part that I really look forward to. So I now have the pleasure of announcing the winner of the Lessons Management Award for 2026. And I've got to tell you, this year we received a record number of nominations for the Lessons Management Award, and they were of such a high quality, it made the judges' job even more difficult. Ultimately, the judges based their decision on whether each project demonstrated strong leadership and a commitment to leading practice in lessons management over the last 12 months. So after careful consideration, the judging panel has chosen to give special mention to 7 absolutely outstanding nominations. Please join us in congratulating our finalists, who are the City of Moreton Bay for their project From Lessons Identified to Change, delivered in City of Moreton Bay, a systematic lessons to action model following Tropical Cyclone Alfred. The New Zealand Land Search and Rescue for their project, Sector-Wide Lessons Implementation. Emergency Management Bay of Plenty in New Zealand for their project, Whakaari White Island Eruption Recovery Evaluation. AMSA, the Australian Maritime Safety Authority, for their project, Australian Maritime Safety Authority Evaluation and Lessons Management. The Logan City Council for their project, From Real Events to Real Change, embedding lessons management through integrated exercising. The Queensland Police Service for their project, Development and Implementations of the Lessons Management Framework for Disaster Management in the Queensland Police Service. And the South Australia State Emergency Service for their project, 2025 Inland Rivers Flooding, successfully implementing the end-to-end lessons management process. I've got to tell you, our judges faced a really hard decision, but ultimately selected one winner, and for the first time, a highly commended. It gives me great pleasure to announce that the winner of the 2026 Lessons Management Award goes to, drum roll please, the City of Moreton Bay for their project From Lessons Identified to Change, delivered in City of Moreton Bay, a systematic lessons to action model following Tropical Cyclone Alfred. The award will be accepted by Coralie Muddle, who will also speak to us about the project. Congratulations, Coralie. Oh, thanks, Debs. Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Coralie. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Chris, unfortunately, was on the agenda to present with me today. However, he's been called away to some council business. The upside of that is it will probably be a much shorter presentation. But I'd like to start with saying I'm really pleased to accept this award for the 2026 Lessons Management Forum on behalf of the whole of City of Moreton Bay. This recognition really reflects a collective effort across our organisation, not just the disaster management team, but the many business areas, leaders and staff who have genuinely committed to turning lessons into action. Following Tropical Cyclone Alfred, we challenged ourselves to do more than capture lessons, because the reality is we didn't have a shortage of learning. We had strong debriefs, consistent feedback and a clear understanding of what needs to improve. But lessons on their own do not create change. So the problem we set out to solve was this. How do you ensure that lessons are not just identified, but actually owned, governed and implemented at the level required to deliver meaningful organisational change? So that's what I'll take you through today. As I mentioned, our starting point was not a lack of insight. We had robust debriefs, we had consistent themes, we had a good understanding of where our strengths and gaps were. The issue was that lessons were not consistently owned at the level required to actually deliver change. There was still an underlying perception that disaster lessons were primarily a disaster management responsibility, that the role of my team was to identify issues, document them, and then effectively hold them. And as a result, many lessons remained within our space rather than being embedded across the organisation. So our focus became very deliberate. We needed to move beyond review and into organisational performance and improvement. That meant embedding lessons into governance, assigning accountability at the right level, and ensuring there was a clear pathway to implementation. The first step was strengthening the quality and consistency of our inputs. Because if you want executive accountability, you need executive confidence in the data. We all love an acronym, and at City of Moreton Bay, we were looking for ways to spark continuous improvement. We introduced a structured and repeatable debrief methodology using Spark, supported by the Posty framework. This allowed us to systematically capture observations across people, process, organisation, support, training, technology, and more. The important point here is that it was not just about process improvement, it was about credibility. At an executive level, decisions about ownership, prioritisation and investment rely on confidence in the evidence. And without that, it becomes very difficult to assign accountability beyond the area that conducted the review, my team. This approach gave us a defensible and organisation-wide view of performance that business areas could recognise and accept. Through this approach, we captured 848 observations across 10 structured debriefs involving both internal and external stakeholders. But the value was not in the number. The value was in how we analysed and presented that information. Rather than presenting isolated issues, we consolidated observations into organisation-wide themes. Because it moved the conversation away from this was a really important shift because it moved the conversation away from problems to system-level performance. And that in turn changed the question we were asking. We moved from asking what are the lessons to asking who owns this issue and at what level does it need to be resolved. That question is what unlocks accountability. So we created a delivery pathway. We introduced an action routing framework. Traditionally, lessons are documented as recommendations, but recommendations do not deliver change. So in our model, every lesson is translated into an assigned delivery pathway. That pathway might be a business as usual activity, a strategic project, or capability development. What matters is that every lesson has a mechanism for delivery. And importantly, those mechanisms sit within existing organisational systems, not alongside them, not external to them, but embedded within them. From an executive perspective, this is where lessons transition from observations to funded, prioritised and deliverable work. The core issue we then needed to address was ownership. Historically, lessons were often retained within the disaster management function. And while that may work at a functional level, it limits our ability to drive organisational-wide change. So we embedded a formal RACI framework into our lessons action plan and governance processes. This clearly defines who is responsible for the delivery, who is accountable for the outcomes, who needs to be consulted and who should be informed. But the most important element is where accountability sits. We deliberately assigned accountability at the appropriate organisational level. In our case, that is primarily the CEO and the local disaster coordinator. These are the roles with legislated authority and therefore the ability to drive change, because accountability must sit with those who control the levers. Bit of a mess there, but the RACI framework is applied across all lessons and themes. And what this does is distribute accountability across the organisation rather than centralising it within the disaster management team. And this is a critical shift, because lessons management is not a functional activity. It's a whole of organisation responsibility. From an executive perspective, this provides clarity of ownership, reduces ambiguity, and ensures alignment between issues and decision makers. And ultimately, this is what enables lessons to move from awareness to implementation. Now, I'll walk you through a few practical examples from our lessons process following TC Alfred. And this particular lesson was actually the catalyst for change. We identified a recurring issue around insufficient trained staff for our surge capacity workforce for the local disaster coordination centre and our evacuation centre network. Historically, this has been treated as a training issue, and in response, my team have promoted training opportunities, encouraged participation, but the evidence told a different story. This was not just a training gap. It was a broader workforce capability issue involving workforce availability, management support, and organisational prioritisation. So instead of retaining within the disaster management team, we elevated the responsibility to the CEO. This reframed the issue as a workforce and organisation priority rather than a training problem, and that shifts the way it's addressed. In contrast, capability development actions remain with the disaster management team as the technical lead, but accountability still sits at that executive level. This separation is important because it ensures that delivery is led by subject matter experts, while outcomes are owned by leadership. This balance between capability and authority is essential for implementation. Without it, you either have capability without authority or authority without delivery. Another example relates to external visits and media disruptions during operations. Rather than retaining this within the disaster management team, responsibility was assigned to the relevant corporate functions responsible for external relations and media, because they're best placed to manage that risk. This reinforces a key principle in our model. Ownership is not assigned based on where the issue occurred, it is assigned based on who can resolve it. And again, accountability remains consistent at the executive level. Technology-related lessons were finally assigned to our digital and ICT functions. This ensures that implementation aligns with existing systems, investment frameworks, and organisational priorities. It also avoids duplication. Disaster management identifies the issue, but the business area owns the solution. This is how lessons are integrated into the organisation rather than sitting outside of it. We also differentiate between operational improvements and strategic infrastructure issues. For example, minor improvements to evacuation centres are managed at the operational level, while broader infrastructure issues such as facility resilience are elevated to strategic planning. This ensures that immediate improvements are delivered quickly, while complex issues are considered within long-term investment frameworks, and in this case has been embedded into our local resilience action plan with Simon Dorrington, but anyway. So the key principle here is alignment. Issues are owned at the level where they can be effectively resolved. Finally, accountability is reinforced through formal reporting into executive governance. Each action is tracked and responsible areas provide regular updates to the executive leadership team. This creates visibility of progress, ongoing oversight, and an expectation of delivery. Importantly, it builds confidence that lessons are not just recorded, but implemented and sustained. The fundamental shift in our approach is this. We've moved from lessons identified to lessons owned, governed, and delivered. By aligning accountability with authority, we ensure that decisions are made at the right level, actions are led by the right areas, and outcomes are actually achieved and sustained. This is what closes the gap between learning and implementation. It also reflects one of Council's new values, which is fall, learn, rise, together we grow. And ultimately, it's what strengthens organisational resilience.
Thanks, Coralie, and thank you to Chris also, who was unable to be here to present with you, but as you said, was crucial to the project. And congratulations especially to the City of Moreton Bay, winners of the 2026 Lessons Management Award. Now, as I said earlier, due to the high number of amazing nominations that we received this year, the judging panel decided to award our first ever Lessons Management Award, Highly Commended. And it is my great pleasure to congratulate the New Zealand Search and Rescue for their project, Sector-Wide Lessons Implementation. And the award will be accepted today by Gemma Parkin, who will also speak to us about the project. My pleasure. Here you are, my friend. Oh, sorry. Did you get that, Debs? Sorry. Cool.
Thank you very much. I push the button. Kia ora koutou. My name is Gemma Parkin. I'm the Training and Development Manager for New Zealand Land Search and Rescue. And as a bit of a side hustle, I get to do some lessons management stuff for our organisation. This is the 4th Lessons Forum that I've had the pleasure of attending, and every time I pop across, the question I get is, New Zealand Land Search and Rescue, are you like the Kiwi version of the SES? So before I jump into what we've been up to, I thought I'd just show a short video to give you some context about who we are and what we do.
Tēnei mātou arapatai whenua.
We are Land Search and Rescue. We are everywhere for everyone.
Ko tō mātou nei mahi whakahira-hira te whakahokia I ngā taonga ki ngā whānau.
Our mission is to provide search and rescue assistance
to the lost, missing
and injured in Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Our team of over 3,000 trained search and rescue volunteer responders offer their specialist skills free to the public 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Last year, we answered the call to help on 456 occasions,
saving the lives of 35 people and bringing a further 321 people home safely to their families.
Together, our professionally trained volunteer responders
dedicate over 100,000 hours annually
to training, exercises and operations.
Who are these people?
They are you.
They are me.
We are specialist teams
covering the length and breadth of the Motu.
We are everywhere, 24/7 in your towns and cities.
In your mountains and rivers. In your caves and canyons.
Bringing whānau home to loved ones.
We are everywhere for everyone.
Everywhere for everyone.
Everywhere.
For everyone. Everywhere. Everywhere.
For everyone.
So we have quite a diverse portfolio. If you are lost, missing and injured on land, unless you are in a collapsed building, we will send a volunteer to come and look for you. If you're in a collapsed building, see Des. That's his team. We have around 3,000 volunteers across the country. They are structured into 64 groups, and we operate under the Coordinating Authority of New Zealand Police or the Rescue Coordination Centre. So you cannot call us directly. We're generally initiated through a 111 call. And we're a federation. So what that means is those 3,000 volunteers are not members of our national organisation. They are members of those 64 local groups. So that makes things kind of challenging if you're me. It means if we're trying to implement a process, we actually have no mandate to do that for those 3,000 volunteers. If we want them to participate in something, we need their buy-in because they choose to do it. They can kind of flip us the bird if they want to. For us, this lessons management project, it was member-driven, and that's a fantastic place to start. So we had run some workshops around improving search management, and one of the things that came out of this was this comment that they wanted us to improve post-operation debriefs. Those 4 words was my entire project brief. Early on, I ran a survey to get a bit of a state of the nations to see where we were at the moment, and the 3 bullet points that sit below are some of the outcomes of that survey. They were a great place to start. They told me we had good buy-in already, and they told me that New Zealand Police, as the key coordinating authority we work with, were also keen to see some change. 2023 for us was the research, design and testing phase, and basically what that means is I came over here and stole all of your stuff. There was a really strong emphasis on other organisations that worked with volunteers, organisations that had a remote setup or operated in really remote environments. 2024, we began the rollout phase, and there is nothing special about what we're doing. Like I said, I stole your stuff. If you think back to Priya's presentation yesterday, a lot of the components that she outlined exist within our system. And amongst that, we started to see some real success. We have some documented cases of where we have gone and conducted reviews and helped the team on the ground process what happened. And that threw up some observations that were real opportunities for improvement. 6 months later, we've gone back to that same area off the back of another operation, and the observations that have popped up, the successes, have been things that 6 months earlier were those opportunities for improvement. So on a small scale, we were starting to see some wins, which was great. But we're only one cog in the wheel. So this part is kind of the piece of the search and rescue sector that I work in. Alongside us, there are 3 other NGOs who work with large volunteer workforces, and we all kind of operate under police or RCCNZ. There's this whole other piece over here that I've done a really poor job of capturing. There's a lot more detail and some falling out of the box going on over there. So lots of people feeding into this sector. And what we really quickly discovered was a lot of the lessons that we were identifying, we actually had no ability to implement them unless the other NGOs and the coordinating authorities were on board. We didn't actually control the process or the policy that we needed to tweak to implement these lessons. So we went big. We spent a year championing the value of collaborative learning. Basically, I was a pest. I literally gate crashed some meetings. People began to learn my name, and not for a good reason. We invited New Zealand Police to come on board. We were running facilitator training workshops around our processes, and we asked them to come and join us. We started providing an observation collection platform. We were doing insight writing and trending for them. We were providing free facilitators at the end of large operations. We were trying to make life as easy as we possibly could for our coordinating authorities so they could see the value in what we were doing. All of the resources we developed, we gifted those to the sector, and we went one step further that we rebranded them under this little logo of Lessons Share, because there's nothing that a government agency likes less than using a resource with an NGO's logo on it. And we took the big step of licensing the ISW platform that most of you know as EM Share for the search and rescue sector. So we took out enough capacity to allow those other agencies to jump on board, to put data in, to move it around, and could see what the future might look like if we chose to collaborate and work together. The result? The SAR sector, that piece of it that was on this side of the board, agreed that they would collaborate in the lessons management space. We wrote a joint funding application to government to get this project funded, and this was a really big deal. This was the first time in history that the NGOs and the coordinating authorities have banded together to write a funding application for a project. And a month ago, just after we put this nomination in, that funding application was approved to roll this out across the sector, including 2 staff to get it off the ground. So the really exciting part about that is my side hustle on July 1 becomes my job. Hey! So that, in a nutshell, is our journey. Like I said, there's nothing new or special in there. We're doing what you guys are doing, but the wheel is starting to turn and the hamster is on it, which is great. But I had a wee think about what did I learn along the way, what would some of my insights or advice be for others who are back at the start trying to stand something up. And in no particular order, these are the 4 things I came up with. Number 1 is to create something to show for it early. So quick wins that you can be vocal about, something tangible that managers can take and wave around in meetings. Our quick win was identifying a GPS unit that we were about to roll out nationwide that wasn't going to work with our existing radio harness. The harness turned the unit off. It was never going to function. Without a lessons process, we wouldn't have picked that up. It saved us tens of thousands of dollars in a failed rollout of a piece of equipment, and I was very vocal about the amount of money that I just saved the organisation. The tangible output is a newsletter or a magazine. It comes out 3 times a year. It's called Our Stories. It's about 30 pages of case studies and lessons articles. It is something my manager can take into a meeting and physically hold. It is not a coincidence that it comes out the week before a board meeting. Number 2 is to consider what you can exploit to your advantage. So comb through strategy, doctrine, governance documents. Look for statements that support what you're trying to do. At the highest level for us, there is a statement that says the SAR sector will do data-driven decision-making. Isn't that a beautiful statement? Boy, was I quick to ask where this data was. How are we collecting it, storing it, sharing it? Crickets, when I asked that question. Oh, I've got a solution. I also exploited an existing failure. Within our sector, we have a platform called Sardonyx. It's where we put all our operational data around where we find people and what state they are in when we do so. It was a bespoke build. It was very expensive. It has never functioned the way that we wanted it to. So when people looked at the ISW platform and they said, hey, that comes at a bit of a price tag, couldn't we build something ourselves for cheaper? I say, well, we could try, but we don't want another Sardonyx. EMV have already ironed out the kinks in this other one for us. Why don't we just pick that up? And I definitely exploited that to my advantage. Tip number 3, individualise your pitch or your plan to influence decision makers. For me, there were some key people I needed to influence. Firstly, our CEO, to back this project and to make that investment that if we rolled this out across the sector would pick it up and we could eventually move that bill somewhere else. Fortunately for me, he was a kind of competitive fellow, so saying things to him like this is an opportunity for us to demonstrate leadership in the sector and Fens are already doing it, was a great way to get him across the line. Then there was police, and there are 2 types of police. There's the very senior ones who sit in Wellington, and there's the frontline police, the sergeants who do the doing on the ground. The thing about the ones on the ground, I have easier access to them, and I find that generally they want to do really good work in their communities, but they are the most time-poor individuals you will ever meet. By making things easy for them, by providing a supportive and non-threatening process, they got on board and then they went and influenced their bosses for me. That message was much more powerful when it came from within New Zealand Police than me trying to spread that message. And the final one, once you have momentum, call in the big guns. Now, I'd like to think that we live in a world where this step doesn't need to exist, but I am aware that I am a young-ish, small-ish female, trying to sell a process to a bunch of gentlemen who are very senior in every way. Sometimes it doesn't matter how well structured my argument is, it's just not going to fly because I'm the one delivering it. So when you're trying to sell something to a bunch of old white men, invite Bert to your national conference. Bert was kind enough to come across last year and be our keynote speaker, and by the time he had finished, they were converted. Thank you, Paul, I forgot about that term. But he delivered that message with far more experience and credibility than I have or I could. And Bert, I thank you for the time you invested. You are a key part in getting this across the line. I would extend that, call in the big guns, to just phone a friend. Lean on all the people within this room. If you are starting out and there is something new and there is something that's a challenge, someone in this room has already been through it, and this is the most supportive community you will come across. So thank you very much for all the support that you have given me and my colleagues over the last 3 or 4 years. If there is anything in there that you went, oh, that was kind of cool, please know it was an achievement of this entire room, because there's no way we could have done it without you. Thank you.
Gemma, that was awesome. Wow, you know, it's a tough gig coming on after lunch, isn't it? Everybody's, and on the second day. But I think, you know, our first 2 presenters have really nailed it. And if you've got questions for Coralie or Gemma, pop them into Slido and we'll get them to hop on there and take a look at them. The other thing I'd say, you know, from a judge's perspective, if you're looking at putting together a application for next year's Lessons Management Award, I hope you don't mind, Coralie, but I'd say to people, maybe flick Coralie an email because, oh, I'm getting the look, because their application was just so excellent, nailed every criteria, and that's the thing that inched them above everybody else because they were all very close. But that's that thing about that collaborative nature that Gemma's just talked about. So congratulations to our winners, and really looking forward now to Dr. Tracy Hatton, who is going to be supported by Dave Parsons, but Dave couldn't be here. So take it away, Tracy.
This is a really hard act. Initially I thought, okay, after lunch, yeah, I can cope with that. After those 2 amazing speakers, yikes. So I'm just going to move over here so I can actually see. The content that I'm providing to you is our ideas, both mine and Dave's. Obviously, unfortunately, he couldn't be with us, so any errors in the delivery of the material are mine and mine alone. He can have credit for the ideas. I'm a director at ResOrgs. We've been around since, 2006. Started out as a research organisation looking at what actually makes a difference to organisations getting through bad stuff and looking for that evidence base. We transitioned over time out of the sort of research environment to a private organisation. I've got a team of 8 wonderful, passionate, committed people, along with a bunch of collaborators who will work in that space still, of all the various things that helps organisations to be ready. I first got involved in lessons in 2016, and I've kind of been, a bit of a, what's the word? A nerd ever since. So I'm here to talk about making lessons stick. We know they don't. I'm not going to dwell too much on that. Going to try and think about some fixes for that. So with that background as a research organisation, obviously we are always really interested in what's the evidence base, and we're really committed, passionate, lifelong learners. It's been such a pleasure to listen to all the amazing presentations here and to continue to soak up all of that new knowledge and new ways of getting things done. These pictures are just kind of to illustrate that our evidence base comes from multiple organisations, so we're very privileged to work across multiple organisations over time. When we're really lucky, we get to go back and see how they're doing a few years later. Increasingly, we have a training arm that runs part of our organisation, and I have some pictures there of some classrooms because we also find that opportunity just to chat with people who end up in our training courses a really valuable way to find out how organisations are doing, what's working, what's not working. Occasionally we get really excited by talking to an organisation we worked with a few years back and hearing the progress that we made, and occasionally we get incredibly disillusioned and even more determined to figure out how we can better help organisations so that the lessons do actually stick. So my first journey in the disappointment of the space was 2016, where Dave and I worked for what was called the District Health Board at the time to capture their lessons and make recommendations about improving practice following their response to the Kaikoura earthquake. Anyone in the room remember the Kaikoura earthquake? Yeah, see, institutional memory, right? There's only one left. So look, it was awesome. It was reasonably timely, and I can remember that because we still had to take the alternative road to get to all the places that were impacted because the main road was still out. We had the real privilege of listening to the stories of people who had really stepped up, gone above and beyond to serve their community. We had tremendous executive buy-in. We went through the whole process. We got to have some report backs and some workshops with the executive. Yay, okay, yep, good stuff so far. Anyone want to guess what happened next? They turfed out the entire executive. Then they turfed out the entire organisation. And again, I have that privilege of occasionally talking to people in the health sector and realising that every single thing that we identified at the time could come up again in another report. So that's where my passion comes from. My passion also comes from listening to the amazing people and locally, at the local level. So I do a lot of work with local government and with infrastructure organisations, fast-moving consumer goods. God, the amazing mahi that they put in, often totally unsupported by their organisation's systems, processes, or any training beforehand. The IT guy who got asked to set up a welfare centre with no training whatsoever. The tears that came through those debriefs of the trauma that people went through to try and help their communities. It's what makes me want us to do it better. We're trying to prevent the fact that there are very few new lessons. It's just new people learning them and learning them the really hard way every time. Now, we've just heard that awesome presentation from Gemma saying that search and rescue are fixing this. As you know, academic research is generally at least a good few years behind the 8 ball in terms of when it gets data gets captured, when it gets written up and when it gets published. This could have been any other organisation that I used on this quote here, where despite following the oil process, change isn't happening. fantastic to hear that change is now afoot. So why lessons fail? I think various speakers have touched on every single one of these aspects. Staff and knowledge turnover, big issue. Electoral and leadership cycles. I haven't talked so much about budget and the AGARP track, so I just want to talk about that one a little bit, which is that we let perfect get in the way of good enough. No, there is never enough budget. There never will be enough budget for the problems that we face in emergency management. The AGARP principle comes from risk management. It's as good as reasonably practical. And sometimes I think that's something that we need to remember. I think we all know about the optimism bias. We're great at this one in New Zealand. Well, we've had our disaster, so it'll be someone else's turn next. So why would we need to invest that money, time and blood, sweat and tears into making things better? Or that wonderful number 8 wire mentality. I think that's a thing here in Aussie as well, isn't it? She'll be right. We'll figure it out on the day. So they all come into why we lose lessons. We all know that. What I want to talk about more importantly is things that we know that work. What separates a program that lands from a report that does just get filed in a drawer. Intentional dissemination. I'll talk about what that means a bit more, but I think we've heard lots of wonderful case studies today as well. The keeping it alive so it does survive turnover in time. We've heard lots in that space as well. So think of this almost as a summary, bringing it all together. And compelling storytelling. Being an influencer, not a recorder. So I'm going to go through each of these one by one. Hey, job done, I sent my report, right? Usually by that time in my field of work, we're way over time, way over budget, and way out of patience. We need to do better, we need to do more than that. We need to do tailored messaging, different messaging for execs, operations and frontline. Gemma just summed that up way more eloquently than I could in terms of whether you're talking to a Wellington high-level official or someone on the ground. You've got to tailor it to them each time. That takes time, but it's worth it. It's not just about delivering a report and making sure the executive summary is crafted incredibly well. We need more one-pagers. I'll come back to those in a moment. And we need to seize the moment. Buy-in is highest right after the event. We need to use that window. If it's a really big event, it might last 6 months, a year, perhaps. Just want you to pause for a moment and think. Are you disseminating intentionally to get the effect and the outcome that you want? If you are, good on you. And we have seen some great examples here. It's really, really important. Here's a couple of examples of one-pagers. This one's quite old, but obviously, and it's Dave's example. He would have spoken far better to it than me. But Dave used to work for Sydney Water as the head of their emergency management. This was a one-page that could be stuck up on a notice board, on a wall, kept around to remind us. Running down the right-hand side are the key lessons. And that's about trying to keep it current. Example 2. It's not quite so much in the same incident lesson space, but it's a fantastic example of a one-pager, and so a big shout out to Nima. I use this diagram a lot. I use it as my sales pitch when I'm going into corporate organisations or when I'm going into training about why we're here and why what we're doing matters. This was a briefing to the incoming Minister of Emergency Management back in, last government, 2024. And it basically summarises the hazards that New Zealand faces in a page. And it's cut off here for a PowerPoint. It was an A3. One of the best documents that NEMA's ever produced. I've told them that multiple times. Also, I think a product of having good science advice that's able to make scientists actually wrangle them to be able to put things in the same odds for the same timeframes, which is actually quite a mission. So when I get people in a training room and I spend 3 or 4 minutes just saying, well, right, there's a 75% probability of an alpine fault magnitude 8 earthquake in the next 50 years, and there's a 25% probability of a Hikurangi fault subduction zone earthquake and tsunami. And the list carries on. Dave Parsons gets his passport out and sticks it in his top jacket pocket just in case he has to make it out of New Zealand, hey, quick. I think, oh, what are you talking about? I walked out of Brisbane Airport and the first thing I saw in the outside world was, warning, snakes have been sighted here. Blimey, different view of hazards. So they're just two examples of one-pagers and the power of, we just call them one-pagers, call them what you like, graphically illustrated, fantastic diagrammed information. But they're the things that get read. Even these days, a good short executive summary doesn't. We are just so overwhelmed by the amount of information that we face. And I feel incredibly sorry for some of our chief executives. How on earth are they supposed to be across everything that they face? So a document that does look visually appealing, that you think, I can take this in, is hugely powerful. Keeping it alive, the forgetting curve. It's real and it's fast. So we have to find some way of keeping alive those stories, particularly for organisations at the local government level, at the critical infrastructure level, that aren't doing this the way our lights and siren people are all the time, that are doing this every so often. So it's much easier for those lessons to die. Anniversaries, memorial moments, sometimes they become about the community, but I think it would be useful if we also think about the system element to those anniversary reviews. Site tours, got a couple of examples coming up where they are used here in Australia. Making sure that unaction lessons are owned at the right governance level. We've heard some great examples of that and a fantastic story from Moreton Bay. We have existing processes within organisations. It's called risk management, it's called a risk register, and it's called a risk and audit committee, which is usually at the governance level. That is where things that we don't get to action that are important enough should end up. I would like to see a newspaper headline that instead of throwing an emergency management person under the bus, throws a chief exec or a governance level under the bus. Because they are the ones that have accountability for making sure the organisation is doing right all of the things that they should be doing. If the processes are being followed and the risk management process is being followed, those are the ones that hold the responsibility. And we want a story library. We want to make sure that the knowledge does not leave with individuals. Staff rides, one example. I don't know very much about these, sorry, because Dave was meant to talk to this slide. But you get the gist, which is actually going and seeing the place where something happened. There's a really good reason why our ministers fly in and our politicians fly around the country to see actual disaster areas. There's nothing quite like until you see it and you feel it, till you go somewhere and you see marked on a lamppost the level that the floodwater got to. Those kind of reminders are really important. From report to living program. So I've been guilty when I was a newbie of thinking that I've done my report, job done. There needs to be an implementation plan, it needs to be exec endorsed, governance endorsed, and it becomes a living document. I've seen some fantastic examples yesterday and today of that. Also picking up on the risk management approach that was talked about earlier today, applying that AGARP principle to each recommendation individually. Partial now beats perfect later. I see too many people who are stalled by how big the problem is and they can't do all of it. Let's do some of it. Let's still reduce that risk. And then make sure that we record what's left on our risk registers if it meets our threshold for doing so, if it exceeds our risk tolerance. The plan that we create needs to have named owners for every action. I love the idea that the chief exec owns lots of them. Sequence steps, scheduled review dates, and a handover protocol so it does survive people leaving. And our third thing is the power of storytelling. A report tells you what happened. A story makes you feel why it matters. Loved the idea of using video. How powerful is that? How do I write a report that captures the tears that I hear from people in local government that have stood up to do the work that they can do for their communities? I don't think that I've done it very well. I've been inspired by some of the stories that I've heard here. We need to capture the human cost. We tune through personnel and emergency management because we suck them in work them until they break and chuck them out the door. We need their lived memories. There's a saying in business that you actually want business owners who failed. They've learnt the lessons the hard way and they're damn sure they don't want to repeat them. We don't keep a lot of people around who are believed to have failed, and I'm going to put that one in commas, okay? But we need to keep them. And so we need to talk more about the human cost. That if we simply rely on the number 8 wire mentality and we'll get through it when it happens, what the actual impact that is on people. And I don't necessarily just mean on the community. Of course that's important, that's why we exist. But on all of the people who step up to try and act in response to help their communities. So we need stories. Site tours help with stories. Anniversaries allow us to tell stories. Story libraries. But somehow we still have to keep them alive. And help people really feel the cost of we coped. Seize the moment. We know that we've got this idea that we need to get quick wins. And I agree, we need to get quick wins. But we also need to tackle the hard ones first up. While we've got the buy-in and the momentum, while the alignment of execs and the media and the community isn't going to come back, we've got to get those hard ones underway. So we're kind of try to do both. Get some quick ones on the board to demonstrate progress and competency. But we have to tackle the hard ones first up. Because if we wait till later, different priorities now, right? So we've got to make sure we don't let the easy crowd out the hard. This is what good looks like. Intentional dissemination and exec-endorsed plans to take actions, governance monitoring, flawless handover between teams and staff, and stories and keep alive. What one thing could you do differently on Monday morning? Is your last report in a drawer? Can you get it out? Can you talk to a decision maker about one thing? Break it down to things that are achievable. Do you have owners and reviews? If not, go away, build a plan. And would a new person know where the program is? If you get hit by that proverbial big red bus tomorrow, is there going to be a flawless handover? That's what we should be aspiring to. Thanks very much for your time.
I've got a couple of questions.
Questions?
I wasn't prepared for that.
Well, I had time for it.
Thanks, Tracy. Absolutely awesome presentation. And I was jotting down questions and having a look in Slido as we went. And one of the questions that came up was, do you have any examples of good organisations doing good practice? And I guess that's,
excitingly, yes. And because they're good, I'm allowed to probably name them.
Yes. And people can go and sneak in and have a look and perhaps steal from them. Learn, borrow.
There are lots of good examples out there, and it could be a long answer, so I'm just going to try the pithy short one. Last year's forum, we heard from James Thompson from Canterbury Civil Defence Emergency Management, who told us about how in the 2024 Port Hills fire, the first thing that all of the organisations picked up was the 2017 Port Hills fire report, and we are not going to let these things happen again. 7 years difference, and they didn't.
That's a fantastic, good news story. So look, I'm a great believer in one-pagers. I use them in my organisation to communicate to our people who, have a goldfish attention span. And if you're not sort of snagging them with impact straight away, then you've lost them. What do you think are some key points or key things that you have?
That's my time's up. I can't go anymore now.
Okay.
Sorry, Des.
What are some key things that you should include in this one-pager, do you think?
I think that AI, I've heard that a lot, not Copilot, by the way. Mine's Claude. I know we're not supposed to personalise AI, but he helps me with these kind of things. I think you should always put your one-pagers into Claude and ask them to behave like a member of the public who doesn't know the topic area, doesn't know the area that you are working in, and ask AI if you're using the right language. It's a very good chance you won't be. And I have had years of training of translating technical to practical. Like to think I'm really good at it. Man, it was humbling when I stuck it into AI and realised how I still had so much room to improve. So I think you need to watch the language. I think we have a whole world of acronyms. We have a whole lot of the knowledge, the tacit knowledge that we think everybody shares. Our chief execs don't.
Now, because you're one of our wise heads in the room, you're not getting away this easily, and I've also got some time to fill, so we're padding it out with questions with a wise person. Look, we've all encountered difficulty getting a no-brainer, a really good report, lesson, idea through our senior leadership. Have you encountered some real blocks at senior leadership level sometimes, and what have you done to get around those? And I think about this to help our lessons practitioners, lessons managers early on their journey that could face that frustration and feel like they're not getting anywhere with the great work that they're doing because they probably don't appreciate the senior priorities and the competing issues. Do you have any advice on how to sell yourself better or sell your idea better or just make it more impactful to those senior leaders?
I think sometimes we forget that we need to sell our ideas. And we spend much of our life in the echo chamber, and this room is pretty much an echo chamber of people who think it's really important to be better prepared for disasters and to learn our lessons. And so sometimes we forget that we need to make the sell. That's why I love that NEMA one-pager about all the shitty things that are in New Zealand's future to make the sell. Sorry, Steph. So I think step one is to understand that any exec level in an organisation has got a hell of a lot of issues and problems that they're facing, and yours is not actually top of mind. The rest of the world doesn't go around thinking, when will the next earthquake occur? Or when will we have a tsunami? So you've got to make your case. You've also got to not... I'm trying to think how to put this diplomatically. You've got to not make your execs look stupid. Like, how should they know what's involved in being ready for the next emergency? How should they know what a whole lessons management framework is? They might know about the concept of continuous learning, but not necessarily the level of detail. Certainly down at the local government level, why would your average local government CEO know what capabilities should be maintained at what level to be ready to face disasters? So you've got to tactfully and carefully educate them and not leave them in a position where, because they're not entirely sure they understand what's going on, you kind of get told no.
And just before we go, I've got one more for you. Do you believe it's more impactful to allocate individuals, role names, or teams to actions?
I have a principle in most of the planning style work that we do to never use names. Immediately you get a piece of paper out. Business continuity plan is a great case in point. You get it out and the first thing you notice is that half the people on it have left, and you immediately dismiss the document and go, it's out of date and irrelevant. It might not be, but that's your kind of mental process you just went through. So I would always say that it should be role titles that carry the responsibility.
Dr. Tracy Hatton, thank you so much for your wise counsel and your fantastic presentation. And I mean, that's one of the beauties of this forum, is the collection of wise heads that we have in the room, and I really encourage those of you that are your first time here or relatively new on the journey, seek these people out. They're more than willing to spend a couple of minutes having a chat with you and giving you some ideas and a way forward. So, my great pleasure now to welcome the next speakers who really wowed us at the last forum with their presentation. And I have to say, while they were giving their presentation, there was a bit of a disaster happening at home, and we thought we were going to lose them to have to rush away. And they turn up here, and there was a near miss, I believe, in your space this week as well. So they'll be thinking that the Lessons Management Forum's a little bit of a jinx for them. Please welcome Sana Verhoef and Chris Jacobson from Transport for New South Wales. Cheers, mate.
Good afternoon, everyone, and a big thank you to AFAC and the Planning Committee for having us back again this year. We're really excited to be here, particularly in sunny Brisbane. I think it's fair to say that it's definitely improved from yesterday. For those of you that we haven't met last year or last night over a quiet drink or two, my name's Chris, and I'm here with Sana, and together we both look after the enterprise lessons management at Transport for New South Wales. So, today, what we're going to cover is what you see on the slide. But although the slide makes it look like a nice, tidy, linear, four-part story, it's really not. In fact, it's a messy, non-linear, start-stop story. We'll be taking our lovely, tidy, well-documented lessons process and stretching it to force fit a complex reality. And it's really in the sense of paper just isn't stretchy enough. And that was our framework. Although, Sana, I do have to apologise, I think that was your notes. So, you'll be fine. So, we're going to take you through what happened when operations refused to wait for the lessons life cycle. So last year, we were talking about how we'd moved from dispersed ad hoc lessons approach to a streamlined enterprise-wide lessons management framework and a standard, which we'd developed alongside a series of executive enterprise crisis management team exercises. And the bit that we were most proud of wasn't just a framework on paper, although that's gone now. It was that we could see a tangible change in how the organisation operated when the pressure really hit. Buy-in increased, and people from all over the organisation actively started asking us for lessons management. And our biggest challenge wasn't actually convincing the people that the process mattered. It was actually keeping up with the demand. We had, in fact, created a monster, legit. And we were pretty impressed with what we've achieved, really, at the time. But then the tempo changed, and our neat little framework, carefully considered standard, met the operational equivalent of what a train platform change with no announcement at all. And for those outside of transport, it's never a good time when that happens. There's lots of complaints. So, Sana, I think we might start with talking everyone through what's actually happened.
I'll just take my notes away. Well, as you mentioned, we saw those tangible improvements in transport's activation and response to ex-tropical cyclone Alfred. And following that event, we ran our lessons processes again. It was all going pretty smoothly at this stage, no platform chaos yet. In fact, we had 4 fully drafted reports for 4 different business areas, and we were in the process of validating the lessons within each of those. But then we were activated again, and again, another 2 consecutive activations. So this is where our story shifts. We were facing something that we had not written into our framework or our standard. How do you release lessons in ongoing operations? When focus shifts, staff are deployed, resources stretched, and the evidence is still evolving.
So I remember my first reaction at the time was, is the issue the time it takes? The process is solid, it is. But it takes time to plan, collect, analyse, validate, get the endorsement. It's not quick, and it does take that bit of time.
And I, of course, assured Chris that this is not the case. The rigour, while timely, is important. It's what makes the process valuable. We had considered different ways of doing lessons, but ultimately, oil is sound and the timely validation steps, or co-design phase, are key to buy-in and successful implementation. The problem was not that the process wasn't working or even that it took time. The problem was timing itself. There was no gap between operations, and that meant improvements were being applied before they were published. Our problem wasn't about going faster, it was about finding a way to work with the learning already in motion.
So, after a lot of brainstorming, a few crowded whiteboards, we landed on something a bit different. We couldn't speed up the lessons life cycle, so we just adapted it. Lessons management track work. The destination stays the same, but the route is a little bit different to get there.
We had run our lessons management processes expecting to produce a report, but the reality threw out the order. The act of bringing people together for observation capture enabled participants to identify pain points and talk through them. So they went back into the next activation with a clearer sense of what wasn't working, and they changed it. That's a success. That's what lessons are for, but it created a problem for us. Once practice starts changing in operations, those tested solutions start producing new evidence that was immediately dating our reports. And that's when we hit our first out-of-standard decision. We had to decide, publish what we had, clearly time-stamped, knowing it was already being overtaken by practice, or hold, accept the delay, and keep pulling in the new evidence. We held. We were conscious of lessons fatigue and that releasing multiple similar, or worse, conflicting reports in quick succession would be taxing on people's time and create confusion around priorities. Plus, we were in the middle of an organisational redesign, meaning teams were shifting, roles changing, and accountabilities moving. So we held the ex-tropical cyclone Alfred reports, focused on collecting the additional evidence from the successive activations, and combined all the findings into one robust, partially tested report. It wasn't what we had documented as best practice, but it made the most sense at the time. However, that decision meant we had to change what we did next as well. Chris, once we decided to hold, it didn't really stop there.
No, it really didn't. That decision set up everything that followed and was really a snowball effect. Because we weren't just managing a report, we were now managing the credibility. Once you choose to hold, you have to change how you capture or you'll create that Groundhog Day effect. So our next problem was, how do you keep capturing observations without dragging people back through the same conversation again and again? So we went into undercover capture mode. For enabling functions, we moved away from the large forums into smaller targeted conversations instead, where people were more willing to talk candidly about their constraints and the pressure points. For operational teams, we figured out ways to facilitate that cross-team conversations, because that's where the context, the dependencies, and the impacts surfaced. We introduced real-time capture with a lessons officer embedded into operations, so that those observations could be recorded in real time as and when they happened. And we wove lessons, prompts and reminders into our operational communications so that they're all covered in the briefings. This allowed those learnings to keep moving and the evidence to keep coming in with minimum impact on our operations. So, once we had all the data across the 3 activations, over 1,200 observations, we brought it all together in one multi-activation enterprise report for transport. We had validated the recommendations with all the accountable owners, and we were ready for release. And then the Bondi terrorism attack happened. Overnight, everyone that we were engaging with became operational, and so did we. At that point, pushing the final endorsement, releasing the report, and formally assigning recommendations just wasn't appropriate. We had no choice. We had to pause the report again. So here we were, back in a loop. And again, pausing the report did not pause the learning. In fact, for this event, Sana and I were heavily involved in the operations. I was actually in the director role of activations, which in a way helped because we weren't going to start waiting for the report to start applying those improvements. We made it happen on the fly. But reality was, we were coming up to a year without formal lessons output landing at all in transport. And we already knew that we're going to have to start that lessons life cycle again for the Bondi terrorism attack. So, while we were responding, we were thinking ahead. How are we going to ask people for observations again without damaging that trust and the credibility that we'd built up with them all? If people can't see anything landing, as we all know, goodwill does not last forever. And the demand we were so proud of for lessons management then turns into frustrations instead. Even the most supportive teams start thinking, are we still doing lessons or are we just collecting souvenirs here? So Sana, how did we deal with it?
Well, we really didn't have much time to make decisions and no clean window coming up. The Bondi terrorism attack happened just before our shutdown period, and we were heading into Boxing Day and New Year's Eve, two of our busiest operational periods. We could not wait until January to capture observations when details would already be fading. We had to start immediately. And we couldn't ask for teams to provide the same details again. So we made another out-of-standard call. During capture sessions, we briefed teams on the lessons sitting in the unreleased multi-activation report to show that earlier contributions had been used and were of real value, even if they hadn't seen that yet. But that came with a risk. The moment you brief, you influence the room, whether you mean to or not. You are effectively saying, we already have this, and they respond by giving you something new. At that point, we genuinely didn't know what reporting would look like next. Would the new evidence reinforce what we already had or change it? Were we looking at two reports or combining everything again? In any case, we had to build something in to protect the integrity of what we were capturing. So during those sessions, after briefing, we also validated the insights and recommendations we had already formed. Is this still true? What more do we now know? What else needs to change? So the process became keep people up to date, sense check what we had, and then capture anything new. That was our way of maintaining goodwill without compromising the data we still needed to collect. But this backed us into a corner. We couldn't separate the evidence anymore. It had all converged into one. We had blurred the lines too much by doing the briefings. We ended up with 458 observations for Bondi, a completely new data set sitting on top of everything else, and we shaped insights from that data set. But we still had to integrate the lessons we had validated, holding true to what people told us. So we mapped the previous report's insights and recommendations across and reshaped findings based on the full scope of evidence, now spanning multiple activations, multiple hazards, and multiple business units, untangling and reweaving data that had already been stitched together twice. But finally, we ended up with a report informed by a data set of over 2,000 observations. This wasn't incremental change anymore. This was holistic, integrated, enterprise-wide change. With each new event, the evidence grew, and so did the recommendations. They got bigger, they got broader, and they got more complicated. And we needed to produce a report that was transparent about the unusual path we had taken and that clearly and accurately conveyed and justified the findings, all without being mind-numbingly complex. So that's what we did. We produced that report. But then the fuel crisis hit.
So here we are again. But Sana and I this time were on strike. We can't get stuck in another loop. So We really are, quite frankly, happy with the recommendations that we've now formulated and validated. They're meaningful, very well informed, and they're still manageable, but we can't let them keep growing. So, I haven't told my boss this yet, but we've refused to run a lessons life cycle now until this report is endorsed. It's not best practice, but we can't let them keep growing. Our final report has now been simplified to 12 enterprise insights, addressed through 6 recommendations that cut across multiple insights. And that report is being presented to Transport's Executive Crisis Management team for endorsement next week, which will then finally give us that authority to formally assign all the lessons that we've got and track those implementations, shifting the story back to impact and not us continually chasing our tails. So, it was not your average trip around the lessons life cycle. It was more like a pirate ship ride, back and forth, until eventually we'd made it all the way round. You can see here on the screen at these points where we've had to pause, points where we pushed forward, and we've just kept going. And this start-stop reality has been our lessons journey over the past 12 months. It's definitely not linear. It definitely has not been neat. But it's been really hard-earned. It's put us to the test many times. I'm certainly looking forward to having a drink when we get this final report approved. But we have come out on the other side, and we've come out better for it. Yes, we're absolutely exhausted. Yes, it's been an absolute ride. But also, we really are far more well-informed, we're more confident, we're better prepared for the next train derailment or whatever else comes our way. But more importantly, we've got a product that we're very proud in.
Derailing is certainly what it has felt like, more than once. But ultimately, while maturing our lessons practices wasn't neat, and honestly at times even seemed hopeless, the work was never wasted. Learning was applied and how we operated and responded improved. In high-tempo environments, you don't get to follow a nice, tidy process to closure without interruption. What helped us more than anything was having the lessons foundations in place, the framework and the standard. Those foundations gave us something to push against without everything falling apart. There were plenty of moments where we had no idea if we were making the right call, if what we were doing would work or how people would respond. But what mattered was judgment, making considered decisions for the right reason, and being transparent about why we were making those decisions. So for us, this last year wasn't about following our much-loved process perfectly. It was about knowing when to bend it without breaking integrity, so the learning could keep unfolding around us. And that learning is the real win. Getting the report endorsed matters, but seeing the improvements applied is what makes it all worth it. Thank you.
Thanks, Raz.
I love the way you guys weave a presentation into a story. You know, I'm captivated by the story, and it's kind of an extension of last year's story, and I can't wait to see next year's chapter, because it's really captivating, really entertaining. Well done. Couple of questions just before you sneak off. From a poster, what would be your top tip for an agency that constantly has overlapping and competing responses, as you've talked about?
We don't know.
I don't know that we can. It's a great question, Des, and I don't know that we can really give the best response to that. But I suppose the approach that we've taken is to try and capture what we can when we go into the next event, not lose sight of what those previous lessons or insights were, and then work out how we can consolidate that and how we can try and implement them on the fly, even if it's not captured in a report. It's important to not lose sight of that and work out how you can do that. Fantastic.
And someone's asked, is the lesson to streamline the endorsement process?
Do you want to go? We've had this debate a lot of times.
We basically can't, because we need to get it to the right people to have the right authorities, because we work in such a large organisation. We have 30,000 staff at Transport. So we need to get the right authority to be able to go to the right place and get the implementation. And, you know, we need to have that validation process to make sure that what we are drafting, I draft recommendations knowing that I'm going to a business or an accountable owner and they're going to change that recommendation because they're the one who's going to be responsible for implementing it. So we have to take that time to talk to them, to understand what is actually going to solve the issue. The insight is the insight, that's informed by the data, but the recommendation depends on that business unit and how they operate and how they see that insight being addressed.
Very good, honest answer. And one more just before you sneak away. Do you think there is a way to change the process from reactive to proactive for an organisation such as yours that can't stop operations, really?
Potentially. Yes.
Look forward to presenting on that one next year once we conquer that one. So stay tuned and we will definitely be back on that. But in all seriousness, Des, it is something that's on the front of our minds because, as we've articulated, we just keep going from event to event and it's not going to change. We know that we're going to see more natural disasters, and so what we're really trying to do is look at, with our capability, policy and framework of how do we try and get on the front foot? How are we trying to consistently look at when we're not operational, which is becoming less and less, what's our time spent doing and how are we preparing, I suppose, our teams and looking at our structures in place to be better prepared. But stay tuned for next year.
Sana and Chris, Transport for New South Wales, thank you so much for a fantastic presentation again, mate. Well done. What a day. You know, some people will be sitting there thinking that about this point you'd think you're on the downhill slide, but the presentations just keep delivering. You know, there's some great stuff here. And on that note, I'd really like to welcome Melissa Daly from the New South Wales State Emergency Service for her presentation, remembering that it's Wow, Wear Orange Wednesday for our SES volunteers.
Oh, look, good afternoon. Just first of all, many thanks for the opportunity to present today and provide you with a case study on the devastating floods across New South Wales from 2021 to 2025. I'm going to showcase how the lessons management model is seen in practice. If I put my title through AI, it'd come back and tell me why your work matters, a case study. This week is the 1-year anniversary of the Mid-North Coast floods, so if any of the information shown is a reminder for you or invokes an emotional response, please seek support from your personal and professional networks. And I'm also here today if you'd like to discuss further. Put my glasses on so I can read. Look, today I'm going to demonstrate how the lessons management model has been applied to our transition to recovery phase of our response right across New South Wales, but focusing in particular on damage assessments. I'll showcase the process to improvement and how in 2025 these improvements were seen across communities. As background, I manage the geospatial intelligence function at SES and we're involved in the Operations Directorate. I'm responsible for situational awareness, apps, dashboards and field collection tools, including managing the GIS for prevention, preparedness, response and recovery. My team also administers the New South Wales Flood Data Portal, collating flood information from 5,000 datasets for use across government and in emergency response. Personally, I fill an operational role in the State Command Centre as one of the state intelligence officers and was integral in the following events with a note of Tropical Cyclone Alfred in February, March last year, and of course the Mid-North Coast floods in May. Regarding field collection tools, the Geospatial Intelligence team enables staff and volunteers to gather information intelligence for storm floods and tsunami before, during and after an event. We do this by providing rapid assessment kits, which are really just rugged eyes iPads right across the state, and the specific apps to meet the purposes of evacuation door knocking, intelligence gathering, damage assessment and community liaison. Currently we utilise the Esri field collection tools as it is a mature end-to-end process providing real-time insights in minutes. New South Wales SES is required to gather appropriate damage and impact information within 24 hours of a hazard impact, as identified under the New South Wales State Emergency Management Plan. The objective of this data collection is to provide high-quality initial contact with community members, provide support resources to community members to assist with the initial recovery, such as the immediate clean-up, provide resources to damage assessment teams to support welfare requirements, and understand the impact and extent of damage to properties, including the flood height. Since 2020, 625 local government areas have been declared disaster areas with support from SES in transitioning to recovery. As there's only 128 LGAs in New South Wales, many communities have had multiple disaster declarations across the 5 years. During this time, SES has coordinated over 83,000 damage assessments. In 2021, across the Mid-North Coast, over 16,000 assessments were completed across 12 days, and this delayed the transition to recovery. The significant flood events between March 21 and July 22 identified issues in the data quality. This included the completeness, the consistent assessment, details of comments made and appropriate photos for flood intelligence. New South Wales government agencies require accurate data to inform their recovery strategies and decisions and have greater trust in the data. In New South Wales, we're fortunate that the Emergency Information Coordination Unit supports collation and distribution of authority damage assessment dataset right across government. The picture on the right-hand side is of Moree in 2021, where damage assessments were captured, and they were captured well, and you can see from the image that damage assessment can be a good indication of the flood extent. So how does this result in using the lessons management model? So in New South Wales, we have a mature lessons management model to continually improve operations. And this is not new to most of you, but we do complete after-action reviews, and there's been supporting to inquiries such as the independent inquiry on the 2021 floods and the parliamentary inquiries on the 22 floods. The insights and recommendations enable us to streamline business cases for funding and prioritise improvements for the agency from OPEX funding. The Lessons Management Database for Operations collates and manages the insights and actions approved to implement across the agency. From the AAR and inquiries, the recommendations are itemised in the operational database with multiple actions required to address recommendations. These are assigned to responsible managers such as myself to action. In 2022, I was successful in grant funding from the New South Wales Bushfire and Natural Hazards Research Acceleration Program to complete the project using artificial intelligence and platforms for improved disaster impact data for flood, storms and tsunami. Internally, we referred this as the AI Disaster Impact Project. The project had 3 streams. I'm not going to go into all of these in detail today, but I'm going to focus on stream 2, which was about focusing on improving damage assessment data capture by taking the lessons management model and applying the complete process on a function for operations. The first step was to review all the previous observation and insights and inquiry recommendations in relation to transition to recovery and the damage assessment process. The services group, an independent consultant in New South Wales, was procured to provide a survey for any other interested parties, from the staff and volunteers to our partner agencies, to better understand some of the observations received and maximise engagement in the workshops that followed. In-person interviews were held of key stakeholders, as well as 4 facilitated workshops for New South Wales SES and partner agencies. The process that the consultants went through is summarised here, from reviewing the AAR reports and flood inquiries, obviously completion of the user surveys, multiple workshops and in-person interviews of the key stakeholders such as the state duty commanders, zone commanders and deputy incident controllers for recovery. From the user survey results before the workshop, it was clear that we had good representation across SES zones and partner agencies, with most identified as having an understanding of the tools and training provided. We also had similar responses from the partner agencies, showing the interest from the cohort to see improvements, and they were very engaged in the process. This is one of the workshops that was held online. We did not start with a blank canvas, but this identifies the level of engagement, especially with the prioritisation of the observations, and certainly helped with the recommendations and findings for the final report. So when it comes to the report, the services group identified a number of findings and recommendations. These were focusing on data integrity, training and resource allocation, utilisation, interagency collaboration, and of course operational challenges. From the recommendations, they was categorised under training, revision and standardisation, technological advancements, enhanced data collection tools, policy and legislative improvements, unified communication platforms and ongoing research and development. In scope to implement during the project were the top 3 recommendations. The rest of the recommendations were escalated to the Assistant and Deputy Commissioners of SES and also the New South Wales State Emergency Management Committee. So how do we implement the recommendations? Overall, 18 recommendations with 30 actions were identified in the report, with 12 actions completed as part of the project in March 25 and 11 completed shortly after the project finished up to December 25. 4 have been escalated or considered out of scope, such as flood intelligence requirements. A number of app improvements were made, including incorporating the changes as noted in the AFAC National Damage Assessment Dataset and Dictionary, which was released in May 24. We also changed how addresses is utilised from the Geoscape dataset, added input descriptions and prompts. Furthermore, we improved the functionality of how the questions were asked by incorporating streamlining of the questions and changed the order of the questions so that consequences on property were assessed and noted before damage level was assessed and noted. The most significant change in the app was how the habitable property status was calculated. Previously, it was purely based on subjective assessment of the field assessor. Now it is auto-calculated based on previous answers rather than just the subjective assessment. This ensures consistency of requirement for an answers already provided, though if required it can be modified or overwritten as such. You can see the number of schema changes we made in yellow to enable all these app improvements. But we didn't just stop at the app, we certainly made some improvements to the training documentation. There was significant effort put into streamlining, making them succinct and easily readable, such as clear instructions on the hazard assessment required. We also provided further advice on the types of photos required to capture damage appropriately for the post-assessment review, as they're not just used for damage assessment, they're used for flood intelligence. Succinct guides were developed for both operations and training or exercising, such as the operations manual you can see there. And we also, for the training, developed activity and exercises simulating damage assessments that can be conducted by units in the field or in the unit. There was only minor improvements made to the dashboard, but those improvements were better filtering in conjunction with the Emergency Information Coordination Unit distribution that's collated nightly to better support the Incident Control Centres and Emergency Operations Centre requirements. So what does this mean for community? Over the past 5 years, we've seen the role of the Deputy Incident Controller for Recovery assigned early in response. A damage assessment strategy and approach is now considered for every significant event, with daily briefings conducted, including just-in-time training for partner agency strike teams, completing damage assessment, area identification and prioritisation using satellite or aerial intelligence. This has enabled streamlining processes for community access to immediate relief, including better support and integration of spontaneous volunteers. I'm now just going to go through some improvements seen through Tropical Cyclone Alfred and the May event last year. So regarding the February-March Tropical Cyclone Alfred event, this, as you know, hit the Northern Rivers area, and this focused in on a trauma-impacted community after the 22 floods across the region. We were able to use satellite data from eyesight to quickly identify impact area. We were able to coordinate response for each operational sector, including a damage assessment plan for strike teams with the field collection pamphlet, and a focus on the data captured in real time. The after-action review for Tropical Cyclone Alfred was just recently repeat, and I'm pleased to say that there was a sustained note regarding the planning for damage assessments, as the correct areas were targeted using flood intelligence, and this enabled appropriate resource tasking. There was also 2 points to improve, which is a prerequisite to commence damage assessments with timeliness of the intel collection and to improve consistency of damage assessment data. What's interesting to note is that the changes to the app occurred after Tropical Cyclone Alfred, not before. It was also identified in that AAR that there's future possibilities to develop doctrine for identification and prioritisation of damage assessments. And this is an example of how through the simultaneous and concurrent events, we do see improvements in processes. So for the mid-north coast, which occurred 6 weeks after the Tropical Cyclone Alfred event, the improvements were made particularly with GI team utilised to support data analysis, improved damage assessment plans, and an intelligence field support officer deployed to the key focus area of Taree that saw record flooding. Daily summaries of progress of damage assessments were shared, and the expansion of the government distribution via the Emergency Information Coordination Unit ensured the information was getting to the right people in government. Just to provide you some summary of outcomes, in comparison to 2016, in 2025 across the same mid-north coast area, we completed 12,000 assessments across 5 days. Comparison to 16,000 assessments across 12 days in 2021. So this directly showed a streamlined transition to recovery. You can see here in the middle the prioritisation maps. On the right, the highlighting of properties needing washouts post-damage assessments, and of course the summary progress reports collated during the transition to recovery period. Post-application or the app implementation and improvements, right across Western New South Wales, there was multiple storm events that occurred from August to November, and this significantly impacted local communities. An example of this was Burren Junction, west of Walgett, quite a small town, but after a particular storm event, 70% of the town residents were impacted, and most importantly, the pub was as well. However, the zone team was able to completely manage the damage assessments without state support, as the rapid assessment kits were available at the zone. The field collection tools were ready and installed, and the resources available were easier to use and read. Regarding community sentiment, we have seen positive community sentiment with a quicker to transition to recovery. And overall, although damage assessments is one component, it has resulted in washouts better planned, although there's still improvement to make, debris and hazard removal, use of spontaneous volunteers in most needed communities, and this was certainly seen in Taree, and Reconstruction Authority ready to continue relief and recovery operations. So in the top right there you can see that's the Princes Highway just east of Taree and the amount of debris there that required removal. So thank you Transport New South Wales for coordinating that. The bottom right is the community volunteer briefing. We had over 300 spontaneous volunteers come out to help, and the picture in the middle is the example of one of those community volunteers cleaning out mud from a place near Taree. I'm also aware of research underway on this event regarding community sentiment to government response, and I look forward to seeing the results of the research. So what's happened since then? In New South Wales, since July last year, the New South Wales Premiers and Cabinet and the Reconstruction Authority have led a working group to collate and endorse impact assessment guidelines for New South Wales, confirming roles and responsibilities, data requirements, process requirements for streamlined transition to recovery. This was endorsed by the SEMC in March 26, and it is now publicly available for anyone interested. Regarding New South Wales SES, we will update the Transition to Recovery Manual to reference the guideline requirements. Regarding the app improvements we made, there won't be significant changes to meet those guidelines. Look, lastly, I just want to advise that, yes, it is Wear Orange Red Wednesday in thanks and support of SES volunteers. They are the ones dealing with the trees on roofs, the thick muds, the snakes and spiders, as well as the biohazards in floodwater. And look, they're critical to how we better support our communities when severe weather hits. So for any volunteers in the room and online, you have my thanks. Thank you.
For what's an information-rich presentation. That was fantastic, and it's really, really cool to see the clear improvements from the previous event flowing through to the next one. So thanks very much, Melissa. And we're racing for afternoon tea. Or as my good mate Bert says, time for Mornos, dears. But it's the afternoon. Yeah. Nice try. Yeah, nice try. Yeah. Welcome back. Oh, look, I tell you what, I feel bad about breaking up the wonderful conversations that are happening at the moment, because I know it's just been, you know, as I snuck around and maybe rang the bell a little bit, it was quite obvious that there's some fantastic networking being done, some good relationships formed, and the spirit of the forum is alive and well amongst this group. Now, I don't want to take anything away from you folk online, because I know you're there and you're here with us in spirit too, but I've got to tell you, the in-person presence this year is right up there. We've got a fabulous bunch of people here, and it's really showing through. Now, as we steam towards the end, we're not on the downhill, we're actually still climbing rapidly towards the end of our forum. We've got a couple of great presentations and presenters for you. Now, it's my terrific pleasure to introduce my good friend and a hell of a good lessons bloke, Superintendent Dan Mayer from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service, to tell us all about his presentation.
Thanks, Des. Is that working all right? Awesome. Don't like lecterns. Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me. My name's Dan from the Rural Fire Service in New South Wales. But what I'm going to be talking to you about is not an RFS thing at all. It's about a Churchill Fellowship. And I'm not the only Churchill Fellow in the room. In fact, I'm not one yet because my reporting's not done. I've been privileged enough to undertake a Churchill Fellowship, and I've only just returned from that in the last few weeks. where I was able to travel the world to investigate lessons management in a range of different organisations. So let me tell you about that. What a Churchill Fellowship is. So essentially the Winston Churchill Trust is a body that was established with the estate of Winston Churchill. It's present in the UK, in Canada, in Australia, and the estate was invested and funds research for the benefits of those countries. If you want to be a Churchill Fellow and investigate something and have an overseas trip paid for to go and follow your passion, apply for a Churchill Fellowship. All you've got to be able to do is find a topic that's going to be of benefit to Australia. So after a few years of cajoling from certain people, I decided I'd put my hat in the ring and thought, there's something that I really want to look at that I've been fighting for years and years and want to come to a resolution on. It's to do with lessons management. So been doing this for a few years, and that was my topic. I just want to note the support that I got and give my thanks to Des, who was one of my referees for this. It's a very rigorous process to win a Churchill Fellowship. Written applications, multiple in-person interviews and grilling by a board, etc. But having someone like Des as one of my referees was absolutely beneficial. So thank you, Des. I definitely owe a debt of gratitude to you. So my fellowship was to identify what's been frustrating me quite deeply over many years in the Rural Fire Service in New South Wales, where in 2019 I helped establish our lessons management function, and about 2 years ago I've been plucked out of that and moved into an operational command role, but still have my hand in. We're really good at identifying lessons. We all know that. And we're really crap at implementing them. But why? Now, I haven't been able to work this out. I've been coming to these forums for 10 years. I've been on all sorts of working groups. I've worked with many of you, and many of you are a hell of a lot better at this than I am, and we still can't work out what the real roadblocks are. So I thought, why is it that certain big organisations overseas are able to do it and we're not? So what a chance. Let's go and talk to some of the big players around the world, both in emergency services and just in service in general, and find out what it is that's enabling them to implement lessons and what have they done to overcome the barriers that we are finding. Now, these are my impressions. I want to make that really clear. This is not my findings, because it takes about 3 months to write your report for a Churchill Fellowship. I've been back for about 4 weeks, and I'm currently looking at about 150 pages of notes from interviews going, oh my God, I've got to do a literature review on my own work. So there's a lot to go through before I have my locked-in findings. I'm going to talk about my general impressions, and some of these will form the themes of what I saw. And what I hope to do this afternoon is give you a few concepts that I've seen in overseas organisations that might make you go, that's a pretty cool way of doing it, or why didn't we think of that? Or something like that. And I would love to have people who are interested come and grab me, because in the 20 minutes that I've got, I can't even scratch the surface. But let's have a bit of a look. So where did I go? First up, flew to the USA, deleted Facebook, deleted Twitter, deleted all that stuff. Such a waste of time, because they just said, welcome to the USA, and walked straight in. So don't stress about going over there. It's pretty good. I had the opportunity to spend some time with some really significant organisations, because remember what I said was I want to know how the best do it so I can see what the difference is between them and us. So I went to see first the Wildland Fire Lessons Learned Centre in Sacramento, California, which is a department of the US Forest Service, which, if you're watching the news, just got trumped. I don't know if they still exist. They're not answering emails this week. I hope they do, but they are an arm of the Forest Service, which is the wildfire combat agency for all of the federal government, but it's 3 people. So my first reaction was, we hold these guys in very, very high esteem for what they're able to do in terms of wildfire lessons, but it's still only 3 people. So that was something straight away to go, right, how are you managing this? From there, I spent time in LA and was absolutely privileged to spend time at the NASA Jet Propulsion Lab in Los Angeles, and their own fire department, of course, but it was mainly with the knowledge managers from NASA. that was fascinating. Nothing to do with emergency services, but absolutely an organisation that sees what happens, draws lessons from it, and then goes, that's how we've got to do things better in the future. And I sat with their head of knowledge management and said to her, what is the key? She goes, implementation of lessons is easy. I went, okay, got my pen out, and she goes, just blow up a space shuttle. So we're off to a really good start. The point being, it's really easy to implement change in a time of crisis where everyone goes, oh, this isn't going well, we need to change. And it's really hard to do it in business as usual operations. So I thought to myself, maybe I shouldn't be so critical about myself and my own organisation not being able to do this, because if you can't do it with hundreds of billions of dollars of funding, maybe and literally dozens of knowledge managers, maybe it's not so bad that we can't do it. Maybe some of these wicked problems are truly wicked in that they're not going to be solvable, maybe ever. I then worked with the LA County Fire Department, and you don't have a good understanding of emergency services in the USA. It's bizarre. Every town, every county has its own emergency services. So I was staying with my cousin in a place called Santa Monica in the north of LA, just near Malibu. Malibu has its own fire department. Santa Monica has its own fire department, even though it's in the city of Los Angeles, and the city of Los Angeles has its own fire department, but so does Los Angeles County, but so does Orange County. But they all go to the same fires, and they all have different trucks, different uniforms, different training, different procedures, different communications, and we think we're in trouble when we cross a border from New South Wales to Queensland. But this is why I wanted to see them, right? Because if we think, particularly in my environment in New South Wales RFS, I've got a really widely diverse and dispersed workforce, ain't nothing on these guys. What I was able to do with NASA, the LA Office of Emergency Management and the LA County Fire Department was visit the Palisades and Altadena, which in January 2025 suffered what can only be described as a horrific fire. Bearing in mind this was the depths of winter, they lost 11,000 houses in one day from a wildfire. It's just beyond our comprehension. There's many reasons for that, but I was able to understand and was privileged enough to work with members of the NASA JPL who'd lost their own houses and walk through their experiences on the day and listen to what their lessons were for the fire services, as well as what the fire services were able to work out themselves. From there, I flew across to Washington, DC and worked with the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, their version of our NEMA, who had just been trumped. And they don't quite know what their future looks like, but apparently they're a bit too woke because they use government resources to help people. So they're really good people. They're really focused and really intelligent, and I really hope they do okay, but they were pretty unenthusiastic about the future at the time. And then I was able to go to the Fire Department of New York. Now, for a firefighter, this is the epitome. It's the biggest fire department in the world. It's the busiest, 1.2 million calls every year in the 5 boroughs, not even Jersey and all of that. Now, for us, we just can't imagine that sort of workload. And I had a full day in their training centre, but the best thing was I got an entire morning with what they call their chief of department, which is what we would call a commissioner, which I didn't expect, but he was really interested in why this random Aussie wanted to find out how they do business. So we sat down for about 3 hours and he gave me his full attention, which was amazing. And that's one of the ways in which a Churchill Fellowship can open the doors to people. But he was super frank. And he said to me, this is one for the fireys in the audience, if you can work out how to get your firefighters to wear breathing apparatus in building fires, can you let me know, because I can't? And I went, but you're the biggest, richest, most well-resourced fire service in the world. And he goes, yeah, I know, but it's about culture. Okay, here's one for us. I asked him, what did he do? He said, well, we redesigned our training and we put all of our recruits into a burn building. So you get a big concrete building, you set it on fire and you kick the fireys in and they put it all out, but we didn't let them wear breathing apparatus. Okay, how did that go? He said, it was great. They all came out scorched and then their hair was scorched and they were coughing and spluttering, and we went, see, this is why you have to wear breathing apparatus. That's the lesson. What did they see when they went back to station? I've just been to a really bad fire, didn't wear BA, and I was fine. So don't bother. So unintended consequences, right? So it's about the culture of implementation of lessons. So there was something there. From New York, actually, I'm going to get back to New York in a moment. From New York, I went over to Sweden, and I was extraordinarily fortunate to spend best part of 2 weeks with NATO. So a military organisation, 32 member nations, 32 languages, 32 cultures, all working together. At the time I was there, the Iranian crisis happened, and it's very abstract for us. Oh no, diesel's going to be going up in price. These guys are getting texts going, warning order to move, you might be going to war next week. So it really put a human face on it. As you can see down here, all military people, plus one random fiery, and they'd never met an Aussie before. So it was really good, because they all wanted to know why you're here, why you're doing this. But I did the Lessons Learned Staff Officer course, and this was the next observation. At every formation in NATO at battalion level and higher, so that's about, 600 people and higher, there is an embedded lessons specialist in every formation across 32 nations, working for Supreme Headquarters Allied Powers Europe shape. Everywhere you go, there's someone called an LLPOC, a Lessons Learned Point of Contact. So it's not a lessons team sitting over here with practitioners over here. The practitioners are the lessons specialists. Really interesting. I then went down to Portugal, and trust me, I do have more than one shirt. It's just that these photos were all taken. It just happened to be the photos took on the backpacking laundry rotation, but with the building called the Joint Analysis and Lessons Learned Centre. So NATO have in Portugal, in Lisbon, a permanent staff of 40 officers ranked major and higher, which is pretty senior, and all they do is lessons analysis for NATO. So I'm thinking, wow, these guys know exactly how it is. I was wrong. They have exactly the same problems. In wartime, they can change really quickly. Have a look at the drones in Iran and Ukraine and what they're doing about that, pivoting really, really quickly. But in peacetime, they can't make change because nobody cares. Exactly the same as what we see in emergency services. I then went over to the United Kingdom and spent time with West Yorkshire Fire and Rescue, with the UK Resilience Academy, and with Norfolk Fire and Rescue. Luckily, I had an ex-RFS mate in Norwich, in Norfolk, who put me on his truck for a day or two, which was really cool. So I got to see exactly how they went, and that worked really well. And then I got to go to the Netherlands and visited their safety regions. I visited their version of this, which is their fire lessons forum. And as you can see, dealing with wildfires, which you wouldn't really think of in the Netherlands, but climate change is really a thing. I'd sold my Churchill Fellowship on the need to learn lessons because climate changing is changing firefighting, but also the need to keep our volunteers engaged in a environment of declining volunteerism. And I was able to be embedded with multiple brigades across the country and participate in their fires, their activities and their after-action reviews. So this is an AAR being held after a building fire in one town in Holland. So that was fantastic. What did I get out of this and what are the key points? Here they are. The best thing you can do is embed your lessons management practitioners into the learning culture. Into the workforce. This leads to a learning culture. If you have a corporate lessons team that sits over here and a series of practitioners or operational people over here, it doesn't work. That's whether or not you agree. This is my observation from over there. And as a result, you can see here, this particular vest marked operational assurance. They have in the Norfolk Fire and Rescue a dedicated lessons management officer at every level. And I'll explain in a moment how they put that in, which means that the firefighters who are commanding firefighters are the lessons practitioners, which means they get cred. If you don't have significant operational credibility, your ability to work with an operational workforce is significantly obstructed. Because what we find, and what I found on my trip, is the culture, particularly in the fire services, but in most emergency services, is if you're one of us and you've got the runs on the board, I'll listen to you. But if you're not, what would you know? How can you write a lesson about what I need to do at a job when you've never done my job? You don't have to agree that they're right, but culture isn't about being right. Just sometimes that's what it is. So that was a massive point to note. How we got some of those things done in different organisations. In the UK, Their on-call officers are lessons practitioners. So what we do in New South Wales, and most fire services do, is when there's a 3, 4, 5 truck fire and they send a senior officer in to go and assist with incident control, that person is a trained lessons practitioner. So they're collecting observations live as they go to jobs all the time. Fire investigators in the Netherlands don't just look at cause and effect, but they are required to report on the effect of brigade intervention. So not just here's where the fire started and where it went, but what did the fire brigade do about it and how effective was that? And therefore, every fire investigation report has a lessons section on what we did well and what we need to do better next time. The biggest thing is high trust environments. So when we see a high reliability organisation or a learning organisation, almost invariably, they are environments of significantly high trust within those organisations. In most of the organisations I visited, the level of trust was that we didn't need to get executive sign-off and engagement and all those things that these presentations have been telling us are our biggest obstacles. Because people at my level, at mid-range officer levels, were entrusted to go and do the work, do the analysis and implement the changes because the executive already believed in their capabilities. Time matters. Reports issued within 2 weeks are effective. Anything longer dilutes the impact. The reason given to me by many of these organisations were, if you wait longer than 3 days, they've gone to another job and they've forgotten about the first one that you're trying to deliver lessons in. Really hard for us, I know. Example, Fire Department of New York in the Recruit Academy has a memorial wall because they kill a lot of fireys. Every firefighter's portrait says how and where and when they died, pretty standard, but also why did they die and what do you have to look out for so that you don't turn into this person next time. Incredibly powerful, particularly because these rooms are named after these people who they've lost over time. Finally, lessons management must be built into your KPIs and performance requirements. So NATO are required to build their exercises based on lessons identified from previous operations and the like. And I don't have much more time except to say my report will be finished at the end of June. It will then be submitted to the Churchill Trust and they will publish it. I will share this as much as I possibly can, but if you want to scan that QR code, that's my LinkedIn. And you can have a look at what I posted over the trip, so heaps more photos and guides to where I went and what I did, but that's where I'll also be saying, hey, it's ready to go. And if you'd like to ask me any questions, please just drop me a line via that. More than happy to have conversations. I could spend half an hour talking about one or two of these things. 15 minutes for all of them is an extremely shallow scratch of the surface. So I know I've gone to about the maximum of my time, so what I'm happy to do, if you put some Slido questions down, and if we don't have time, I'll go and reply to those afterwards. But I'll be hanging around all this afternoon, this evening, I'll be in the morning as well, and would absolutely welcome if anyone would like to explore any of these issues or find out the context of how I saw them and my thoughts on them. Would love to talk to you. Thank you very much.
Dan, really good, mate. Oh my gosh, I could listen to you all day, Dan. That's my dream trip. Fantastic. I can't wait to see the report. And I do recommend that you scan the QR code, go online and see if in fact Dan does have more than one shirt. Hey, look, we're still cruising on. We've still got a couple of great presentations ahead of you, and I'd really like to welcome Dean West from the Queensland Fire Department up to the podium for his presentation. Cheers, Dean.
G'day everyone, thank you very much for letting me come and talk to you all. I want to start off by saying thank you, basically, to everyone in the room on basically what you do for us at the end of the hose. Okay, so the lessons that you put in and the reports that you put on and put into Royal Commissions and stuff like that and the lessons learned, I'm here to give you a good news story. They work, okay, sometimes. But I really want to thank you for the effort you put in over and over again. I could see how frustrating it would be to be putting in lessons learnt and stuff like that and getting rejected all the time. So really thank you for the hard work you do and everyone online. So really appreciate it. All right, what I'm going to talk to you about today is the good news story. Okay, this came out of a lot of the inquiries. So the Black Summer inquiries put out a dot point on lessons learned. They wanted more emerging technology used in bushfires, okay, e.g. drones, before AI was around. We were the cool kids. Okay, AI come and killed that. Thanks a lot, AI. But can I get you to keep your AI lens on? Because the vision you see in this will be integrated into AI. It's already happening, so AI will integrate into drones and aerial platforms. All right. All right, this is a rough overview of what we've done for the last 6 years. Okay, it starts off with a timeline down one side. It goes into the technology that we're able to get hold of and how we utilised it, how we upskilled, and then our partner agencies or end users. Our end user is the public. Okay, so when you put in your reports for lessons learnt, we get that and we implement it. And then it goes into additional outcomes. Okay, so I'll go through that a little bit today and we'll see how it goes. So we've done it for 6 years. We've got, we're a small cog in a big machine, and drones are just tools. It's the people that use them. So our pilots that we train, we've learnt the lesson over the years that you can't just train a pilot to fly a drone. Okay, and this will become very apparent as I go through the thing. They have to be upskilled constantly. Technology is evolving fast. Same with you guys learning AI. We're learning drones. We're in the same boat as you. Something else new comes out every time and you go, oh, I can use that for that. We're constantly learning lessons. So we're lucky in the drone and RPAS space that we come from a culture of constantly learning. Okay, we're looking for that next bit of software to make our jobs easier and give the benefit to the community that we can help them even on their bad day. All right, so in 2000, we started with basically off-the-shelf drones that weren't purpose-built for us. Okay, they were surveying equipment, mining equipment, agricultural stuff, and we started using them and trying to fit them into emergency services. We got our REOC under the CASA regulations, so this helps in a point where all our pilots had to be remote pilots licensed from an RTO, and then they come into QFD and get trained up how to use our drones and our systems. This really helped with partner agencies in the aviation community. We're dealing with their space. We have to be professional as much as they are. Okay, so when we turn up and we're professional, we know how to use the radios, we know what we're doing, it puts them at ease, and we work with them a lot now. Our pilots are service blind, so over fire and rescue and RFS means a fire and rescue guy can go to a bushfire and I can go to an urban event and a house fire. And that's really helped in our surge capability with our disasters that are always happening. Okay, so we go to a lot of floods and it's a mix of fire and rescue and RFS, and we get on really well. Unfortunately, they're not too bad. All right. Next one. We got state oversight, which means our chief remote pilot and who owns the capability, and our chief maintenance officer sits at state level. They have talks with AFAC, like Deb down the back, hey Deb, and all those partner agencies on where the direction of drones are going, and then with our own organisation like QFD on where they want the drones to go. Okay, that pushes down to me, who's a senior remote pilot, and I implement that. So if they want it to go to fixed wing, if they want to do more nighttime flying, I implement the nighttime flying training, and then I go out and actually execute it. All right, so when we started off, we thought we'd fixed it in the first 2 years. It was easy. We conquered it. All we needed to do was get a portable TV, stick it next to the incident controller and fly the drone. Excellent. It all worked until that incident controller goes, oh, how can you send this to the ICC, the next level up? I want them to see it as well. And that changed everything. People are hungry for data. And in emergency situations, if data can fix a response time, they want to know about it. And I think that's where everyone was going in the Board of Inquiry reports, that they need better intelligence. It wasn't just emerging technologies being used like drones and everything, but it was fixing the intelligence vacuum. Okay, if everyone could see these pictures on the left here at the same time in different geolocated areas, it helps everybody understand the picture. And think of these as we go through it. Think of like the bottom picture there with that lot of smoke. Think about that's all happening. I can send that to TMR and they can know when to shut the highway down. So things like that started spinning up. So it really disappointed us because we had more work to do. So the video that you're about to see is basically what we do at a fire. Maybe? Yep. So that's how we thought we had it. It was all completed, we're all fixed, let's go. But yeah, we had to learn how to share that information. And the more people we shared it with were much smarter than us, as they sometimes went up the chain of command, but they can make better decisions. All right, so we needed live streaming platforms. So how do we get this vision? They had a couple of live streaming platforms. We can even use Teams, okay? But it's quite time consuming to set up and get out. So we used a couple of live streaming platforms, and that works well in hazmat incidents and other stuff like that. But bushfires, they're over such a large area, we couldn't fit it all in one picture in a screen. So we went to our GIS department. Where's our GIS people in the room? User legends, okay? You take what's in my head and make it good, okay? That's all your dashboards and everything like that, so I love GIS, so thank you very much. And the good thing about GIS, it's a very low data upload, okay? When we had the live stream, it works really well in areas that had internet. If you look at those dates, 2002, 2003, Starlink wasn't really around that much. Okay, so we had real problems in remote areas. Small data uploads of 1 or 2 megabytes for a line on a map that's a fire line changed everything. Okay, so now we got floods with our vision that we can stream through on live streaming, and now we can draw on a GIS dashboard on a fire line. How do we mix all that? Okay, so we went out and we had to learn how to integrate different technologies into the QFD system. Because Queensland Fire Department has so much money, they gave us lots. No, we got nothing, and we had to sort it out. And you might find that, okay, a reoccurring theme, okay, that no one's got any money, okay? We had to make it fit within the QFD's already made systems. That's where the GIS ladies come into it, and that's where we had to find stuff that fitted in with us. Okay, remember emergency services back then wasn't a big purchaser of drones. So it's still the mining companies, it's still everyone else, but we started seeing a shift that they were starting to look at the emergency service sector and give us really good drones that we could use, and people were starting to look at us for software. So we trialled a heap of software for people. We went out and said, hey, we'll like to trial it, but it has to fit with us, and this is what we did. So we came up with a couple of different ones. There's heaps of software out there, but we went and got some really good software. We can do 3D modelling. We can do really good fancy stuff now. We can do topography modelling. We can do plant health layers. There's endless. As you found out with AI, it is endless. The same with drones, okay? We still had to implement this training. Remember when we first started training, it was flying around a park, trying to get a drone to not crash. Now we're starting to see, hey, we've got all these really cool features to plug into the intelligence cycle. The drone operator has to pick the right one. So our shift went from training a pilot to being part of that intelligence cycle. So I was really lucky, and a few of the senior pilots in Queensland Fire Department, they trusted us enough, which I bet they regret now. I was sent away on incident control courses. I went down to New South Wales and did their intelligence course and stuff like that. How do we get that intelligence in from a drone perspective? Okay, so we've got that. Our partner agency started to grow. And I'll show you a quick video of a spot over, which was reacted to really quickly, okay? Because we were live streaming this to multiple different people, the IC wasn't next to us, he was down the road. The ICC was in another town, and the RFCC, Regional Fire Control Centre, was in Toowoomba. But this was about 2 o'clock in the morning, and everyone saw the same thing at once, and the speed of the response was amazing. There was trucks there within about a minute, and there was trucks on the way, and the RFCC was noticing the fire behaviour was getting out of control. It was a lot more than we thought we could handle, and they were already bringing resources in from other areas. So you can see the spot over there. So those flame heights are about 30 metres, and this is about 2 o'clock in the morning. So our fire behaviour, everyone's talking about multiple disasters and disasters are getting worse. Fire behaviour is getting worse in Queensland. We're getting more aggressive fires. And it's taking us by surprise. But things like this, using that technology right back to the Royal Commission saying, hey, we need to use drones, whoever wrote those reports and kept pushing that, that's your jobs. Thank you, because this actually works. So we got trucks to that and we were able to put it out. There's a dozer line there that it jumped. And that happens multiple times, but it shouldn't happen at night. We have video evidence now that everyone stood there and went, this fire is actually bad. Instead of that rumour mill from radios, oh, the truck brigades are just making it up. It's not that bad. Everyone saw it at once. What do we look like now? This is our training. Okay, this is what we expect our pilots to understand and know. Okay, so you can see now that we've gone into a totally different platform. You can see that the aircraft feed into a program called FireMapper. Our drones do now, which is a really good product, which is called InFlight. Basically, it turns a drone into a pen in the sky, so it's really good. But everyone starts seeing it. The firefighters on the ground can have it. With the increase in Starlink, that everybody's starting to get connectivity now, everyone can start seeing our feeds. Our Achilles heel was data, now it's not. So we can get more people to see it. The next video is of a flood in Southwest Floods, Thargominga, and everyone, we basically helicoptered a team in, and we do this often. We helicopter drone teams in, and basically they sit there and put the drone up every hour, and especially in flooding areas that are getting evacuated, it's really good for everyone at the State Fire Control Centre, Bureau of Meteorology, all those, and this one was the Air Force, can look at that live feed and make decisions in real time, okay? But what we learn out of this and consequent flooding, multiple towns were getting flooded, especially up north, North Queensland, multiple towns were flooding. We didn't have enough pilots, so we had to find a sweet spot, which I'll talk about in a minute. So this is a live stream to multiple different agencies. So if you look out to the top left-hand corner, the Air Force wanted to know if the runway was inundated, because they wanted to leave, because if this town was getting evacuated, they'd have to land a C-17 there, or a C-130, land and evacuate the town. Okay, you can see there it's all good, and they did end up evacuating this town. 5 minutes, excellent. Well done, that lady's working well. All right, so what was our sweet spot? Our sweet spot, we got together and we come up with 360-degree panos. Okay, you see it all over Facebook. Heaps of people use it in photography and everything, but it's a really good tool because our mapping system geolocates that 360-degree pano, and it works into ArcGIS and all our mapping systems. So what we come up with was sending multiple teams out for half an hour. They'd hit a spot for half an hour, move on, half an hour, move on. Grab intel, move on. The helicopter would move them from town to town, and they'd have half an hour to grab as much intel as you can. The live stream won't work, and a line on a map won't work. So this is what we come up with. It's a blank page. All right, this is just a screen record. So these little drone icons are basically the data capture points. And it links in straight away. It had to be an end-to-end user. We couldn't get our ICs to learn a new system. It had to integrate into ArcGIS. So they just click on an icon and this comes up. So it's geolocated. You can put videos, photos and everything like that. But I'll show you this 360 pano in a minute. And that's what it is. This was Rockhampton floods this year on a sewage system that might have been going offline. That's a sewage system over there. So that's data's there forever. So by the time the drone operator took it to when it was up on our mapping system was 30 minutes. That's our time limit that we give our pilots. And then they're off to the next one. So you can follow them during the day down river systems. They just get moved around, okay? So this is what we're starting to learn, that making a pilot is no good. You have to have really intelligent people, which, okay, what is it? That doesn't look really well at the moment, but really good people to actually do stuff. I'm really good sometimes. All right, so what happened next? Everyone wanted this information. Like everyone in the room will be going, oh, that would be great for our organisation. Moreton Bay Council, all the councils around Queensland, that's what we did. Okay, we put an outward-facing dashboard together. Thank you again, GIS. Okay, you make us look really good. and we do nothing. But same thing, end to end. We can't get someone from council to know how to work our system. Okay, it's too long, everyone's busy, overlapping, everyone's tech fatigued, disaster fatigued. We needed to make it easy. How-to guide with a click on a link. That's it. And basically they get what you just saw then. Okay, in their area. They can request areas, and then they start requesting stuff through the local disaster management group saying, oh, can we get a picture of this area? And if we've got time in the disaster, we just stop off there. It's a 2-minute flight for the drone. Okay, we just whack it up, grab it and process it, and off we go. All right, more training than flying. So we have to train more firefighters. We bring in, 2-minute warning, got it. We bring in expertise. So we'll grab firefighters, not people off the street. People who've got experience that know fire. They know danger, they know everything. And we train them as RPAS pilots and then intel specialists. Biggest lesson learnt, they need to understand the intelligence cycle, okay? They're the person, whatever they're sending from that drone controller to any of our systems is what everyone's going to make a decision on. So that can't be taken lightly. They can't whack too much data on, it gets too messy. They have to pick the perfect amount of data for that job. All the other stuff there, senior remote pilots play a big part, same with our chief rail pilots. We do all the training, learn the software and stuff like that. Self-contained unit. Reduce workload, end to end. Everyone's fatigued. We have to take responsibility and look after our bubble or no one's ever going to use us. And to make, we've got about a minute left, I'll give you a happy video of a bubbing koala that we did with the Quandamooka Rangers on their, they've got the only clean koalas left in Australia on North Stradbroke. So basically went out there and marked them all, geolocated them, put a hazard reduction burn in and then went back and checked on them to make sure they're okay. But yous have been nice, and this is a thank you to do for all the work you guys do. Cool.
Told you, didn't I? It just keeps getting better. We're not on the wind down. Thank you, Dean. Cool. What an awesome presentation and lessons in action operationally. Yeah, thanks, bud. Ooh. Wow. It just keeps getting better. No pressure, Dorothea. Please welcome to the podium the wonderful Dorothea Huber from the AMSA, from the Australian Maritime Safety Authority. Not bad for a Kiwi, I managed to get it out.
Oh, thank you, Des. No pressure, as you say. Okay, being the second to last speaker on day 2, that was a challenge, keeping you all awake. I'm sure you're waiting for that last drink before you head off or head off for the evening and head back home. So the challenge was, how do I keep you entertained? And as my talk is about AI, I came up with a brilliant solution. I'm creating a cartoon for every single slide that I've made. Hopefully that will keep you awake. Okay, don't need that. Okay, before I start my talk, I quickly want to acknowledge 2 people that were quite fundamental in me adopting AI. When I say AI, AMSA, my organisation that I work for, has adopted AI over the last 12 months, and it's become incredibly important in the work that I do in lessons management. So I manage the lessons management program at AMSA. There's only 1.5 of us, so not a lot. But AI's really enabled us to multiply the workforce that we have to do this kind of work. And I was initially very reluctant to adopt AI. I had all the normal preconceived notions about why you shouldn't do it. But Mark Semler, my colleague who works with me in this space, always an early adopter of technology, went, give this a go. So I did. I've been grateful ever since. And the other fellow I've got here is a fellow by the name of, excuse me, Gerard Atkinson. He actually lectures in this field. He's very worthwhile if you can ever catch a course with him. He's also the co-president of a subgroup of the Australian Evaluation Society that looks at AI. So thanks to both these people for getting me over the line. Okay, so my talk focuses on how can we use AI in lessons management without learning the wrong lessons or doing the wrong thing. Specifically, how can AI assist us, what can go wrong, and how we can guard against it. That's the guts of my talk. And if you can read the cartoon that I've created, or AI has created. It's basically a car driven by a bot about to veer off the cliff because the algorithm told it that's the quickest way to get to the bottom. I'm sure that's the kind of situation we want to avoid in lessons management. So, just briefly, what are the drivers for AI assistance in the Australian government? And for those of you who work with the government, you probably would have noticed that there is quite a bit of pressure to start using AI. It comes down to these 7 categories that have been, widely cited as reasons. I think lesson management certainly fits in the first 3. I would give that a really big tick. So it does lift productivity, it reduces service delivery costs, it improves decisions through data and predictive insights, and it improves compliance, oversight and enforcement. So that's areas where I think lesson management done through AI really fits the bill. More loosely related, it does strengthen public safety, security and emergency response. It makes us faster to respond, for example, if we have the information already prepared, and it does support national growth and innovation. The last 2 I won't talk about because I don't think, I'm in the process of solving complex societal challenges with the work that I do at AMSA. Right, so what can go wrong with AI? And probably most of you have a few already on that topic. There's a lot that can go wrong. And some of it is quite well researched already, even though it is a new and growing field. But a lot of it relates to a lack of human oversight. So here you've got the boss tearing her hair out because she's just got a report and she can't work out what the hell this is all about. It's full of errors. So classic ones are the algorithm bias and data distortion. And I've noticed from personal experience when I started doing these cartoons, every time I told AI, which was through Nana Banana, create a cartoon for me with the boss doing X, Y, Z, the boss was always male. So I then had to tell it, no, I'm the boss, I'm female, change it, and it did it. Lack of transparency. Most people would say that AI has a bit of a black box problem, You don't quite know what goes in and you can't quite work out what comes out. Well, some of the guardrails I'll talk about will help you narrow that down. But I will make no apology for AI. It is not as good a tool, as for example, in Vivo, which is a qualitative assessment tool where you can really track every stage of your progress. But for most of us, we don't have the resources or the knowledge to use in Vivo. It's not a bad approximation, I would argue. Obviously, privacy and intellectual property risks are very high with the use of AI. My organisation uses Copilot 365 and it operates in a contained environment, so we don't actually work outside that environment, and that keeps our systems highly secure. As you can imagine, our organisation that I work for, you don't want anything to go out, it shouldn't go out. Cybersecurity, and with intellectual property and risks, it's also acknowledging where intellectual property lies in that. Cybersecurity and threats and vulnerabilities are a big issue. To me, one of the biggest ones is actually erosion of human judgment. And I'll talk a bit more about that, but I think there's a real risk that AI dumps us down. And as Alistair Stark talked about, that sort of historic knowledge, why we do, that's easily lost in the process, and it's something we really need to guard against. I think over-reliance on AI is not good from an organisational perspective, and a loss of critical judgment and assessment is really, really bad. And also, I think AI sort of loses a bit of diversity. Everything follows that same principle, and you get the same. Human interaction can be a lot better, bring more diversity. There are, of course, some other issues, and I won't talk about them because they're a little bit outside, but I do acknowledge that people kind of are concerned about the ultimate role that AI has in human society. What's the environmental impact? Will it replace the human workforce, etc.? All very valid considerations, but they're a little bit beyond the scope of my talk. So here's the AMSA lessons management process in a nutshell. So we deal with maritime incidents when they happen. What we do is, when an incident happens, it could be something like vessel is lost at sea, we have to do a search and rescue operation, a vessel is dead in the water, it runs the risk of running aground, damaging reef, sensitive environmental habitat areas. We need to rescue the boat, try and stop it from running aground. We could have pollution events. We could have really bad weather events that are impacting on whole fleets. There's a range of things that we monitor and manage. So when an incident of this nature occurs, a big one, we go and do a lessons management process. On a daily basis, the 24/7 emergency response centre that we have at AMSA would probably deal with 10, 15, 20 incidents. Out of those, at least 1 to 2 per month warrant a full assessment. So when we do an assessment, it could be anything from a 2-page, what I call the quick and dirty, but an abridged version of what happened. You know, this is what happened, this is how we managed it, what were the lessons that we learned, what can be sustained, what can be improved. But the bigger incidents that we do, they can take a full big report of 100 pages or more. And at the moment, I'm currently in the process of doing one of these. It involved an incident that took 1 month to manage. There were over 1,000 records generated by this incident, documents. Something like 40 people were involved managing this incident through an incident management team for a whole month. It cost the Australian government several $1 million to contain, and I've now got the report to write up, and it's me and AI, okay? Once we do a lessons report, it then goes to a lessons board for governance reasons. So it won't contain recommendations, but it will contain lessons and insights. They will consider that, and then they will determine what action flows from that, and that will then be assigned to line areas within AMSA who are responsible for implementing the actions that have been agreed to. It's my job to oversight that process as well. And in each of these stages, AI now plays a really vital role in what I do. So, getting on to the guardrails now, and they come down to 6 areas. The first one is what I call the data input guardrails, and that is before you even run AI. I think you need to do some sort of what I call safety checks, right? The first one is use controlled and approved data sources only. If you know what goes into the process, you can have greater surety what comes out. Avoid any open internet retrieval for your analysis tasks. Stay within your confined area. It's not to say you don't do research elsewhere, but when it comes to the data set, work within your own operational environment. The other thing that I find really useful is use of standardized prompts and instructions, because if you've used AI, you know, 2 people almost asking the same thing can come up with completely different results. So the more you can narrow down the prompts that you give AI, the greater the consistency of your results. And we've had some interesting examples that work when I've taught others how to use AI and the kind of results they come up with. The other thing, of course, is do your data quality checks in the first place. Is your data complete? Is it relevant? Are there contradictions in your data? Because if you can't make sense of it, AI certainly can't. So that's at the input stage. Now we get to the process, the guardrails that can govern the process of AI usage. So while you're running AI, I would always maintain that you have to insert a human into the loop at every critical step. AI is only the first pass. And getting back to what Alistair was saying today, subject matter experts are needed time and time again in this process. You need to validate what AI generates. You need to correct and you need to contextualise. Without that, forget it, you know. You just don't want to rely on AI to do that job for you. The other thing is, of course, ensure traceability of the analytical steps that you undertake. So you store your prompts so you can come back to them, you can refine them in future. If they give you a strange result, you know, you can go back and you know why it gave you a strange result. You keep your inputs and outputs, and the reason you do that is for auditing as well as reproducibility of results further down the track. So store everything as you go along, because that gives the process credibility. Ensure that the version control is there and you log all the changes. It's like writing a document of a report. You know, you have your version 1.0, it's the first draft. By the time executive signs off, it may be version X, but you have it documented all along the way. That's how I approach AI usage as well. And so here you've got the traffic cop, female again, with the little bots learning how to cross the road. The output guardrails. So you've run your analyses, you've done your prompts, you've generated a whole lot of information, and be warned, it can be pages and pages. And to me, that's part of the attractiveness of using AI, because it cuts down the work required, but then you can cut the data in several ways and you can do it quite quickly. And by looking at the same issue from different angles, from different sources, what are the common themes, you get a really, really good picture. So to me, that is a really critical part of AI, is that stage. But the guardrails there are, again, you have to have mandatory verification by subject matter experts of the output. They need to sign off and say, AI wasn't hallucinating. These are real outcomes based on the data that's gone in. Again, you do your quality assurance checks. AI models are non-deterministic. It means they can produce different outputs from identical inputs and learn based on past experiences. And sometimes you don't know where the hell they drew the information from, but they picked up something along the way and you scratch your head and go, where the hell is that coming from? And then again, ensure version control and lock your changes. And yep, the output is pretty much what my office looks like. I get reports, some I keep, others I reject, and some I'll delve into deeper after I've run the AI analysis. Okay, then we get to ethics and governance guardrails. And that's also really important, and it protects the organisation that you work for and the AI usage. So you want to establish and maintain trust in the integrity of what you're doing using AI. And as I mentioned previously, you need to ensure that there's transparency. That builds trust more than anything else. So you make it clear which sections are AI assisted, and you make your steps visible in the process. You also need to maintain a clear role definition. AI is for speed of processing information. It can do transcripts within minutes. If I have to do it, it'll take me a day to do, say, a 3-hour transcript of a working group debrief, of an interview with someone. AI is brilliant, but me, the human, I'm responsible for the interpretation, the judgment, and the decision-making in this process. The other thing is, and I warn against that, it's already happened in my organisation, is expectation management. As I said previously, AI is a force multiplier or workforce multiplier, but it is not an oracle. It can't come up with the areas that are your responsibility. And, well, the other stuff I already talked about, access control and permissions. So, organisational guardrails, and I love this one. It took me a while to get that one, because initially I had names down and I had to take them out because it was too close to the bone and actually what happened. But a report was delivered in Canberra to a major government agency. It cost a lot of money. It was produced by a very eminent consultancy who generated a lot of mistakes in that report, which was all AI generated. They hadn't checked it. There was a lot of egg on a lot of faces. So there's a need for organisational guardrails here. So you develop standard operating procedures for AI usage in an organisation. In other words, when do you use it? How? Who uses it? You set escalation and clearance procedures for high-risk outputs. You also train your staff in AI usage, how to interpret the outputs, how to spot errors, how to refine your prompts. And you monitor continuously, you benchmark, and you do consistency checks overseen by the subject matter experts. So you compare the AI-generated versus the human-only generated outputs. And then the last one of the guardrails is, avoiding red flag situations. So in our case, we sometimes deal with highly sensitive incidents that could be subject to an AT's Australian Transport Safety Bureau review, particularly where human lives are lost or where there's major environmental impact. So we get audited, we get reviewed. So you want to make sure that whatever AI generates is acceptable from a risk perspective, from your organisational perspective. Again, I would caution it comes back to subject matter experts, but assessments that are highly technical or operational always, or even need cultural understanding, like with Torres Strait Islander and Aboriginal issues, they do require that human overview to make sure that no sensitivities are being violated. Situations that are data poor, again, I would caution about using AI there because you can get distortion of data and you can end up drawing the wrong conclusions. Last but not least, AI-generated outputs should not ever violate organisation policy and doctrine. And I know that our organisation is still in the early stages of its AI policies. I think there's a bit more to go there. So, summing it all up, these are the stages of the lessons management process that I use in AMSA. All stages do have now AI involvement when I do the work. It's cut down from using 3 to 4 external consultants a year to write these reports to everything being done in-house. And you see there that stages 1, 2 have heavy AI input, so controlled verified data input, AI-assisted analysis using standard prompts, multiple outputs. Stage 3, the human stage, never violate that. That always has to stay in there. And then AI input again in stages 4 and 5, where you do further analysis of results through triangulation, and you report results and processes. And AI is, by the way, very good in writing reports for you. I've forgotten who it was yesterday that said, no, it was today, it was Dr. Hatton, sorry. You said you thought you were very good at writing reports, but geez, AI is so much better. So then just finishing off, I posed the question, so is AI usage an illusion or an insight, and what's the take-home message? Well, I think AI is a very powerful tool. However, always treat AI outputs as inputs to the analysis, not as conclusions in their own right. Never fail your due diligence or bypass the all-important subject matter review and QA checks. Be transparent about your AI usage. Use the time freed up with AI doing the manual mundane labour to think more deeply about your analysis and findings, and temper expectations to counter calls for doing more without more time or more resources. Thank you.
Dorothea, what a fabulously insightful presentation. And the cartoons made it for me. That was really worth it. But there was one question that I'm going to flick to you just before we go, and I thought it was really relevant, came up on the Slido, and that was, you know, with this reliance on AI and the work that's going into it, is the consideration for what happens if it's not available, if we have a power outage or internet goes down, do we build that in somewhere?
Yeah, my workload, I'd say. Yeah, no, look, I mean, we have become totally reliant on it, and if that were to occur, I mean, with us, you have to bear in mind my organisation can't run without power outage, otherwise all maritime assistance will come to a grinding halt, so we always do have power. But yeah, I mean, if a major, say, cyber hack were to occur, we had to shut it down, we have to work around it clearly, and we go back to the old, you know, transcribe things by hand and do lessons the old-fashioned way.
Thank you, Dorothea. Fabulous as always. Really enjoyed that. Thank you. And to keep the momentum going, it's my great pleasure to welcome Leanne Cross from the Australian Integrated Agriculture for her presentation to finish off our day. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. As you know, I'm Leanne Cross, and my work sits in the interface of agriculture, disaster management, and operational and economic resilience. I come from both industry and government backgrounds, and I've spent many years working professionally within agricultural systems, but I'm also from a lifetime on the land myself. I live in remote far northwest Queensland, approximately 7 hours west of Cairns, across regions that are repeatedly impacted by flood, fire and cyclone events. As we heard from Kate in the Mareeba Shire up in my area earlier today with Cyclone Jasper. What repeatedly emerges in my work and across successive disaster events is not a failure of intent by anyone, but recurring friction between systems attempting to protect the same region. Sorry, it sounds a bit blurred. While operating from very different operational realities under pressure. So what I'm going to talk to you today is about one high hazard regional shire repeatedly exposed to disaster activation environments. This is also part of where I live. The tensions that are increasing, escalating between industry, council and formal recovery systems. I was sought out for my lived and professional capacity and commissioned to work across those operational layers, from enterprise to council, LDMG and formal disaster frameworks, to better understand the friction developing between them and identify pathways towards stronger interoperability, operational visibility and resilience capability across the region. So the purpose of this conversation right now with you today is to share some of the operational lessons emerging from that work, particularly where agricultural systems, local intelligence and disaster management frameworks of a formal nature repeatedly collide under real disaster conditions. So before I talk about those systems, frameworks and lessons, it's important I first reflect on the human reality sitting beneath all of it. I'll let you read that for a second. So this pilot program that I'm working on did not begin with policy. It began with tension, not because people didn't care, but because everyone involved was trying to protect the same communities, but operating with very different realities under pressure. For disaster systems, your formal ones, the priority is regional consequence management. For producers, the disaster is unfolding inside their operational systems themselves. Continuity is not protected in their enterprises from disaster environments. It is actually carrying it. Their homes, livelihoods, infrastructure, livestock, business continuity are all simultaneously exposed. Agriculture cannot and does not pause for disaster impact, and this is where the friction was really emerging. Formal systems are trying to establish situational awareness across an entire regional landscape, and agricultural actors are simultaneously trying to hold together the continuity of their enterprises inside rapidly evolving local operational environments. So the issue is never about commitment. The issue is fragmented operational visibility between all the systems already responding under pressure. No. Whoop. Have we gone too far? Okay. How's this for AI from our previous talk? Continuity can mask systemic strain when we're talking agriculture. What repeated disaster environments expose really, really quickly, and this was so obvious in this pilot we've been working on for nearly 2 years, is that all environments exposed are operating parallel systems and responding to the same event without one shared operational picture. This is the friction. This is where we found it. Nobody's intentionally doing anything wrong. This is nothing about commitment from any agency or any actor. It's about visibility. Because all systems and actors cannot coordinate effectively across realities they cannot fully see. The opportunity, therefore, is not changing, replacing or disturbing your formal disaster frameworks. It was about learning and embedding operational visibility between all systems trying to protect the same region. Agriculture is absolutely not a passive recovery recipient. Often it is referred to as that within application and post-recovery funding. It is already operationally active right there during impact. So here's an example. This is a muster helicopter. It's not any framework. It's not a government piece of equipment. It's there and it's happening, and that hay has been sought by that farmer itself. Formal systems do not account for this type of capability clearly. as much of it operates outside all of your traditional disaster visibility environments. But it exists, it does, and it activates automatically and immediately. When formal systems arrive, agricultural actors cannot simply stop operating. We can't put down our tools and stop responding to the disaster ourselves. Continuity pressures make us have to continue regardless. Just a little insight, I spent New Year's Eve, this past New Year's Eve, at 2 a.m. in flood water up to my neck in pitch black, hoping that my headlight didn't fail me, cutting fences for my cattle that were nearly submerged in an area that had never ever flooded in the last 28 years. That's my reality. Formal frameworks do not capture moments like that, and we don't expect them to. But they happen across disaster-exposed regions every year. So we must shift, we must strengthen. And what we must shift and strengthen is simultaneity. What were you doing New Year's Eve? So the question becomes, in all of this work, how do we make that operational capability more visibly interoperable within formal disaster systems, your systems? So we don't want to create a new system, we want to know we're visible properly and in real time in your systems. Okay. So what emerged very quickly in this pilot project was that preparedness was being treated as something separate from everyday operations, like an external exercise. Agencies will come with templates for disaster preparedness planning and so forth. It's not real. It doesn't happen. We can't fill in a PDF and put it on the shelf and expect it to create change. It'll probably burn down in the first fire that goes through. But many of the systems disaster recovery repeatedly seeks to stabilise already actually exist before impact occurs. WHS systems, our communication systems, Starlink is a game changer for remote agriculture. Biosecurity, emergency response, risk and risk mitigation systems, evacuation planning. These systems already exist fully within business foundations. They're mandated, legislated through business and WHS frameworks. They underpin on operational stability every day, yet they're rarely recognised as resilience infrastructure in everything that you guys do. So preparedness fails when lessons remain trapped in reports and in poor business foundations. Resilience strengthens when lessons become embedded upstream into the systems already shaping operational reality before the next event occurs. The pilot began as a disaster preparedness planning session. Can you go and make disaster plans with the ag enterprises within that regional footprint? What emerged very quickly was something much deeper. Most enterprise systems within the pilot region are completely operationally capable, but structurally tacit. The knowledge exists, the workarounds exist, the response capability exists, helicopters, hay bales, emergency evacuations, livestock relocation, accountability, but much of it lives within the people, not systems or framework. I'll be the first to admit, every job I ever do in agriculture, the paperwork is really poor. So we understand that as an industry. But what ultimately emerged from the pilot is that resilience cannot operate as a standalone recovery function. It has to operate in these interconnected regional capability systems. The pilot strengthened into a tiered three-layer resilience architecture, operating simultaneously across the region. Tier 1 was the enterprise level, strengthening these operational capability functions and foundations and capturing the data within them. So we're building the industry, we're building the farms, we're getting them on top of their paperwork, but we're looking at it and doing all of that paperwork through a disaster lens. So we're extracting. This is your normal paperwork. What extracts and needs to go up to the LDMG, the council, and that agricultural intelligence layer? So you can see that a lot of their livestock tracking, water, power and everything sits in the green. Really good at that. You can see where they're poor at in their whole systems and paperwork. And a lot of that poor stuff is where disaster resilience, preparedness, response, recovery and planning sits. And it's all there. We just have to pull it out, we have to make them do it, and then we have to feed it up to the foundations that go up into all of the frameworks that you exist in. We don't have to create another disaster plan. We don't have to create a separate evacuation plan for a flood or a fire. It's supposed to be there. Tier 2 at the recovery level was reducing friction between the producers, recovery systems and formal disaster processes through improved operational visibility. So this was extracting from their foundations, building their foundations, and then taking de-identified, because I wouldn't give my personal information into a system, but de-identifying and taking out what do we need to feed up to all the frameworks that you sit within. And this became a de-identified agricultural intelligent pathway. Tier 3 then became the regional and formal framework level that all of you are operating within. And we built an agricultural intelligence layer capable of strengthening the situational awareness, interoperability and preparedness capability across your broader disaster footprints. Not separate frameworks, not new frameworks for you guys, but one interconnected operational system. Because lessons identified do not strengthen regions, lessons embedded do. And this is where we move into Tier 2. So this became the major intellectual pivot and growth point of the pilot. Instead of just going out for a council and trying to create disaster plans that will mean absolutely nothing, we started then feeding that information up from the bottom. And where did their real-time, ordinary, everyday foundational work fit within a disaster framework? The stuff that you guys operate in, the stuff that you guys know. And how did we extract that, and then how do we feed it through to you at Tier 3? So this was the pivot point and the growth point of the pilot. This is where real stuff starts happening. There was a reduction in operating within separate frameworks. That's what we're aiming for. We're trying to make one connected regional capability system. And once that's feeding properly into those local levels, everybody can feed it into DDMGs, SDMGs and anywhere it needs to go. But we have to make it visible. So we had enterprise capability, supply chain capability, connected recovery environments, disaster coordination systems, now no longer operating parallel, now contributing to the same operational picture. And importantly, the visibility started to move both ways. So formal systems started to gain stronger visibility into lived agricultural realities and the support that can be embedded within the systems at a regional level. And industry started to gain a stronger understanding of the operational pressures, structures and decision environments sitting inside your formal disaster frameworks. So this changed that friction and relationship completely, because shared operational understanding strengthens far more than response and recovery. We started to see a strength in coordination, trust and regional capability. And we're still learning. And we're coming up to a bushfire season post-July. And so we're really going to be testing and seeing that these things are going to make a difference. So the lesson was neither that agriculture set out outside of disaster frameworks. The lesson was that both systems had been operating beside each other without fully seeing each other. Did that just move? Sorry. Yep, so we've ended up here. So this is your operational disaster intelligence. This is stuff you'll see and visualise and relate to. So this is where the embedded agricultural intelligence starts strengthening your formal disaster decision environments, not retrospective recovery visibility, but real-time operational intelligence supporting consequent management under pressure. The first 24 hours may identify critical power restoration priorities. I'll give a quick example for dairy. So within the two, all you would need within your frameworks would be, is the power on? And can that milk truck get the milk back to the factory? So there's a animal welfare issue there, and then there's an economic one. So farms can only store about 1 day's worth of milk. They would dump it on the ground. That's fine, nobody's going to die from that. But it's thinking about all those layers within all the frameworks you sit in: economic stability, animal welfare. So farms are doing their own work. I would say 100% of all dairy farms now have their own backup diesel generator systems. So the pressure is off councils and ergon and power utility frameworks to get it on. But if they were your only two things sitting in that 24-hour framework, there's no friction between industry and formal disaster frameworks anymore. They know they're seen and those things are addressed. So there might be a framework that says we need power pole A, B, C, and that's it. Walk away, dairy's happy, economic recovery's happy, and off you go and keep doing all of your other important work, but we've identified those critical nodes. And we do that across other commodities and so forth. So we start identifying that agricultural intelligent footprint within yours. Okay, I better hurry, I've got my 2 minutes. Oh, that's not the one I want. Yep, I'll just go back. Oh no, it must be there. Okay, so what we also learnt was the level of intelligence can't be built through desktop analysis alone. This is actually in the wrong order, I'm so sorry. I will jump. The pilot methodology deliberately worked across multiple operational layers. So we started to look at recovery systems. So QRider has application forms, your insurance has application forms, there's national ones, there's state ones, they're all over the place. Okay, it gets quite overwhelming, and so what we started to do as another layer was identify what are the things we can actually do to prepare ourselves for recovery. And we found out that no matter what you had to apply for, 90% of it could be done in advance. We've also learnt to build before and after pictures, and we've started embedding everything in together. And so what we found a lot of the time was people didn't apply for any of the funding if an area had been declared as a Cat A, B, C or D, and they didn't apply because it just seemed all too overwhelming and complex. And also you're trying to apply when you're still trying to respond. A lot of other things. So this is a classic example of it. As you're being asked to help identify at a regional level what is the impact, so that we as a LDMG or a council can activate funding for our area. And it's really hard to identify any of that right in the moment. It can take months. So my own muster was delayed by nearly 2 months. There was just no ground structure. The soil's just ruined. You cannot get trucks in, nothing. So I've only just finished a 4-week muster, and I've identified just in one side of the paddock that there's 340 cattle missing. They could be dead, they could be washed away, they could be on a property 100 kilometres away, washed away. But it takes months and months to sometimes be able to identify the impact and what has happened. And it gets really difficult. So this is the example of the muster. This is quite a live picture. You can see how all the grass has been ruined by inundation of water. And then you don't know what you've lost until you can get to that point of getting a semi in, getting your staff in. I mean, I couldn't get out for months. I had to go to a medical in Cairns, which is a 7-hour trip, and there was a couple of crossings 2 months after the water had finished raining, where I was even, as a bushie, scared to cross. I was in soup up to here. It was 4-wheel drive, it was hubs in, and it was, am I going to make this? So we have to look at the realities. So the engagement methodology was really, really good. So I'll just move to that. I think there's a whole chunk of slides disappeared. So I gave farmers in this whole region, just to understand, the engagement was incredible. They actually wanted to be a part of it. They knew they were being listened to, and they knew they were being embedded into formal frameworks. And so I had over 600 real-life questions for them across 12 different surveys, and there wasn't one farm that didn't complete them. One survey was 54 questions long. Who would ever think anyone would answer that? But they trusted that this was happening for the right reasons, and they really wanted to give the information. And so we started to identify where everything was. Where are helicopters? Where are the hay farms? Where's the supply? How do we make that work? Who else in the supply chain can add to the post-recovery stage? Who can supply generators? Will they sell the hay at cost? Can they learn to produce? This is an impacts part of the season. Can a hay farm over there actually grow more, knowing that that's when it's going to be needed? So we started to build all of that. And this is the main lessons from the enterprise level that we started to learn. And so what I'm going to do is bit about that jigsaw, about going, it all gets too hard, everything seems different, but actually it's not once we sit down and look at it with them. So we learnt that disaster plans were absent. No one had a single one at all in the pilot area. We learn about all their workforce vulnerabilities. Who has Pacific Islanders on? Has the council? Disaster frameworks? The evacuation centres all thought about that. Is there a map? Is there a chart, an annual chart that can identify when that's all happening? So this is what you guys would probably relate to. This is sort of what it looks like. And so we start going, what is the situational update that we can add at an intelligence layer? And that's what we're looking for, so that your decisions are better and they're real. They mean something. And then you can leave us in ag alone, because we're happy. We know you understand just our critical nodes, and we know you're doing everything you can to implement that, and we'll just keep doing what we do. But it's also reducing the friction in the sense of, if I'm out there with my helicopter delivering hay, I don't expect someone to come along and tell me to stop doing that. So have you identified how that fits within your frameworks? You know, we rescue people off roofs. We have CASA come down and want to legislate against us or fine us or something. How do we make that real life stuff fit properly within formal systems? It's not about changing your systems, it's about what can we add? What can we do? What do you know? Do you know there's 7 helicopters out there ready to help you? Do you know that there's a produce safari? So I'll finalise it now. So we've come up with, this is just the visual, how do we scale this, how do we move on? 3 toolkits. So we've got the vision of the enterprise toolkit. How do we strengthen their foundations upstream? How do we fix their evac plans? How do they really embed their foundations through that disaster lens? And we work on all of that at an enterprise level. The middle one is about the de-identified bit. So one side is about keeping their information private, but extracting and learning what we send up to the LDMG, to the councils, what you guys need to know. And the other side of the yellow one is, how do we pre-build? How do we prepare for recovery? So what are we getting in place? Do we have our before photos? Have we got our finances? Are our insurance papers there? Not a disaster plan sitting on the shelf, but an already built framework within their technical capabilities. And so when the time comes, it's not a burden. They will access what they need. And then, of course, this one, this toolkit is the formal toolkit. And we will embed the intelligence into there. But I'm also building the framework so that, say, a new farmer comes in or a new LDC officer starts, there is a framework there. Oh, we must get this kit to that farm. Or we could put out a message to all the supply chain. So we're helping build your framework. So basically, scale up. So, one of the clearest lessons from all of this emerging was the challenges that aren't unique to one region. Everyone has ag. Even the Gold Coast has ag. Everyone has an industry. It might be a mine, but are we really embedding the intelligence from those industries into our formal frameworks? So, what we're doing is reducing separation in systems, and we're connecting capability. And for regions beginning to explore this, the question is how effectively we choose to embed this information. So thank you. This is me. And I welcome conversations or connections from anyone. I am happy to travel and discuss and talk with you. 8 hours is just down the road for me.
Thank you, Leanne. Your presentation was a fantastic way to close out the forum. And, you know, with lessons, a lived perspective and experience from a sector that we probably know very little about in our own work. So before we officially close the forum, I'd like to again thank all of the presenters for speaking with us today and yesterday. It certainly provided us with a lot to think about, a lot to take away. My head is exploding. I just asked the presenters to pop into Slido if they haven't already and address some of those questions that are in there from our various participants. It's been great to have that system and to manage those questions, and thank you for those that have answered them. I'd also like to thank our AFAC team that has been working hard in the engine room to make all this happen. To Anna, Charlotte, Juanita and Debs, thanks for all your hard work and making it so easy for us at the front to make it happen. I'd also like to thank the Lessons Management Forum Program Committee for putting this amazing program together and pulling together the participants that have made it, you know, just such a great time. Thanks to all of you for participating either online or here in Brisbane. I really hope you've enjoyed the forum. I know I have. And you'll go back to your work inspired and feeling connected to our lessons management community. Now, I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome the Minister of Social Engagements to the stage, Mr. Mark Cuthbert, to help me make a little bit of an announcement. But we're going to talk about where next year's Lessons Management Forum is going to be. Do you want that? No. You want that? You can have that.
You going to announce it?
Oh, well, okay, I'll announce it. Yeah. It's my extreme pleasure to announce that the Lessons Management Forum for 2027 will be held in Hobart, Tasmania. And it'll be this week from the 18th to the 20th of May. Get it in your diary. You've got an excuse to be on your cell phone right now. Get it in your diary for this week next year. And I expect to see plenty of please let me go to Hobart letters going out by tonight to your respective CEs and commissioners. More information will be coming out on next year's big event, and we'll be releasing that in the coming months. So, go ahead, over.
I haven't had this much fun since my grandmother used to take me shoplifting. But I overachieved on socialisation last night, so I'm having a bit of trouble containing my excitement. Don't go away if you're in line, particularly Taswegians. So Charlotte is going to send out the survey tomorrow, and we want information. So we'll add a few questions to that survey, and Charlotte will fix my questions later because she's far more efficient than I am, particularly at this stage. So there will be questions like, how did this 20-minute format work for you, whether you're a presenter or a participant? What would add value to next year's forum for you, whether that's format or workshops or whatever? And normally I say be realistic. because I've made the mistake before of asking people what they think, and I didn't really want to know, as it turned out, but we do want to know, so no need to be realistic. What would add value? What would make this better next year? No guarantee it's going to happen, but if we don't know, we can't do it. And the other, probably more important one, is what would help you, whether you're online or here, get approval to get to Hobart? What can we do to help you, whether it's get information out earlier or more info or whatever? And what are the chances that you or X number of people from your organisation will get there? So AFAC, have a budget and not a lot of venues in Tasmania, so we need to try and get an idea of how many might be there so we can accommodate it. And I'm always happy to go to Tasmania to support the Tasmanian wine industry. So I was proposing the social program to Cheryl Ames from SES yesterday, and I said, it's probably going to be 2 weeks. And she said, are you sure that's enough? And I went, yeah, OK, I'll rethink that. Now, by far the most important piece of information is we're going to go from here to Riverland, which is 300 metres up the creek, for a romantic sunset drink and dinner. I know there's proposals to go out clubbing after that, but you're on your own. Like I've had enough. Riverland, you can go down out the back, Jack, or down through 300 steps, 300 metres up the creek. There's a hint, you'll see a big Riverland sign. So long, and thanks for all the fish.
Thanks, Bert. It's never dull, that's for sure. Hey, look, if you're joining us for the in-person workshops tomorrow, you need to be here before 9, here on level 2, for check-in and a direction to your workshop rooms. We're going to have some workshops down on this level and some upstairs on level 3. So you need to be here a little bit ahead of time so as we can get you checked in and heading in the right direction for what's going to be some pretty cool stuff tomorrow. Look, thanks for joining us. It's been incredible. I've really enjoyed it. I hope you have. To those of you online, the watch parties, thanks so much for being part of the AFAC Lessons Forum 2026. And have a great evening. And I'm really looking forward to seeing you in Hobart.